I'm on my way with state-of-the-art rescue tech.
Sienna is out in front, dominating! Use the skin. Clairvoyant potion.
Good boy. My tarot cards are waiting.
Stellar Wind can automatically lock onto target that's within range and attack. The Gale of the Stars is fatal and ubiquitous. White Dwarf SMG, a pinnacle product with both stability and lethality. May your opponents rest in peace. These guns and skins are all included in the Battle Pass. Unlock your pass to level 90 and get all the rewards. The most precious things on the battlefield are resources bestowed by a higher power. With the guidance of clairvoyant abilities, new hero skills will be unlocked this season. The battlefield is about to get even more interesting.
I look forward to meeting again.
Would you call me if you need me? Hey, it's Maggie, do you need me? So give me your heart, show me your love, find my delivery of love. open to the first buyer who arrives. Capsulers, fight for your desire.
Let's go. Never back down, and I never run. Come in last place, that was never fun. Time to elevate.
Looks like we gotta make it harder. Let me see who's the lucky one.
I'ma let it go.
Let them taste the power of new vehicles.
Time to lose control.
Time to fly. I never
Time to
miss.
start the show. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, we gon' run it up. No days off.
Precision bombing.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Night, sweetheart.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Fire hazard! Emergency team, go!
Love doesn't just explode once.
Feel the gravity of fate.
One shot, so you better not miss.
There's already a lot of fights. You have the perfect timing. They have serendipity. People just still fighting back. They're gonna move forward, and that's with a lot of the members here, and Iran is gonna be giving. Pirates fighting for lands to conquer and new horizons to discover. And this is again the time for the mobile finals, weekly finals for today. My name is Dash and I'm here with Infinity, and this is the Farlight 84 Philippines Championship. And this is just week 1, everybody, and we're excited to see what's gonna happen between all the players that were here yesterday.
Yeah, and it's just the start of something brand new here in Farlight 84. A lot of brand new teams,
That's
a
true.
lot of familiar names now battling for the top 1 spot here in FPC.
We have a lot of points for a lot of teams. All the weekday points, all the weekend points are already set and already recorded. So the top 15 comprised of people who were good yesterday and who were good during the weekdays.
Yeah, and a lot of meta has been evolving all throughout the start of Farlight 84, and now we came to a moment wherein all of these teams are evolving around their own strategy, and I am excited to see how they would perform up against the top 15 teams in the first week.
And we talked about a lot of teams before this show, right? A lot of teams, different playstyles, different ways of conquering, getting points in this tournament. Some of them really just are a trap. We talked about this team that is always a trap. It's Mega Esports, and also the other teams also do that. There's a lot of mix and matches when it comes to the playstyles of these players. That's why it's gonna be way different today, because all of them are gonna be mixing each other's playstyle in this one big hot pot called the finals.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about having traps, having these storylines being made for these individual teams, because absolutely every single one of them has their own legends to be made.
True. And that's why it's great. That's why I love Farlight 84. There's a lot of compositions that they can go for, and some even puts in the MKR from nowhere when it comes down to it. I mean, we didn't find any success from the MKR, but at least they tried.
Yeah, and you know what? It's not just about MKR. It's also the Watchman that we saw yesterday, right?
That's true. That's true. We saw the Watchman, didn't have any luck, but there's a Watchman.
Yeah, and that's just the tip of the iceberg,
That's true.
as you may hear in Farlight 84. There's a lot of things that can be molded for each and every single team. What is your practice heroes coming through? Is this your favorite heroes, or is this something that is revolving around the meta? It is up to you. It is up to the players, and it is up to the teams.
But so far, based on what we've seen from the players yesterday, the Lysandra and the Cypher always is there, together with the Ember with it, and maybe a Sunil and a Maggie in the end. That's why every team just utilizes this differently. Even in the last circle, people are afraid of using buildings just because of the fact that there's a Lucinda that could put you in an absolute gravity, and a shock from the Cypher. That's why it's really scary to have that in the late game.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of pros and cons for each and every single heroes. We could take 1 hour or even a day talking about these advantages, disadvantages, but at the end of it all, it's all up to the teams. It is all up to the players. What type of strategy are we going to do? Is this an aggressive type of playstyle? Are we going to play it a bit more patiently?
Yeah, and some of the teams that we have here has a lot of aggressive playstyles, because during the tournaments that started Farlight 84, it was a lot of aggressive plays, because we know that there's a respawner every time at the first circle of the game. There's always a respawner that you can use just to play it safe, and people have been playing around that. They drop from one place. For example, someone drops at Motel, the whole squad is going to be dropping at Sunflower Shopping Mall, just so they can rotate or maybe at least steal some resources from other people, because most of the time one place doesn't have enough resources for those 4 people in one squad.
Right, and it is what makes Farlight 84 unique as well. In and of itself, you still have a lot of that opportunity to make risks.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's just absolutely amazing how these teams will be able to utilize the respawners.
Yeah, that's true. And also, one of the things that I love about this game is that people respect their drop points. Some teams now have the same drop points, and that's why I'm kind of scared of this day.
Yeah, it's just about familiarity as well.
Yeah.
Familiarity about the location, about the drop points. If you're really familiar about your locations, you know where to drop, you know where to get those loots, and you know where to go to somewhere else.
And that's why it's really scary. Now, let's take a look at the format explainer of what happened for shedding light for all of the people out there that would like to know what is going to happen for this whole 2 months basically of all of this tournament.
Yeah, it's basically 4 weeks of open qualifiers, of weekly finals wherein any team at all that wants to jump into FPC may have the opportunity to do so. Now, in every single week, in Saturdays and Sundays, you have that weekly finals that we call, right? And then the top 15 teams across those 4 weeks having points accumulated will proceed into the knockout
Yeah,
stage.
and the daily matches that is happening, this is also some of the teams that we have having a lot of points is because of this daily matches. When they join the Monday, Wednesday, and Friday games that we have, they can accumulate points, use that in order for them to get into the finals. And this Sunday, this is it. Today is when they're going to be fighting for that chance to get to the knockout stage.
Yeah, and this is just the beginning.
Yeah.
Right, because it's not just mobile that we're talking about. There's a lot of platforms that we're tackling. We're also going towards PC that have similar formats. Now, having the weekly finals already concluded after the 4 weeks that we keep on talking about, they will proceed into the knockout stages.
And this is going to be a different format overall on the PC stages. So that is something that we would love to see later on because the PC finals is also later. But now it's going to be on the mobile. Now let's see what the finals is going to be. They have a Group A and Group B stage. Then they go to one big finals. The best of the best are fighting each other in that finals.
Absolutely. And I'm really excited for this because who will be the first ever FPC champion, and that honor, that title will be something of a feat that any of these teams can achieve.
The FPC PC prize pool of $25,000. That is insane. And what's great about that is everybody could join. So register your team now. Take a look. It's everywhere on the Farlight pages. Flash on your screens.
It's equal opportunity for all, and an absolute honor to be here as well once again, Dash. I mean, looking at that format, we're here from week to week, and we're seeing teams from week to week as well. How would they adapt for each and every single week, and how would they adapt into batting a lot of these teams that is registering here in FPC?
So if you missed the first week, everybody, you still have a chance. We still have 4 more, or rather 3 more weeks in order for you to join and get your team, get your squad, get your friends here in the FPC during the open qualifiers, and maybe we'll see you too during the weekends.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, after all of this has been concluded, the titles, the storylines that we keep on talking about is really exciting. And now let's jump into a little bit more of the deeper levels of Farlight 84, right? Talking about the compositions, talking about the heroes, talking about the weapons.
Yeah, and one thing that we can talk about, especially for, let's go for the weapons first. Weapons have been, honestly, everybody has been having a different style when it comes to the weapons. People have been loving the Rhino. At least we have seen a trend of AK-77 together with the White Dwarfs, and Defender being one of the best snipers in the game.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yesterday we're seeing Embers, we're seeing Phantoms utilize the Defender from far away distance. One of the notable teams as well that we have talked about and we have discussed prior to the day and prior to this series is Beta. Having Ember, having TZ as being that sniper for the team, and them being that trap against all odds.
Yeah, and what's great about Beta Esports is they're so good at doing a lot of things together, and that's what I'm really scared of whenever I see Beta Esports, because they're like a trap, as we said. They are in the right position at the right time, but is that gonna happen
Farlight 84 Philippines Championship Season 1, or FPC 1, will start
right now,
on August 28.
Into the format.
This is an esports tournament focused on the Philippines region that consists of 3 stages, and here's how you can join the PC tournament. You'll start from weekly qualifiers that spans for 4 weeks from August 28th to September 24th. During this period, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays evening, there are a total of 3 time slots for your team to participate in the tournament to earn points. After the final slot on Fridays, the top 30 teams in points qualify to participate in Sunday's matches, and eventually become the top 60 ranked teams that go to the knockout stage. In knockout stage, 60 teams will be divided into 2 groups, and each group will have a single 3-round match. The top 30 teams will advance to the season finals. This is where the real challenges begin. The 30 finalist teams will be divided into 2 groups. The top 7 teams from each group will enter the upper bracket, and the bottom 8 teams will enter the lower bracket. The top 15 teams will then compete in a 5-round match on the grand final day to win the total prize of $12,500 and become the very first FPC PC champions. So, what are you waiting for? Register your team and join the FPC Season 1 PC tournament right now. Don't forget to follow our official account for more detailed competition rules.
Everybody, that is the PC finals and also the tournament for PC that is also going to be happening today. The weekly finals for PC is going to be shown later on after this mobile finals that we had, and that is a whopping $12,500 won by whoever gets the cake in the end.
So much prize pool to fight for. These teams are brawling it out in Sunset City for such a huge amount, and combined
Yeah.
both platforms, it's 37,500
Wow.
USD.
Yeah, that's quick maths, Infinity. But again, everybody, that is just for PC. We also have for mobile. A while ago, we've said it. Open qualifiers is always open on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So always join. If you want to have a chance at PC, go join it. If you want a chance in mobile, go join it also.
Yeah, I mean,
Two times.
not just about like equal opportunity for
Yeah.
every single player, it's equal opportunity for both platforms as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's why if you want to join both of them, why not?
Oh, that's spicy. I think that's going to be exciting, huh?
Yeah, but it's a different skill set overall because you have a different skill set for PC and also for mobile.
Yeah.
So here, the prize pool is gonna be like what Infinity said. It's 37,500 US dollars.
Yeah, amazing stuff here from Farlight 84, and this is just the beginning for FPC. A lot of things have been planned out. I mean, if you remember coming in from the Farlight 84 Philippine Summit,
Yeah.
a lot of things is being planned by the Farlight 84 team.
There's a timeline of what's gonna happen moving forward. So everybody, this is just the start. Season 1. That's why it's named Season 1, everybody, because it's just the start of the Farlight 84 Philippines Championship, and we might have a lot more coming for you in the coming months. But for now, this next 2 months we'll be together here in the Farlight 84 Philippines Championship.
Yeah, and talking about diving into something deeper and something more exciting. Now let's continue back into our discussion when it comes to weapons. You talked about the Rhino, you talked about the Defender. I'm looking at the Rhino as well because we've seen it yesterday being utilized quite well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a supply drop weapon. It's supposed to be good. The only problem there with a lot of people is because after hitting one person with a Rhino, then they need to reload for as long as they can, like 2 seconds or 3 seconds. Then if you have a Maggie, that would be way better because after the Maggie, after the tactical roll, you have another shot with a Rhino.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just crazy to think about wherein the Rhino gets 2 shots immediately, and that's just so much AoE damage. And when it comes to those close range combats, Maggie could also utilize the White Dwarf for that fast reload.
Yeah, honestly, I would really wish to have a lot more weapons in the supply drop because after the Rhino, they might be adding a lot more weapons there, and that could give a lot more in the mix for the players in the supply drop.
Yeah, and it's also not just Maggie that can utilize this weapon. You also have the likes of Cypher because of the passive that has faster reload for the SMG, unlike any other. So when you have the Rhino, yes, you could utilize the Rhino and then immediately switch into the SMG for those fast-paced, close combat.
Yeah, and that's why a White Dwarf has always been in the question because of the amount of damage that White Dwarf does, and it really is so good at doing what it do best, which is to take down one person really fast.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, we talked about the SMGs, the White Dwarves, snipers such as the Defenders, Rhino as the special weapons, as you may. Now let's dive into ARs because yesterday we're seeing AK-77s, the M4s.
Yeah, but it's always good to have a lot of things all together for everybody there. And as we said, we're going to be taking a short break, everybody. See you guys in just a bit.
Terrifying power awakens in the dark. Machines driven by curiosity, becoming cold-blooded killers. Everything must end. Even with new technology upgrades making us faster, stronger, we're still no match for the bloodthirsty machines. But the story isn't over yet. A genius engineer just came onto the scene.
For the power, I'm just counting the hours. My inner beast is ready to feast. Competition devoured. You ready? This is the moment. How bad do you want it? Put your arm, you'll never fall against any opponent. This is my life. Hit 'em down for the fight. Hit 'em left and then right. He's on my light. It's blinding and bright. It's on to fight. Watch your learn. Keep it steady right now. I'm a legend. I'm ready right now. Once I get it in, I'm on great. I was made for this.
Rescue en route. No turning back now. Kill directive initiated. Eliminated.
One's enough.
The truth always comes out.
Play a game or mash.
Out of the way!
Great, I was made for this. Legendary.
Thanks for stopping by. Mission complete.
They all telling me I'm dope now. I'ma teach you a thing or two. Gotta take over the world. What does greatness mean to you? Great, I was made for this. It's time to make 'em pay for this. You don't have to wait. For the fame. Great, I was made for this. I was made for this.
Time passes, but the clairvoyant power from the Oracle will protect us forever. The fanatical power that everyone desires shall only belong to the strong.
Adventure has already begun. Yes, you can call me Mr. Reaper.
Survivors, welcome to Isle City. This time, clairvoyance from the ancient Oracle will sweep the entire battlefield. Please note that battles in the new season will be more brutal. Bring clairvoyant equipment, and the Oracle will bless you. Use Sunil's newest skin, Clairvoyant Frenzy, and feel an inexhaustible flow of energy.
I'm on my way with state-of-the-art rescue tech.
Sienna is out in front dominating. Use the skin, Clairvoyant Potion.
Good boy. My tarot cards are waiting.
Stellar Wind can automatically lock onto target that's within range and attack. The Gale of the Stars is fatal and ubiquitous. White Dwarf SMG, a pinnacle product with both stability and lethality. May your opponents rest in peace. These guns and skins are all included in the Battle Pass. Unlock your pass to level 90 and get all the rewards. The most precious things on the battlefield are resources bestowed by a higher power. With the guidance of clairvoyant abilities, new hero skills will be unlocked this season. The battlefield is about to get even more interesting.
I look forward to meeting again.
Welcome back, everybody, to Farlight 84 Philippines Championship, and we're still here, Infinity and Dash, and this is going to be the start of the first game in just a bit, but we're just going to be talking about the teams before we head into it.
Yeah, there's a lot of notable teams that we have seen yesterday battling it out in Sunset City from Group A up until Group D. A lot of promising players, a lot of promising teams.
Yeah, a lot of promising talents from all the groups. If everybody would like to know, there's 4 of each group right here in or for a 3 on Group B at least.
Yeah.
In Group A, B, A, C, and D, there's 4 teams, and in Group B, we have 3 teams.
Yeah, it's pretty much scattered across every single group.
It's a good thing.
Top 4 in A, C, and D. Top 3 in Group B. A lot of exciting stuff here. And now the question is how these teams will perform with the best of the best.
Yeah, and one thing to note here, especially for a lot of the other teams here, is the amount of points that they accumulated during the weekdays. Because if we're going to be taking a look at the points of SR Nakage, they had a lot of points during the weekdays. And even during the weekends, they performed crazy during their groups. And that's why this is something scary to see. Because if that happens, will that be shown here in the finals?
Yeah, and I think that is also something that these teams have to consider. They have to be consistent. They have to put their best foot forward in each and every single day, regardless of an open qualifier or not.
Yeah. And that's why it's really great, because with this, in the weekly finals, they would be able to prove themselves amongst the best in this week, at least. So if ever they join the next ones, let's see if that's going to happen.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely excited. We're talking about the teams, and the first on the list is NCG.
NCG, SR Nakage. Very familiar names, especially in mobile. The last ACC, we've seen them almost got it. But in the end, it was just unfortunate that they weren't able to get the winning moment for their end.
And speaking of the teams, we're going to look at the qualified teams for the day. We have talked about NCG, one of the top teams right now here in FPC.
Yeah, and for everyone to know, this is also in place of where they're placed right now. SR Nakage being at the top, left to right is where it's at, and that's why SR Nakage is on the top in this qualified teams list, and they are just because they're so good at what they do.
They are absolutely insane and impressive, and I think all of us can agree when it comes to talking about NCG that they are the uncrowned kings. They have been snatched away from their throne in ACC, and now is the moment for them to make it back.
Yeah, they had a long period from the ACC to the FPC. They had a lot of chance to practice, especially this new meta that we have right now. And so far, even during the end of ACC, they were building their own meta. It was also the meta in where they were using the VSS, which was surprising for a lot of the players that we have here. But now, things are different. They also have been using a lot of the ciphers recently.
So a lot of expectations for this team. Also one of the teams that is consistent top 1 in every single qualifiers.
Yeah.
And we'll see if they could show up their prowess here today in the weekly grand finals.
Let's see if they can make that work, because we're going to be throwing into the game in just a bit, everybody. Let's wait, because Sunset City is also waiting for us. But before that, let's also see what's going to happen down at the bottom right here in Sunset City, because we're going to be here in the game in just a bit, and they are here already, everybody.
Amazing, amazing start. Look at the pathway of the capsule. It is just cut in between the east and the west island.
Yeah, let's take a look at where the drops are going to be. TFMT already on the southern east side of the map. That is going to be one of the drop points that we don't usually see a lot of people going in. Let's take a look at 2 teams, or rather 3 teams in this. Nakage, we do have Beta Esports, and also Ghost Board. Those are the teams that we need to look at, because they are the top 3 of this group.
Yeah, an absolutely insane start, but look at the top east as well. Look at the amount of teams that is revolving around that location. 2-3 teams to be exact.
Group C and D's top teams are right there on the top side, the northeastern side of the map, and that's going to be crazy, because one of them could get eliminated, forced to respawner already, and now we're seeing both of them fighting it out here in Sanctuary Tower.
Beta Esports up against Pnog, now pushing in for Super Buzz.
That's what we were talking about before. Super Buzz getting a lot of show with the Rock Tarantulas hitting on the members of Pnog. They're already super low in HP, but Kayla is just there on the side of damage.
Yeah, and Shua's utilization of this vehicle is something of a magnificent time to watch and experience firsthand as well. It is really important, especially during the game.
Yeah, 4-round push coming in from Pnog, and they're not going to be getting a lot of kills here. A lot of deaths from the side of XBTE. They're forced to run away, but most of the members already of Pnog are already running away, because XBTE was able to do some damage, but they're the ones who got eliminated.
Yeah, and it's just outright weapon advantage and also the member advantage, because when we look back into how that fight occurred, it was Pnog who came in with unity into those fights, and Beta Esports were split apart one by one, and they just couldn't handle that 4v1 type of setup from time to time.
Look at them running in. Also remember, for everybody right now, it's a different day. It's War Spider Day for everybody, so we won't have the basic infantry today, and there's going to be damage coming from NCG. Sax is going to fall right between there. Respawners are going to be coming up, and that's going to be it. Sax doesn't have the right luck here because they're facing against NCG.
One of the best teams right now here in FPC. It was unfortunate for them, but as we have talked about a while ago, that respawners are available, and this is being utilized by every single team. Do you go aggressive, and do you go for those kills, for those damage points?
And that's why this is a team that's very thirsty on getting the wins. NCG, as we said, their crown kings would want to get the win as fast as they could. After the gravity is going to be thrown, and they're going to be pulled back. Another team coming in. BBS doing some damage, but one of them has already fell. They only have 2 members anyway, and that's going to be the last one standing. Kogoro is trying to save his team, but he's not successful. That's going to be the respawners up to the side.
Amazing play coming in from Miracle. They were able to infiltrate the building and push back the opposing side, and now they are in control.
Was pulled back by the absolute gravity. That's why Amrak just played this so well. Like what they say, the miracle in their name is working their magic. Now Phenog is going to go in. Beta Esports is going to have a problem here. They might fall down, but here comes BBS doing some damage again on the other side of the map. And XBTE not having the best day, but Phenog was able to eliminate some of the members.
And once again, we run it back from what we saw just a while back from Sanctuary Tower. Phenog came in with the 4v1 type of setup once again.
Came in hot. Goro gets a punch in. Gets punched back. He's going to fall down. Still had the respawners, but look at this. Miracle was able to eliminate them, and they're out of the game.
So early into the matchup, you already secured 7 kills, and that is just a feat that Miracle is shocking every single one.
Yeah, and that's also just one squad that they're trying to kill, and they were able to eliminate them as early. That's going to be good. That's going to be a good name for Miracle, and here comes Sax. EMP shock's going to happen. Power's muted, not going to be able to do anything more except to run because he doesn't have any armor. He needs to regenerate before he tries to go and fight back. Goes into the yellow building. It's not enough.
Resets needs to be done by Miracle before they come into another fight. And this is one of the strategies that we talked about yesterday. If you have a team that is fighting, you could go third party.
But here comes NCG. They have the vision erosion. They're not going to be seeing anybody on the side of Sax. They have time to run. Are they going to be successful in doing that? They have purple armors. Looking at that, Miracle Esports is just going to be running away from this.
Yeah, and they're just getting sandwiched. You have one team from their back, one team in their front. What do they do from that?
Yeah, and Sax already lost 1 member, and they would need to really hide themselves up. Here, it is really not going to be an obvious spot here for Tamayor, because this is going to be their chance. But Lear, take a look at this. Ghost chasing down BB2.
Can they do it? The War Spider trying to go away, trying to retreat.
Yes, ambition within the BB2. They have the big bulge. All-seeing eye. Here comes them. Still going to be trying to run. Still not time to fight. It's still not time to lose. They're just going to be giving them the respect that they need.
Yeah, and Ghost just went back away. We do not want to go for an engage, but regardless, they're pushing in. I'm mistaken. I think they want to fight.
Still on the backs at Sanctuary Tower. This zone is not going to hit that hard anyway, so might as well take some time. Get a chance to get into the zone first before they try to fight back.
Tactical roll just to go away, but at this point in time, the very first zone, it doesn't take as much. It's at 1 HP per second, so it doesn't really matter. A lot of these teams could still revolve around danger zone and play it a bit more patiently, go for the positional ranking instead.
Yeah, a lot of expectations from the squads, and now let's take a look at another fight almost going to happen with Squad 1 and Squad 10 already at the points already. So they might take their chances here to try and get some fights. Squad 14 don't want to take a chance. We have NCG. Have the vision from the divulge, as he said. They're just gonna run away. Respect the Carnival.
Yeah, it's just a positional disadvantage coming from SR Nakage, considering we guns have already controlled the whole of Carnival, having the God spot in the middle of it all. So having a lot of that information gives him a lot of disadvantage. So NCG going for the retreat is a clever way to go out.
This is gonna be hard. Squad 13 already planted themselves at Motel. And looking at the EGN, Oasis wants to go and try to go to Motel because we know that there's some shields there. That's where they're going to try and contest it, but they're going to be met with Squad 13.
2 War Spiders Now on the move, onto mode help. Potential fight could occur from both of these teams. NNME up against WEGN.
Yeah, here comes Tarantula. Some damage. It's not gonna be enough now. Weegoons now has an idea. Okay,
So much
gonna fall
damage!
down. And that's gonna be it. One has fell. Don't have any chances to revive that guy. That's gonna be dead in the waters. They're going back to where they were. That's Carnival.
Yeah, it's so hard for them to infiltrate on a motel. So much firepower coming in from NNME, especially with a lot of these assault rifles in their loadout.
Yeah, NNME just were ready if ever someone goes in from Carnival, because they would know that they would want to rotate downwards, because the zone is slowly closing on the side of motel, close to the boulevard that we have there, ACC Boulevard downwards. So that's going to be where the fight is going to be at. And it's close to a bridge, which is also a convergence point. That is going to be the point of interest of everybody. And because there's a lot of squads here in Carnival, another fight happening in Tin Man. That's going to be FaZe Clan. PA is going to fall down with one member standing on the back. Pinok is trying to fight them back, but this is going to be a good position coming in from Gark. They're going to go in. Damage is going to be there, and Pinok one is down. And they would still have a lot of members alive. They still have three. Absolute Gravity is going to be there. They're trying to revive their team, but here comes another squad coming in. They are going to be doing the damage, but it's not going to be enough. Ghost is here, and FaZe fight full. One member is going to try to run away. He was able to successfully get in the building, but not successful to live. And that was the success coming in for this squad. And FaZe has one member still alive, just ratting on top.
Ghost, like a ghost in the night, showed up at the perfect time to scare away the enemy team. And that, they just had to retreat. They just had to say goodbye. And Ghost comes out on top.
KJD needs to stay quiet. He might be seen by MacPro. It's going to be hard. They're trying to look at every snoop opponent. They're not going to be leaving any stones unturned. Now let's take a look at another squad. A lot of squads are looking at each other here. We have squad 14, squad 3 close together. It's going to be hard. A fight might break out anytime soon.
And Calix, Hunter for BB2.
Oh!
The damage coming in from Rocket Tarantula.
And AMA is going to fall down. Iska was able to finish that up. That's going to be one kill already on their side. We have NNME. From far away, Calix is being hit. No damage whatsoever. This is the reason why AK-77 is so hard to control.
Yeah, it is a difficult gun, but the damage is insane when you hit it through. But the problem is, if you don't hit it.
Yeah. And one of the good things about the AK-77 is people get good at the game. Once they get better in the game, they're just gonna get all those kills with that gun. But the Kage was able to finish up one from far away. They already have the motel by themselves and was able to push NNME back from their territory. But here comes VB2 wanting to contest this territory.
Just goes for the relocate. They have to do so because they are being contested by NNME just a while back. But do consider that NCG is just around the corner.
There's a lot of lands to be conquered. They want to be the center of it. Have ACC Boulevard together with that bridge super far away. It's going to be hard. There's a lot of squads here with VB2, NNME, and also NCG close to each other.
This is really, really scary. This is the moment we're in. Every single one of these teams is already playing rather a bit more patiently than before because now the respawners are disabled.
Ooh, here comes the mobile turret. What I like about the mobile turret, they're super long range, right? And Calix from far away. And Pappy is just in a safe spot. Even if they try to go and snipe him out, it's not going to be easy because of the mobile turret. There's the Rock Tarantula is doing some damage at the back. Calix is going to be discovering somebody. And that's why he's the best from BB2. He was able to get the kill in the end.
The EMP can save his life, and that is another member down, another player down here in map number 1 for FPC Mobile Finals, or Weekly Finals rather.
Yep.
Now NCG, they're a bit on the open, so they have to relocate to somewhere else, but they will meet someone else as well pretty soon.
This is really not a good zone for everybody because they're going to be meeting each other. Wobie falls down. Assassin, like an assassin in the night, was able to finish it up, but he got finished instead. They still have one member still alive. They're in the open. This is not a good fight.
But NNME doesn't want to go for the engage. They know that they have only one member left up against NCG. They are in the open, but they are on the better position when it comes to mechanical prowess on a 1v1 team basis.
Force a run away, someone help that out. Squad 13 is going to be staying alive for a bit. Because Squad 7 is here. Ghost was the one helping them out from far away. That's going to be giving them chance for the placements.
And while that's happening, we have WEG and Weeguns being able to kill down Iska coming in from VB2. The kill feed is being rained upon time and time again, one by one. We're seeing the zone closing in, and we're seeing a lot of teams engage.
Sucre fighting against most members of FaZe. And they almost fell down fighting against one person.
Gravity.
Here comes the gravity. Damage gonna be there. Squad 7 wants to dip their toes on this fight. They still have people alive, but Coach is not gonna continue. They're still at the edge of the zone, so this is not a fight that they want to take.
Yeah, so far so good. They just want to get information, gatekeep the opposing side. Ghost is in an optimal spot up against FaZe Clan PH, especially the river putting them apart from each other.
They need to run away. They're gonna be in an open spot. Ghost has a good eyesight, like a bird's eye view against his members, and they're just gonna hitting them from far away. They're just gonna be doing some damage outright. And FaZe needs to be careful around here. One's gonna fall. Yoji's gonna be taken down from far away. The damage coming from distributors are just so good. They are just so accurate with this guns, and Ghost are just successful with their mission.
It's just raining bullets from left and right, but Ghost now has to reposition themselves because they are in the open, as we stated a while ago.
Oh, no.
FaZe Clan is now having only one member left from the team.
Yeah, it's because Clark was the only person alive, and because their zone a while ago was not really meant for them. It's just unfortunate that FaZe got taken down because of it. Now they're gonna be seeing with Weguns already in ACC Boulevard. Squad 7 now, they're on the same brink of destruction because they're far away from the zone. They're on the edge. They have a good building though, but they need to go close to Sunflower.
Yeah, and it is going to be really scary coming down into the last safe zone, because considering that pretty much the last zone of the map is surrounded by water and open fields.
Yeah.
Now Weguns.
Clark got taken down. And now their squad is out.
Yeah, 8 squads left into the game. And as we are talking about coming into Sunflower and Shopping Mall, it's all about the open space. So the first team that is able to control the Sunflower and Shopping Mall will have such a huge advantage.
Yeah, having the advantage here with Weguns. Okay, they're still on ACC Boulevard, but they need to go to that bridge. That bridge is going to be an open spot, and Squad 1 is already waiting for them there. Far away, seeing Tyrant. This is going to be a chance for them. This is a good spot, though, for Squad 1.
Yeah, absolutely. No one could expect the Tyrant is just here waiting on the sidelines, and on top of that, they're playing on zone edge.
Yeah, and even if they expect that Tyrant is here, this is a power position. What can you do against Tyrant? Because that position is already good by itself. But Ghost is already at the back. Squad 7 needs to be careful about this because they are going to be in danger if they try to fight this out. Let's take a look at the zone. With what happened a while ago, people were just going down one by one. Even the people that were on the north side of the map got taken down easily, and that was because everybody was just forced to go to Sunflower.
Yeah, especially the Team Vici is there outside on the island that Sunflower Shopping Mall is on, so they have to move pretty soon, especially if the zone closes in into the final moment. Look at Squad 10 as well going into the bridge. Really dangerous spot as NCG is gatekeeping that location from being controlled by anyone.
Damage for Squad 7. A big rock. They're stuck in a rock in a hard place, literally.
Absolutely.
And this is going to be time for TFMT to make use of that. But Ghost is also spread out. They're going to try and scout out a lot of the members. Pabi was able to get one down from a rocket tarantula from far away. And Weguns just needs to move forward to get themselves in the zone. But they're in the middle of everybody. That's going to be bad. Pabi's just taking them down with the air beast. The damage is just crazy. And that's why 2 has fell. And that's going to be Weguns out of the game.
Absolutely fantastic coming
they
from
still have
NCG.
one. CJ.
They still have one. The Rats are now coming through into the final zone. But
Good
the question
building.
is, now that Ghost Reborn is outside on the Sunflower Shopping Mall, pretty much on the open space, can they phase through into the trees to go into the buildings and secure the top 1 spot? Because right now, NCG is still full-on team coming in to this last zone. But they're going for the loot.
Yeah, Majo is going for the loot. I'm surprised that Majo is going for the loot here.
There's priorities when it comes to Farlight. Loot comes out on top always.
Okay, yeah. Everybody, when there's loot, let's take it. And now, Miracle Esports already downwards of Sunflower Shopping Mall. They're in the ground floor. They might be up for some sale here because NCG has already seen them have some contests on this Black Friday sale, and they are just not gonna get everything that they need. It's already on top of the floor for CNCG, but I think this is an open spot.
Now the question is, can they trek out to the top 1 position here in this map number 1? Remember, this is the Mobile Weekly Finals for week 1, so a lot at stakes on the line. This is going to set the tone coming for the following weeks. Who will be the best of the best here in mobile platforms for Farlight 84 Philippines Championship?
This is what I like, especially a lot of people have been looking. NCG has already seen one. This is going to be bad. Need to move forward. They're going to be met with Miracle Esports. They do have a lot of ultimates coming in. If ever that happens, there's a molly. The damage is going to be there, and Oasis CJ is going to fall down, and that's going to be a Tyrant on the backs. They'll be doing damage at the bottom. They have the vision erosion. Nobody's going to be seeing them right there. The chaos at the bottom is just crazy. Nobody was able to move. Blind as bats, and they're taken down one by one with the absolute gravity up top. They're being pulled, but it's not happening just yet.
And NCG is getting the bitter end as well. They're being clattered, coming from the absolute gravity from down below. But we'll see how they would turn this out because Tyrant came out on top from that fight.
Yeah, Miracle is already still alive with just one member standing, and Jizzy is also ratting himself on the second floor. So this is a lot of squads still. One thing that's good about this is Tyrant has already one member lost, but Ghost is on the other side of the map. All of the interest right now for the map is here at Sunflower Shopping Mall.
Yeah, and the Ghost is sleeping pretty outside on Sunflower Shopping Mall. You guys could fight first.
Yeah.
We're gonna go in later.
That side is hunted. That's wherever Ghost is, but they might be going in. They need some time. Zone is slowly caving in. It's slowly pushing in, so this is the time for them to move forward. But they're gonna be met with Tyrant. NCG hasn't seen anybody. They just want to go to the edge so that they won't be going at fights.
Ghost, they're not pushing
They're gonna
through.
jump.
They're beside on the building. The scans coming in. 5 squads left into this game. A lot at stakes on the line.
Might be jumping.
At the moment, Tyrant has the better position.
They
NCG
know
has
they're
the better
there.
position as well.
They have an idea that they're there. They're hearing the War Spider. They know that Ghost is on the other side of the wall. So they need to be careful. They're looking for some ultimates. Shock is already alive. They have the absolute gravity, so if ever they get pushed, they have some chance. All the ultimates are going to be thrown at this one spot if ever a fight breaks out.
Yeah, the scans coming in just to check out the information from here. Left, right. But the zone now closing in.
No.
To a very close space. Divulge coming out.
This is where the Divulge is so good. At this last zones, all the scans are going to be seeing everybody. But what would that information do if you don't go for the fight? Because right now, if you go for a fight on a 5-man squad in a super small zone, it's going to be bad.
Yeah, and look at Ghost. Ghost is on the move. They have to close in.
Ghost needs to move. The wall is just making it hard for them. Tired Esports wants to go for the fight at NCG. They're going to go down. A lot of numbers are super low. Here comes the absolute gravity at the bottom. They're going to be doing some damage. Tired Esports is in a very good spot. If ever a fight happens at the top, they can just stay down at the bottom because Ghost wants to go up top because NCG is right there. They're going to be seen on the wall. After gravity, they're getting pulled back, and this is not going to be good for them. The fight is happening, and Ghosts are falling down one by one because the zone is hitting so hard. And this is the time for Titan Esports to pull out some ultimates right on their side.
Patience!
They might be able to go for more. They have one with the vision erosion. They're not going to be seen with the Impact Shock. The damage is going to be there, and they're just fighting on this zone. This small zone is fighting, and it's so narrow for all the squads. And this is going to be the last fight, and that is going to be the endurance battle for everybody right there in the last zone. They're falling down like flies, and Tyrant Esports was able to take it in the end.
The longest game that we have seen ever here in Farlight AE4 happened before our eyes. It's FPC finals for every week.
That's 5 squads. 5 squads still in the last zone. This is the first time that I've seen the last zone closed. At the very least, it closed out in front of everybody, and that was because of Sunflower Shopping Mall. It is a mall who has a lot of space, nooks and crannies.
Yeah, and it was a phenomenal thing to watch. I mean, how Tyrant Esports played it super patiently, to say the least, in the Sunflower Shopping Mall, where a lot of these teams were already fighting, namely have NCG and Ghost fighting for the top 1 spot. They didn't know that Tyrant was just under the Sunflower Shopping Mall, hiding on the outskirts, and I think it was the zone that played in their favor as well.
Tyrant Esports, uncanny. This squad, they're one of the teams that are not on the top of the list when it comes to the pointing, but when it comes to the weekly finals, it doesn't matter because everybody could pull through with everything that they have.
Yeah, and there's a lot of shocking things that we have seen coming in from that map number 1. A lot of expectations that has not been met.
Yeah.
You have Beta Esports coming out into top 13 position.
Yeah.
PNOG coming down very early into the game.
Yeah.
So it is not exactly how we have expected today would be. And I think that is the the toppings to your ice cream, the toppings to your desserts.
Yep.
Right. The best of the best is now in the group.
Yeah.
Who would come out on top from that final group of them?
Honestly, it's just so good. The last zone where NCG was also there, that was one of our expectations. For NCG to be there at the last zone, which is why it's honestly really scary to have them there. But with Tyrant Esports just staying their ground, that is just the patience from the 3 squads that are complete during that time. Ghost, Tyrant Esports, and NCG. Nobody's fighting.
Yeah, it was insane, and that's always the unbelievable part when it comes to Sunflower Shopping Mall as being that POI or that final safe zone we're in. It is surrounded by open space. It is surrounded by water, so a lot of these teams now coming into Sunflower Shopping Mall has to cross 2 of the bridge.
Yeah, and that's what I like about it though. Closing, that's one of the things that I would love to see a lot more. People being more patient, but it's because of Sunflower. But hey, Highlight's gonna go. And we are back, everybody, and this is just, again, a treat to watch this game. It's just crazy that we're dropping at Sunflower Shopping Mall. The zone just closed out there, and everybody was excited. And you saw what happened during that last zone in the highlights, because everybody was just throwing all their ultimates at that small, narrow space that they only have.
Yeah, and that is also like what I really look forward into in every single game and every single map, because from the very beginning of Farlight 84, we had a couple of tournaments come in, but the playstyle was all about aggression, getting all those kills, stacking a lot of these points, but now it's a little bit different.
Yeah, and also that is also the reason why it happened before, because most of the time the zone is going to be closing on an open space. That's why it doesn't happen, but it's the first time that we've seen people just being patient on top of a building. But again, MVP on this game, Dine, and this is just Tyrant Esports being able to get that win because of their patience from that last zone.
Yeah, Tyrant Esports from that final moment, an absolute feast to watch, an absolute experience to watch as well. 7 kills for Dini, along with 740 total damage. An absolute insane, phenomenal here coming in from these MVP, this player from map number 1. And I think from what we've seen coming in from this very first game in a weekly finals is the utilization of the absolute gravity is impressive.
Absolute gravity on the last zone is just very destructive. We've seen it in action during the last zone, everybody using their absolute gravity. It's a good thing there was an EMP there. When they used the EMP, some of the absolute gravity got dispelled, and that's why it was advantageous. But on the last zone, for everybody to know, the last one who uses their ultimate for the EMP shock, at least, the last one who uses the absolute gravity would have advantage because the EMP shocks are going to hit that, and that is one of the advantage that you could have on that last zone. So patience is a virtue on last zones.
Yeah, and on top of that, it was really just the zone coming into the favor for Tyrant, because when we're looking at that final moment as well, we're going in remembering what occurred from that map number 1 is that Tyrant Esports was literally beside the center of the safe zone. So when it came to closing in, it was the opposing side who was consistently getting this tick damage.
Yep, and also one of the things, everybody knows that the high ground is an advantage, right? But when it comes to the last zone, when you're in a high ground from a building, you need to go down. And that time that you need to go down is a big amount of time for the other squad to just gun you down. And that's why it's super hard when you're in the high ground on top of a building or anything, and the other team is on the low ground. It's easy enough for them to just stay alive down there.
Yeah, and we may call it idle time.
Yeah, idle time.
Right? You can't do nothing because you're going down. You can't deal damage, or well, you could. But as a matter of fact, it's really, really difficult for you to do.
They have easy accuracy. When they're down in the bottom, they don't need to really move around. They just need to wait for you and gun you down from there. And that's why Tyrant Esports just got the best position out there. And that's why anything could still happen, honestly, in this next game.
Absolutely anything, and I am excited to jump into map 2.
We're gonna be going to the map 2 instantly, everybody. We're here, and look at the points that we had for today. Even though that we've seen Tyrant Esports getting a lot, or rather getting a win from that game, we still don't see them at the top.
Yeah, and now it's a little bit unfortunate how we're seeing the capsule coming through, because it is more towards the west part of the map, wherein every single one of the teams is now prioritizing on the Iris Ranch, on Carnival, on Nova Planetarium. So a lot of these bloodshed coming through in the early game.
Yeah, and now with that, what can they do here? In the early game, let's take a look at where they're dropping again. We're seeing most of the squads, especially for Tyrant Esports, again going back to the same spot in the lower eastern side of our map. And already Nakage is just trying to take some kills as early as now.
Yeah, and I think that is the aggression that we talked about. When it comes to the early game, you still have that respawners. And on top of that, when it comes to those early locations, early drops, I think it is really important for you to eliminate the opposing side early on.
Yeah.
Because you want control over your location.
That's true. And what's funny about that, that's why I laugh, is because Majol got killed by a molly so far away, and that was unfortunate. But again, they're still back at the same spot in where we know them from the ACC, always going at Nova Planetarium. Some teams try to contest them, but most of the time, they're the squad who always wins. And Sash is also one of the squads in their group who is dropping at Nova Planetarium, and now they're getting punished because of it.
Yeah, and two of these teams are not just about any teams. These two teams are bloodthirsty teams.
Yeah.
They want fights, they want kills, they want points.
6 kills already on that side of Nakage as early as now. And this is just going to be one of the disadvantages of the other squads. If ever, they're not going to be chasing the points of Nakage from just getting a lot of these kills. They are just going to be unfortunate and not going to have a good time.
Yeah, and now with that said, we still have the respawners, so not as important or not as risks.
Yeah.
Conclusion coming in from that early couple of matches. They could relocate. Now the question is, how would these relocations be set? Because once again, we talked about a while ago that the path of the capsule is towards the west part of the map, is towards the west island of Sunset City. So relocating is really, really difficult because more or less, you are going to meet someone else.
Yeah, from what we're seeing from Nakage now, they're just doubling time for getting some kills because they wanted to get back from that loss a while ago and would want to get some more points for themselves. But now with XCTF, we didn't see this team. They got eliminated early a while ago, so now they would want to double time. And we are seeing a lot of squads on the western side of our map. So this is going to be disadvantageous because if ever Nakage decides to rotate around the map, especially for this zone, they might go to Sunflower Shopping Mall first, and they're going to be met with a lot of squads there.
Yeah, it is an absolute fantastic way to go for that, especially now considering how Yong has been utilized quite well time and time again from map number 1 now coming into map number 2.
Yeah.
It has been such an amazing sight to see because it is something new from what we have experienced over day 1 and over the past few years.
Yeah, and respawners are early in the game are really just so effective. especially if you're going for this early game fight, and Miracle and BBS are just bloodthirsty. BBS having one of the most points from the last game would just want to get more and more. They want to chase down the points from the weekdays, and now in here on the weekday finals, they would want to really get some more kills as long as they can.
Yeah, and the unique trait about VBS or VB Esports FL is how they play with their brains.
Yeah.
They think before they act, they think before they do. And that is what makes them such an amazing team coming into the top 15 here in week 1.
Miracle Esports might be taken down early in this game because we're seeing another fight, but I'm seeing another squad wanting to go out to Power Tree Station. There's Mitchie. They're waiting for them. VBS would need to get all their shields up right now if they want to get taken down. Need to be careful. Here comes the Divulge. EMP Shock has been used already. They're trying to run away. Nash is just taking most of their time. With this War Spider, they want to run away, but nobody has died yet from VBS.
Team Vichy is now coming in as a third party coming from that fight here in Power Tree Station.
What?
Wants a little bit of the spy of this fight.
They got nobody. They got nobody from that. They were just able to run away, VBS. They're just running with their War Spiders once they saw Vichy coming in. And also, they also have purple armors. It's going to be hard to fight.
Yeah, but the thing is, they only wanted a little bit of that K or of that pie, but
see that?
They were not able to do so. It's like
there's an MKR.
It's like a child wanting chocolates, but the chocolate is so far above from the cabinets that you can't reach it.
Ah, that's true. You got that point. Yeah, yeah, I get that point. Yeah. They can't reach it. Even if they use any tools, they can't reach it. A ladder, that's not gonna help them because their feet are so small and they cannot just go up top a ladder. But again, up top the ladder, as I'm saying, somebody's up top of Power Tree Station. Squad 9 is there. They have an MKR, surprisingly.
Yeah, and this is one of the best spots as well in Power Tree Station. If you're eliminated early on and if you want to play for positional rankings, Power Tree Station is one of the best locations for you to drop on.
Yeah, it's either they have an MKR or they just drop there, just for them to feel safe and maybe get some items after the zone closes down, because people really need to get their items first. And they have some time. If they have teammates who died there from Miracle Esports, they would make use of that. But now, take a look at the other squads. Ghost, seen the squad a while ago from the top G's, or rather top 5 spot. But here now, they're just looking for BB2.
Yeah, Ghost is here once again, just roaming around the map with a double War Spider coming through. But looking at the mini-map, there's 3 squads on the horizon, so they have to be wary. They have to play it safe or play it aggressive. It's up to them.
Yes, BB2 is so far away. They're slowly closing in on Riverview Park. So if ever they would be meeting each other, I think it's a bit of a disadvantage for that squad because BB2 is just going to be waiting for them. And Squad 3 is also at the ready. Big Data Esports are just going to wait for them. As we said that they're trapped. They're a team that uses their brains a lot of times. In the last game, they weren't able to do that.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to play with their brains or with their hearts this time around, as we have a fight coming in from Tyrant Esports going for the push.
Yeah, and there's going to be a fight. Tyrant Esports 1 has been taken down already. They need to fight an enemy. They don't have a lot of things going on for them because they only have green armors. Here comes. One member has been taken down already. It's going to be big for them. This is going to be the chance for them to fight back. Duda is going to go in, trying to wait for somebody who's going for the shields. Have some time. Have another shield for Dina. Here comes the Astral Gravity pushing them back. And this is going to be the chance for the Black Hole. They're not going to be able to pull away. And that's going to be a good play coming from Dina, playing around the warehouse. That's going to be the box helping him out. It's going to be the chance. And enemy has eliminated 1. It's going to be a 3v3 if they fall.
It was just unfortunate coming from Dini because he's stuck on the truck. And now, what are you going to do, Dollars?
Yeah, they have to divulge, cashing in. Super is not going to be seeing him. The pullback coming in from Absolute Gravity is just massive. Wasn't able to do anything much except to die in front of them.
NNME, out of all odds, they came out on top, beating Tyrant here in the initial part of the game because as we've seen a while ago, the shields, the armors that they have are green and blue.
That's not a sound that we want to hear. They got eliminated early. Tyrant Esports just got taken down. Now, XPT chasing down Ghost. They're going to be taken down. Lancelot is going to fall. Oh no, the Knights of the Round Table is not successful today because this is the time for Ghost. The ghost of their past is just going to be taking them down one by one. And TZ is trying his best to use that car as cover. And he's going to go in, going to go out, except not in style because in shame they fall down.
And buddy, they want a road trip, but they did not expect to see a ghost in their path.
That's true, the War Spider. Oh man, very deadly, poisonous. And that's why Ghost was able to take down that squad again. And Ghost is just showing to be one of the best in this lobby.
Yeah, absolutely insane coming in from Ghost. 5 kills already secured. Now, looking at the overall bigger perspective of this map, number 2, 13 squads remain, 41 players left. But you have the second zone now closing in, and that is going to be really, really tough for a lot of these teams already. Some has to move, but now looking at Beta Esports with 1 man left, a potential revive could occur because the members have been in the vicinity. Now, Carnival.
Kage fighting again. This is going to be their chance to fight back in Carnival. A while ago, they just ran away when they're fighting here. They're not going to continue with NCG having the advantage here. Going to be chased down Stacks. We've seen him again one more time. Doesn't have the ultimate just yet, but Govik is waiting for someone. He's hearing that footsteps. He's going to be waiting for him. He's seen him. His sights were seen, and he's going to be taken down a bit. Oh, Super HP was able to run away. He's just ankle breaking everybody, but in the end, it got taken down.
Now you have the hologram guide, extra movement speed, and extra damage, but
oh, P-Knock.
We'll see if how Super NCG could take this in a fight up against the opposing side. Vision Erosion.
Very smart for MCG. They're running away. Vision Erosion, they're blind as bats. Even P-Knock is blind, and they don't have anything to see. Wolvik's going to be left alone. He's going to be taken down. Kiko doesn't need to fight back, but he did. And Bobby might be taken down next. He's going to be running away, but here comes the absolute gravity. The damage going to be there, and they got eliminated early on.
What a play coming in from P-Nog, looking for the hunt, looking for their praise, and Super NCG with a play with the Vision Erosion to go for the push, eliminates SRNCG.
Yeah, that is going to be SRN. Nakage being taken down in game 2. Early as now, Ghost Reborn still alive. These 2 squads, even before in the ACC, they're the squads to look at. Most of the members of Ghost Reborn, very familiar names from Elite Extreme 1 before. So this is the time for this squad for Ghost to take down the other squads while NCG is down.
Now Virus with the tank now going through. That is just a mobile turret for them being utilized to go on top of the hill. Having the information towards Carnival is a really good thing for them. But the question is, how long can he do so?
Execration. Do they have the time? Weegoons is just waiting alone. They have the mountain, they have high ground advantage. So they're not going to try to fight back because there's a lot of defenders working out on the side of Execration.
You have still having control over the buildings, having to fight up against the enemy team on a long range, but Execration doesn't want any of that.
Yeah, Weegoons doesn't want any piece of that pie because they blindside soon. So this is going to be a fight. So look at BBS being chased down by Expiration. Sato doing a lot of damage. Here comes BBS fighting back to the War Spiders, but they don't want any piece of that pie. They're going to be running away. The White Spiders sank, and they got taken down because of that accident.
Unfortunate is the best term to describe what just happened.
Why did that sink? Oh my, it just dipped its toes in water and it just sank. Oh man.
It's
you know what? Spiders are weak at water. Right?
Absolutely. If they go into the water, they're just
gonna sink.
dead.
Yeah, okay, at least now it's working here. So it's working its magic for the other squad. BBS has 2 members down because of it. Now we still have 3 members, or rather 3 squads. Absolute Carnival, Absolute Gravity with a Vision Erosion. Not gonna see anything. Just got taken down with a easy shock. They're gonna move back. That's gonna be Buzz taken down, knocked away. The Weekends are gonna try to go in. The damage is gonna go through, and P-Nog might get taken down one by one. Super Finn running, trying to go for placement. They're gonna go back with the springboard. Finn is gonna be chased, and this might be the end for P-Nog if ever he falls down. He needs to survive for so long. Absolute Gravity to buy some time, but it wasn't able to buy some time for himself.
No time was bought. It's not enough to save your life. 7 squads left in the game with 24 players. A little bit of a refresher coming in from map 1. All about aggression coming down to map 2.
Weekend so aggressive. 4 people just jumped on that springboard in order to kill one and eliminated that whole squad. They still have the Rocket Tarantulas. From the other hand, VB2 is trying to do some damage. Scott is already down. 1 kill from the squad. Not what we expected, like what their performance was from last game, but still, it's a good thing they're still alive.
Yeah, and now look at Beta Esports just behind the hills with Execration hunting them down.
Yeah, the zone's not closing just yet. They have some time. Still in the mountain. Just waiting for the poachers to come in. might get taken down. Hunters are gonna go.
There
Exploration's
we
gonna
go.
be here. Here it comes. The light is now gonna shake them up with the absolute gravity. EMP
Yeah,
shock
hit.
stops them out. With the absolute gravity, they're being pulled back one by one. The damage is gonna be there. No vision erosion from this squad. Lantern is gonna pull down one, and that's gonna be all of them down. Execration wins at the end.
What a play coming in from this team. Execration made it back here in map 2. And now that netted them 8 kills overall in map number 2. 6 squads left here standing. Now let's look at the overall gist of the map. The last zone coming in to Carnival.
Yeah, good thing. Execration now redeeming themselves from game 1. A while ago we didn't see them that much, but now they're looking at a chance for them to prove themselves as squad 2, the squad who has the second highest points in this tournament. And now they're looking for some kills in order to go or chase the points of the other squads.
Yeah, now I like what Weguns is doing. You know, let's stay on the buildings, let's stay on the Carnival. We're on the center of the safe zone, and let's gatekeep every single one that wants to go through.
Here comes Go Through Born. Haha, remember this squad. They would want to get some kills. This is the squad that we know and love. That they always want to get a lot of kills as long as they can and maybe get the first place spot in the end.
And we talked about this. Weapon loadout twice. Rhino, White Dwarf, the best combo that you can do because of the fast reloads from the White Dwarf, the accuracy and the damage is there as well, along with the Rhino's capability to destroy AoE capable damage.
And Macro has always been the one using the Rhino.
Bang.
Not gonna hit. Good dash away from the side of BB2. Last 2 members standing here, or rather 3 from the side of BB2, but because they missed with that Rhino, they're not gonna continue.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but they still have a lot of time to be able to
They have an Air Beast? What?
roam around and play around the safe zone. Now, the final last zone coming in here into map 2 is going to be surrounded with buildings.
Yeah.
So what Tyrant did in map 1 can happen once again here today.
We have 5 squads. Sato is gonna be seen. Execration. Oh no, this is not good. You need to help your teammate. He might fall down. And this is gonna be the chance here for Ghost Reborn. They're gonna be going for fight back. That's gonna be the damage for the Rhino. He's gonna be ending his life. That's gonna be it. One more member from the side of Execration taking down barriers. Trying to run away. They are still alive in just a bit. Execration are just gonna live for another day.
And now you have Ghost as well going in for the resets. The big problem right now for Execration is since they were gate kept by squad number 7, they have to roam around and go to Carnival outright in the open.
Yeah, Blue doesn't need to go here because Ghost is already in front of them. What I like about this, as you said, it's going to be the last zone on a lot of buildings. I love that. I love that. And this is going to be almost the same as what happened during the last game. And Execration needs to secure themselves a building. Everybody needs to secure themselves a house, and everybody's going to be happy if that happens.
It will be building dwarf from here on out coming here in Sunset City in Carnival. A lot of buildings, a lot of covers they can utilize. Who's able to adapt the best will win it through and through.
Big difference though. A lot of buildings compared to one big, long building a while ago. So different play style from our squads. Different things to play around with. BB2 running away, going to Carnival. Are they going to be taken down? Calyx already 1 HP. He's going to fall down. They're not going to be saving their teammates because Calyx is going to fall and nobody's going to help him out. That's going to be 1. We still have 1 still alive. Mint is also going to fall, and that's 4 more squads in the mix in this last zone.
Yeah, and Weguns, 14 kills. Very exceptional play coming in from this team. And now the most important thing would be the utilization of those ultis.
Execration Luke, he is going to fall down. We already have 1 member down. Make that 2 members only alive inside of Execration. Weguns has a chance here, and Ghost Reborn are reborn again for their time to shine.
4 squads remain, a lot of advantages for Ghost as you have stated, but that goes along with Weguns, with Execration as well. Such an important part, such an important map to fight.
Yeah, it's going to be an important fight. It's going to be slowly going within the zone. 20 seconds on the clock before it closes and everybody's going to go to chaos. BBC is going to fall, but he's going to be reviving. They're too far away. They're not going to go in.
Man, just look at DB Esports FL. What can you do? And this is just the favorites of Rats.
Yeah. Sheldon Bay. Nash is going to be the scene. Have the Molly. It's not going to be there. They would want to see it with the Divulger. They have information of where Execration is. They're going to be doing the damage. That's going to fall, and that's going to be it. No more Rats in this game.
The death from above, the bullet raining down upon him. 3 squads left in this game.
Fear is going to fall down. That's going to be the damage. He's in front of everybody in the center of spots. Point of interest for all these squads. Spears might fall. The damage not gonna be there. They want to go up top. Shaolin Bei's gonna be chasing him down. The damage is gonna be there, and he's gonna fall. Execution is out. And now we have a 4v4. Once in the god spot for Shaolin Bei.
This is really difficult for Ghost. The information is beast coming in from the opposing side.
Yeah.
We'll see how Ghost will play this through though, because Xiaolong Bei is in the god spot.
Zone is closing down. It's gonna be the last point. It's gonna be the last chance. Ghost doesn't have the ultimate just yet, so this might be their chance. Whoever is on top is on a disadvantage, as we said, but they have a lot of buildings in front of them. They need to get to that lawn if ever they want advantage. Xiaolong Bei wants to move forward.
Now, Absolute Gravity and EMP will be such an important moment here in this 4v4. Who can utilize his best is going to win it through and through.
Yeah, they have the vision. They're gonna be seeing where Xiaolong Bei is. They have an idea on where he is. The damage gonna be there. They might fall down early on. They have to have Absolute Gravity, but Ludi is overloaded.
There we go!
Absolute Gravity, perfect timing. The EMP shock. They were able to cancel it out. Weakens are still alive, and they are just playing around the vicinity, and this is going to be a good area. High ground from the side. One has fell, and this is going to be the next one falling. Macro is just shielding himself up. Is he going to stay alive? No, that's not the case. We still have 4 members on the side of Weaken's advantage on their side. The EMP shock is not going to help their case, and that's going to be it. One more falls down, one more being chased. That Rhino was perfect from Ghost, and this is their last chance. Last 1 member, Macro, with a dream, with a shield, but not alive, and Goose takes the win in the end.
An absolute beast to watch coming in from Weekends. What a map to play coming in from this team.
Crazy Rhino, Crazy Rhino. I thought Macro had it in the end. He only had 2 members who have no shields that he needs to fight against. It's just unfortunate that he lost that in the end.
And we talked about that before the final moments of that map too. Absolute Gravity and EMP will be such a crucial skill to be used.
The reason why they lost is there was an Absolute Gravity there. And also the EM shock didn't let them get the shields up after getting EMP. They weren't able to see it because they're close together. The EMP was outside. They didn't have any line of sight on that EMP.
Yeah, it was adaptability that is really important. And at that, it will be that team who made it through what a play coming in from Weekends.
Oh man, NCG getting taken down early in this game. But it's a good thing that they were able to survive during that last game, game 1. But game 2, Ghost Reborn is back.
Yeah. And on top of that, it was so unfortunate once again. The Redemption team, the Redemption arc coming in from SR Nakage was not met once again. They were eliminated very, very early on, only securing the top 11 spot.
Yeah, I was expecting a lot from Nakage, but it's not going to be every day that they would have a chance to prove themselves in the end zone. And Execration had a good show during game 2. They were able to survive for so long. They were able to eliminate a lot of squads. A lot of squads just turned up. That's why when you're in the weekly finals, there's a lot of squads that can take the first place spot anytime.
Yeah, and their position was just so unfortunate because now they are playing outside of Carnival, wherein you have a lot of hills that you're fighting or you're going through.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you also have 3 teams already on Carnival. Another team goes, to be more specific, also gatekeeping them to go through the hill, to go from the left side.
And that's what's great about Tyrant though, or rather Ghost Reborn. They have been always great at securing the spot slowly on the eastern side of the map. So if ever they go to that bridge close to Carnival, they have a lot of chances on getting a spot there because it's super close. Most of the time they drop at Todd's Hot Rod or Sinman's Industrial, but now they were able to secure that win from that early game, and that's why they were able to snowball on a lot of squads that they met.
Yeah, and that just emphasizes the importance of position, the importance of how you play together as a team and your adaptability in Sunset City.
Yeah, and one of the things that I love about Nakage is they don't stop at going at Noble Planetarium. They got 11 kills, if I remember correctly. 11 kills when they placed 11th. That is just a lot of kills already, but it's also because this meta has been slowing down, and that's why it's so great to watch.
Yeah, it is really, that new thing.
Yeah, and now we're gonna go to the highlights, everybody.
And that is how Weguns came on top from that map number 2. Such a fantastic way to watch it. The utilization of those skills, the absolute gravity in the EMP.
Yep, and the highlights that we've seen there from the last time. It's almost close to Mac Pro winning that. If he was able to reload the Rhino, he could have killed 2 people with it. But again, it's just an assumption if ever that happens. But what happened really is that Wegoons was able to win in the end, and it's also because of their positioning in that last zone. It was just crazy. They were far away from each other. Someone's taking the long range, someone's taking the mid range and the short range. That's why it was so smart for Wegoons to play that way.
And the player who came on top coming from that is Xiao Long Bei with 10 kills and 2.4k damage.
Yeah, remember what he did during that last zone? He was the one who put the absolute gravity there. When he put the absolute gravity, 4 members of Reborn was sucked in, and they weren't able to do anything because of that.
Yeah, and we can see it coming from the bird's eye view with our production. Tipping my hats off to the production because we saw how that absolute gravity just changed that pace. From Weguns to have that advantage up against the opposing side.
Yeah, and that's why when it comes to the last zone, sticking together sometimes is not the best way to go about it. Because if you stick together, you can get absolute gravity, EMP shocked. Everything could be thrown at you and you'll have nowhere to go. And that's why in that time period, they can't dash, they can't use their skills, they're just sitting ducks, basically.
Yeah. And I want to emphasize what you have stated. The utilization of the EMP outside the building.
That's true.
Because, folks, if you are new to the game or if you're watching this, you could actually apply it to your games. Wherein absolute gravity, vision erosion, the EMP could be used outside of a building, actually placing it at a secure spot where the enemy team could not break it, and could be utilized really, really well on buildings.
It has a vertical range, everybody. So if ever, something to note is if you're in a building, for example, a 3-story building, 4-story building, put it in the 2nd floor, the EMP shock, everybody's gonna get hit by the EMP shock. And that's why it's one of the things that's so good about this game. The placements of those ultimates are gonna be massive on those last zones.
Yeah, and on top of that, the armor tick damage coming from the EMP.
Oh, that's true, it's like a DPS. It's like you're getting hit every time once you don't get away. And also, you don't have any way to get away because you can't dash. You're silenced whenever you get EMP.
Yeah, so you can't do anything basically if
Just
you
need to
don't
walk.
and if you can't destroy it because you place it outside the building, it gives you so much of an advantage.
Yeah. One thing to talk about though, what players do, especially pro players, whenever they get EMP shocked, they tank it. Because if ever they fight back and the enemy gets surprised on their position, they can still win the fight anyway, rather than just running away and just getting hit anyway. So might as well just try to fight back.
Yeah, it's all about that min-maxing of your ammo because here in Farlight 84, ammos are actually really, really crucial as well. On top of the skill utilization of these teams, it's really important to have that ammo when it comes to fights.
You can kill anybody with just 1 mag. Or of a White Dwarf maybe, of an AR, you can kill everybody. As long as you hit your bullets, you can kill anybody with a 1 mag.
Now, that is not going to be possible if you use your ammunition towards those skills. Right? So I think that is the reason why as well these teams utilize it as such.
Yeah, and they don't hit the EMP or absolute gravity most of the time because they don't want to waste it before they try to fight back. Now, we're going to go for the north and to the south side of our zone. That's a lot of squads. Same, almost the same. The drops are going to be the same. Those Reborn already on Riverview Park, they're going to be staying out there because nobody has been dropping there except for them. And it's the same for Tyrant too, that they're going to go to the southeastern side of the map. But let's take a look at XCT. Where are they going to be dropping in? They're going to be going to the south. Wait, what? That's a lot of squad of Tin Man.
Yeah, that's like 5 squads just in Tin Man Industrial. I mean, when is the last time that we see this much amount of teams in a single spot?
Nobody's in Motel. Nobody's staying there. Wegoons is in Carnival, and they're just the ones there. The only squad that is staying right here in the center. And it could be an advantage. Sunflower Shopping Mall, we're seeing a lot of battles.
Yeah, and they just don't know how much advantage that they have because Weguns can now rotate coming in from Carnival towards the south part of it in Motel, or can go somewhere else as well towards Sunflower Shopping Mall right after.
Yeah, and this is what I like about Pinog and even XCTF, because they're just unrelenting when it comes to these big fights. They're not going to be stopping anytime soon, and they're just so good at taking the fight to themselves, and they're just not hesitating. Look at this wins that they're having in Sunflower, and they're going to be forcing Exploration to run away.
Execration though, receiving a lot of damage coming in from Pinog, trying to play it out in Sunflower Shopping Mall, but Pinog is there. Stand united across every single one of these players, and now Execration just has to say goodbye and relocate for the respawners.
There's already one person who used their respawner. So that's gonna be a lot of their members because all of them dropped here. Most of them won't be surviving. They could get taken down early here, Infinity.
Absolutely. I mean, that is just the risks that they are taking into these early engages. And now Execration as well has to relocate. 3 members fall down, and now all that they could do is play the rat game.
Sato's the last one alive. They can't do anything anymore as a squad. What can they do is that Squad 2 can just come back, try to revive their teammates, but Pinog is one of the squads that knows how to utilize that. Once you try to go back, they're gonna chase you down for sure.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult as well because, first of all, those revives are on a timer, and second of all, it is going to be really hard to go across all of these.
Ghost is just in their own lawn, and they know what to do whenever someone tries to contest them. They're taking down Tyrant one by one.
Oh no, they see him! No. And now it's Tyrant in danger as Macpro sees him with a scan, and now Dini tries to hide, but you can hide for long as Macpro pins him down.
Living no stones unturned, basically. They just wanted to get those kills, forcing Tyrant out of their comfort spot.
It is just crazy to think about. I mean, there was an opportunity, but there's also risks involved into doing that type of position, especially on Wonder.
Yep. Now, when it comes to Toss Hot Rod, look at this. A lot of the squads already fought back here, but Squad 13 is already damaged. They can't even come back from this because what they don't know is that already on the other side of the map and where they want to go, which is the river on the side of Toss Hot Rod, that is where Ghost Reborn is.
And Ghost Reborn, as we have seen a while ago, just faces through every single team and just comes at you at night to hunt you down.
What's good about this is if you stay right here up top, you would have an advantage. At least if you try to go down, every squad that is there is going to be surprised. But because they know that you're there up top, they might just be waiting for you to go down. You don't have any patience. Sax is just going to be looking for another squad. They're going to be met with Squad 3 and Squad 6 was already fighting.
Yeah, it's just synonymous to the name of Tyrants because this is what they did in map number 1, wherein they played it very patiently and they just became that team that whenever they have to fight, they would. But if they could just prolong it, they would as well.
Yep. And now we're seeing already XBTE. Winning Esports hasn't had the greatest time, but now is the time for Game 3. They would need to really make use of this early game though, because they have already 8 kills, and this might be their chance to prove themselves in this next game, because we're looking for XBTE to do well in this game.
Yeah, can they utilize their distinctions among the team, among the players here right now in map number 3, here in this week 1 weekly finals, to be that mousetrap. If ever you come across Beta Esports, you're in danger. But so far, they're not getting that light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, they have the Rock Tarantulas. This is going to be one of their lucks this game because they have a Tarantula on their side. They can use it if ever they try to go for a push and sacks. Most of them are already here. Halo's down!
What the damage coming in from Salty Asta. And now TZ.
Right?
We've seen this player use the Ember before. Such a player, such a powerhouse to use the sniper. But right now, they are being hindered upon by Salty Asta pushing right out. It is 4K SS.
Oh no.
Pinning him down, getting those kills. TZ falls.
This finals is crazy. XBTE wasn't able to fight back. During this time, Sax is the one dominating them, and this is just a turnaround from yesterday's fight. Now they're winning the battles, and now BB2 might be winning the war.
BB Nomads going in for the chase, and an enemy falls down. It is one man in the name of BB2.
Lancelot Falls might be the last member standing, and that's gonna be them just running away. Respawners are still up, and they are just seen right here with the Divulge. XBTE are just back on the other side.
That is just information provided up against the enemy team, but so far Salty Asta is in a really good situation at the moment, having 2 players on a purple shield, or level 4 shield and 2 players on the level 3. But BB2 is on another level as they have purple shields across the board. EMP shocks across the enemy team. And now you have one man down from SSAX. And BB2 is coming here to win, not just to play and to eliminate the opposing side. 3 kills to their name, and BB2 is just dominating the teams they come across.
2 members still dead, and they are just on the other side. BB2 are smelling them from far away. They would want to get this. They're slowly trying to chase them out. Secret might be seen. They're jumping. I think Hartman saw them and they can go to chase, but they're going to be seeing XBTE first.
Are they going to eat their prey, or are their prey going to eat them alive?
Oh.
Now we'll see. As Mission Roshan already cast it out to delay that push from BB2. Hasbulla a little bit aggressive. They're overextended
Secrets
up
go down.
against Salty Asta, but it doesn't really matter as Hasbulla
Tamayor.
is still on mobile. And
That's
now
down.
they are going to dominate as 14 squads remain.
Yeah, that's going to be 14 squads. They still have 2 members still alive from their side. SSAX, Salty Asta has still a member alive. That's why they're still standing. Now let's take a look at this zone. BBS and also Weegoos are still far away. They just want to play their placements, and they are just reviving most of their teammates from now. And now, most of the squads are already converged on that southern side of the map. Look at 15, 13, and 12 close to each other.
Yeah, this is going to be a fest coming from every single one. We may have seen the Patience game from map 1 and map number 2, but I don't think it's gonna happen here today.
Yeah, XBTE, look at them. They're just playing, it's like they got their own space. Yeah, this is our own space. Nobody's gonna be getting any kills here. We're just staying here just for us to all stay alive and in comfort.
Yeah, we'll just rest for a bit.
Yeah.
You know,
Everybody's resting, everybody's tired.
Yeah,
just rest there, everybody.
take a moment of time to take your siesta, rest for a while, sleep for a while.
Yeah. Maybe they can get killed here because based on what we're looking at, if it's Squad 3, XBT is right in the open. Nobody's looking at them from their backside because they don't have any info anyway. And FaZe Clan is also on the other side, just looking at them. But they don't know. Whoever goes here is going to be seeing a gold mine because there's a lot of squads here.
Yeah, and you know what? Tyrant's playstyle is all about that patience game,
Yeah.
and it's synonymous to them. Coming in from that map number 1, going to map number 3. However, they are in a really, really, really dangerous spot when it comes to a fight, if that ever occurs.
What was really funny here was this was the spot in where Tyrant was before they went down there, and now it's time for Salty Asta to stay up top.
Yeah, you know what? Give chances to others.
Yeah, it's now our spot because we don't have any items anymore. We're just going to be waiting for you to fight. But what's great about this for all this squads is the zone is just favoring them.
Yeah, absolutely. And the hard part about this, the hard part about the save zone is if ever it comes down to the Tin Man Industrial, right? If it comes down to Cloud Dot Ride, it'll be that last zone.
Yeah, AM8, last member standing, GSD, trying to run away with a bike.
Goes for the stealth. Can that help you or can that not? We'll see as Miracle will not be able to shoot GZ down. But instead, it is the defender pinning him to the ground, and in the water, no chances to survive.
Adelphos' tally is now down. We have 2 squads taken off of the competition. We still have a lot. Look at this. This amount of squads in this small area is just crazy. They might be killing each other. Look at Squad 10 and Squad 4.
They're gonna meet pretty soon. BB2 is just around the corner. Reguns is coming around 3 members. This is BB Nomads. Can you make it out
guy's
alive?
down.
1 member is already down.
What a
Iska can't
shot.
fight. This is a 3v4. EMP shock of a lifetime coming in from this team.
We can
BB2 trying to go in for the pursuit as well. Infiltrating on the
Oh,
building.
what a
But that
play.
White Dwarf puts down Hartman, and the absolute gravity to be utilized by Reguns.
Last one.
1 man alive. 1
Calyx.
man left standing.
Calyx
and
still
that
alive.
is Calyx still alive for the team, but can they
Oh,
make
no.
it out? This is a 2v1, jumping
Super
around,
low.
going on the War
War
Spider,
Spider.
running away.
Run away,
One
Calyx.
more shot. Can you make it out alive?
That's not a good spot, Calyx. You might get killed.
Hiding behind the rock. Calyx is stuck
Oh, no.
behind the rock, but
What a
that can't
shot.
last for long.
Crazy shot, crazy shot. They got taken down in the end. They're reviving their teammate. Weegoons winning this fight is just a testament of how good this squad is. And now in 10 Man Industrial, there's a lot of squads getting dips on their own warehouse. It's going to be the chance for FaZe to have a great spot, but now in the middle of everything is going to be Weegoons. As we said yesterday, it's a 50-50 whenever you are in the middle of the zone.
Yeah, it's just like real estate. You know what? we're gonna have this building. We bought it already. We are in control. You can have the others.
That's true. In the middle. We have a building in the middle of everything.
Yeah.
But now Sauto's gonna fall. Execration is out.
SR Nakage with the moves, with the plays. Execration is out of the game here in map number 3.
Yeah. That's still 10 squads. Zone is slowly caving in. Another fight happening.
Tyrant is now on a fight. BG falls down. How can this happen? Against the lot, it is going to be Tyrant who wants to take those kills, who wants to take those plays, but they still have the disadvantage when it comes to armor. And now Kuya Jess going in for the fight to eliminate one more.
Tyrant's out, and that's gonna be it. And this Vichy, oh man, Vichy, they're just showing up during this game, even yesterday. Now they're gonna be showing themselves up with 7 kills on the board. Now at the south of the zone, at the edge. They would need to just wait, and they're gonna be seeing gold in just a bit, because look at this. Salty Asta could be in a wrapper later on.
But they are on a timer. The zone is closing in.
Okay,
And the damage is coming
here
up.
it comes.
Team Vichy is just on the ground. If you fall, they will know.
Did they see? Wait,
They still
did Max see it? Oh no, he didn't see it. Oh no. Or rather, the zone is just hitting so hard. That's why they're not gonna go in.
Yeah, because it will just go up and scale much more.
Yeah.
If they stay out for long. Look at the zone closing
This is
in.
bad.
They have to make a move.
Squad Dynasty and cause hot blood. They can still go in there. They're taking a lot of damage, Vichy. But they need to look at here. Goons is the squad that they need to look at. Look at the current standing. A lot of squads are still alive, but on the top side of the zone is Ghost. We're seeing them still at the top side. The north side is in their advantage.
Now, Team Vichy, really good spot, but they have to be wary of their flanks because Squad 15 can go through it. And now Pinog doesn't want to go for the real estate. You bought it, we're gonna take it. They infiltrate, but MCG is here to fight as well. One member left standing for SR Nakage, and they will be eliminated by Pinog.
Pinog eliminated Nakage, and Stax is here from the dead, from the graveyard, but was still taken down in the end.
And now that will remain with the 7 squads in map 3.
What? That's a lot of squads just in Tin Man Industrial. That's their fault. That's why they all got taken down there. And now we still have 7 squads. There's a lot of open space, Infinity. This is going to be a hard fight.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about the open space, because if we're looking at the final zone, if we're looking at second to the final zone, rather, is that it's all water, it's all
It's
land.
a river. Oh my.
There's no buildings that surround it. Although a good spot for the rat, for the stragglers, is under the bridge.
Yeah, and also there's a mountain that is dividing them from each other. So that's going to be something good here whenever the zone closes in close to the river in Tin Man Industrial. So what they can do is just, Vegans get to stay here. They already have dibs on this house, on this real estate we have here on top of Downtown Rod. So this is going to be their spot. But everybody's going to contest this spot for sure.
Yeah, everyone has to move. Everyone has to look for a bit of these pieces.
Oh, the Tarantula.
Cover. The Tarantula gives a lot of damage
Is
up
that
against
Guigun's
Pinog.
Tarantula?
But look at FaZe. Look at FaZe campaign. Look at KJD. They're gonna be on a 1v1. Ember, you have the Vision Erosion. You can utilize it, but instead you're not gonna do so.
He
And Super Finn gets across with a kill, but he gets eliminated or knocked out with the Rocket Tarantula.
It's because he jumped up. He can't use the Vision Erosion when he jumped up. That's why. It has been changed recently, and now they need to revive one teammate. Rocket Tarantula is going to be doing damage here.
The zone is closing in. They have to make a move soon.
They got the revive. Oh, that's good.
Super Finn though.
He's
taking a lot of
dead.
damage.
He's
That
dead.
is the defender
And
for
Super
you.
got killed because of it. Oh man, that's unfortunate for Pinog.
Now look at the final zone, pretty much really open, but Weguns is in a really good spot here right now.
I can say that Ghost Reborn also has a good spot here. If they go at the top of the bridge, it could be good, but because it's in an open spot, everybody's gonna see them.
Like under the bridge as well, could be utilized by
yeah,
them.
that's true.
If they want to buy time, we have seen it before, it can happen again.
With Vegans already just planted themselves really close. They have
Divulge.
to divulge BBS. He's already on the river. They might be walking like dogs here.
Absolutely, there's nothing that they could do.
How can they do-
cannot
How
fight.
can they move there? They can't move there.
They don't have vehicles.
What?
They cannot move across.
Are they just gonna rat it out? That's why. Let's see, because Miracle is gonna be seeing them from far. Even BBS could be damaged here by Miracles if ever the zone closes. Oh no, that's not a good zone. Wegus is just on an advantage here.
But we have to be wary. Look at Eagles' position. They could be flanked by 2-3 teams overall. And now that won't be something that they have to be worried about. Miracle is also on the move. You also have BBS.
Closing in. It's gonna be hard. Ghost can just stay in the station. Have a sniping area basically, and now Daichi needs to run in towards the zone.
Airbus is on the move. That's really, really fast. That's really mobile for them to utilize. Now VBS is still in the game.
Yeah, still alive. Swimming.
Oh no!
Jack is not gonna stay alive. Miracle got taken down.
Such a catastrophe.
Peanut! Oh no!
But look at Jack, the one left standing for Miracle. Now Team Richie going for the flank up against the enemy team. This is something that we have to be wary about. Weguns. This is what we talked about, and they did not expect the unpredictable. And Team Richie goes for them at the best moment, at the best time, wherein they want to gatekeep the other members.
Look at those.
But instead, they're gatekeep from the top 3 spots.
Peanut and Vichy are still alive, and they're gonna go in.
And now Vision Roshan actually utilized already to buy a bit more time. One member left for Team Vichy. Can they make it out alive?
Here comes Ghost. They might fall down. Here comes the ultimates coming in.
They want a little beat.
That's the last fight
as well. The 3 squads remain in the building, infiltrating EMP just inside. With 1 member left, they will be eliminated. And now Team BBS is going through for the win, and they take it at top 1 in map 3.
What a play in map 3. Again, another building. Everybody's just throwing their ultimates outside that building. And we said it a while ago, during the start of this game, even during game 2, once you're in the building, you're on a disadvantage. When you're in the center of everything, you're on a disadvantage because everybody just went there, and Weguns are... I just want to make a pun. Weguns are we gone.
Ooh, absolutely. they were occupied gatekeeping 2 of the teams outside, VBS to be specific.
Yeah.
But in the end, VBS came out on top.
How did they got on top, Infinity? Remember, they were the squad who was in the river. They had no cover, they had no anything, and they were able to get there late to the party. That's like, I don't know, but okay. I'll take that win for BBS.
It's the best new thing. it's the trending of Farlight 84. You know what? We have to be patient. Let's play a bit more patiently.
There were a lot of wins that is like that, exactly. Like, they just stay patient. All the fights are happening, then they just come in when there's just 1 person or 2 people still alive.
Yeah.
They just win.
And this is what we expected with the zone closing in a very open space with 1 position only having cover. It is going to be a brawl. It is going to be hand-to-hand.
And one thing I love about the zone closing in on open spots is there's a lot of elevations that you could use at least. That is exactly what BBS used. They were on the edge of that beach, and that's why they just stayed there and just waited for everybody to just go in.
Yeah, it was just a difficult moment as well. And at that very last moment, I think BBS was also able to utilize the EMP shock, the absolute gravity, buying a bit more time just on the zone edge.
Yeah.
And at the end, it was just favorable for them. You know what? You guys can fight, we'll wait.
Yeah, and they just won beautifully during that game. But again, goes to the board. I was expecting a lot from them because they had full control of the north side of the map. But because, as we said a while ago, they're gonna go through a bridge on an open space. That's why it's so hard to do that, and that's why they were forced to go to where Weguns is.
Yeah, and that is always the storyline that we have for a lot of these locations. Coming through into Sunflower Shopping Mall, for example, Tin Man Industrial, the places we're in, those bridges is surrounding these POIs is such a bloodshed of a place to be in because you are being gatekept by a lot of these buildings, by a lot of these covers.
Yeah, and that's why it's really hard to make use of it for everybody. But let's take a look at how they did that. In this game, we're going to go to the highlights, everybody.
no breathing room, no space to move, all skills being placed out. That is the definition of what happened in the final moment for map 3.
Literally no space. They were all on just one spot, and that one building is where they got a shootout in, and the EMP shock was also on top of it. It's like icing on top of the cake, which is why VB2 was able to win that fight.
Yeah, I just can't imagine how many players or bodies came across on that building and just fell down. How many absolute gravities, EMP stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, and this is where, at this point in the tournament, at this point in the tournaments in FPC or even in Farlight in general, and we would need to be very sensitive about the cooldowns of everybody. Once a fight happens, no cooldowns for them. So they have this advantage already.
Yeah, and the player who did it, who made it happen for Team VBS was Daichi.
Not a lot of damage, but still a win. That's a W for me.
Yeah, and I think the key highlight for VBS on how they did, from what we have stated a while ago, is their patience.
Yeah, the patience coming in from VBS. Remember, we talked about how they played at the river, basically. They were swimming, but they were still able to win in the end.
Yeah, and at that last moment as well, it was so amazing to watch because it was Vegans, I believe, who was gatekeeping them to go across into the bridge. And then what happened was they just got flanked by Team Vichy. They got flanked by this team wherein they were occupied already. They had something else to manage on top of it.
Yeah, and because that was Pinog, that was Vichy, and Weguns was in the center of everything, and Ghost Reborn was also there, they had a lot of things to think about. And that's why one of the disadvantage, as we said, whenever you are in the center of the zone, you need to look at a 360. 360. And that's why everybody was looking at them in just one spot, and they need to look at everybody.
Yeah, you could be pincered by a lot of these teams that is just watching for now, and then they come in at the second that you start fighting.
Yeah, and that's why we said cooldowns are important in this game, because once you fight one team, the other team is going to think that you don't have any ultimates. That's why we are going to go into that wave, into those waters, in where this ultimate should be used sparingly if they need to.
Especially coming down into EMP, wherein you have a fight into a very small building, wherein absolute gravities are coming in left, right, and then vision erosion's coming in. If you stay put with the EMP at the last second, wherein every skill is already used, EMPs disables everything.
Yeah, and that's why everybody, we really need to make use of that EMP really sparingly. Most of the time, people have been using the absolute gravity. I mean, it's a long cooldown still, but when you use the absolute gravity, sometimes it's already enough to just disrupt everybody.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of what playstyle you want to do.
Yeah.
That just boils down to what type of playstyle your team wants to go for, what type of combos you want to go across. And I think that what makes Vision Erosion, Absolute Gravity such a fantastic move, because that gives you one more utility to utilize if ever a third party comes through.
Honestly, that's the reason why Ember is just so good. Whenever you need a way to get away or a reset from a big fight, a Vision Erosion is a perfect usage of that. Vision Erosion, run away. Then try to maybe regenerate, wait for your cooldowns, then try to fight back.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now, I'm really thinking about like what type of compositions that we could expect, because coming in from day number 1 or coming even from the past, we're not seeing any Yongs. Now we're seeing a lot of Yongs for the Divulge. We're seeing a lot of Phantoms for the Optic Camo as well, for a lot of these information.
Yeah, I'm loving this change that we have. We have more love for the scouts. For Young specifically, we saw a Phantom a while ago, and it's also because of the fact that it's more important right now, because people have been playing slow, and information is so good when people are playing slow.
Yeah, and playing slow is the name of the game from the weekly finals here in mobile platforms. But we're jumping into the team rankings, and on the top of it all, it's Vegan.
Any surprises for you on this one? Because I'm surprised that not a lot of squads that we built up were there. Ghost Reborn is on top, which is good, but also Pinog being in the top 3 spots is also something that we expected.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shocker as well.
Beta Esports, oh man.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shocker of what we're seeing. Salty Asta, we named them as such a dominant team. They're bloodthirsty, right? We're seeing Beta Esports down below as well in this rankings. And this is just the final moments, the moments wherein it matters the most. The best of the best in a single group, battling it out in a battle royale format here in Farlight 84. That is where the stakes are on the line.
Yeah, and that's why it's such a good win for that squad, and also again for Ghost Reborn to be on the top 2. And this is such a great thing to go about because we have a lot of kills from those squads at the top, and we also have a lot of damage from them. So that's one thing that people need to think about. Damage is also calculated when it comes to the pointing. So hitting somebody from far away does something right now, everybody.
Yeah, it's a lot of difference. The evolution coming in from these tournament systems and these point accumulation is such a good thing, because now it's not just a matter of getting the top 1 spot, getting the top 2 spot. Yes, it really, really matters. And it gives you a lot of points, but you still have to put into consideration the amount of kills that you have, the amount of damage that you provide to the teams or the opposing teams.
Where do you place? And also, that's one of the important things too. That's why some teams, even if they are on a disadvantage, they find a way to at least get a top 2 or top 3 finish, because those points are not small points whenever you get to a top 3 spot at least.
Yeah, and we highlighted one of the teams that does this actually such a great way is Beta. Unfortunately, they were down below in the rankings, but what they do in the respective groups during the open qualifiers and the weekly finals is that they just stay on a single spot, and then TZ, priorly using Ember,
using Phantom.
Use the Phantom today, is such a great sniper.
Yeah.
But
is that a good thing?
It was just unfortunate for them.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate for them. Maybe if they used an Ember during this game, the reason why we were talking about it together with the other casters, that Tizzy is good whenever he's using the Ember, because of the fact that he can use a sniper despite being an Ember, and using that vision erosion to their advantage. They know how to position after using the vision erosion.
Yeah, and the thing is, since they really want to go for such a play of position, such a firm position into Sunset City, if someone pushes them, you have Ember, you have TZ that could just go for the vision erosion and just relocate or fight them to the death.
Yeah, that's a perfect catalyst to that reaction that we saw yesterday, which was the vision erosion from Tizzy. But again, it was not today. Maybe they have a chance next time if they want to push up their rankings at the top. So we might be able to see them on the coming weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is what I'm really excited for. Like, what will happen in week 2 of the open qualifiers and the weekly finals coming into week 3 and week 4. Who are the teams that we are going to see? Is it similar to what we have today? Because remember, for the viewers watching at home, if you're coming into new here in FPC, we have open qualifiers that everyone can join.
Yeah, everybody could win on that open qualifier, so that's why there's a lot of surprises for a lot of our players and everybody who wants to join.
Absolutely. And ladies and gents, that is the conclusion of the FPC Mobile Weekly Finals.
Oh, yes.
We still have more.
We still have 2.
For the PC platform.
Yeah, we have Group A and Group B later on. So before we go into it, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break. But again, we're just going to tell you that please join the qualifiers. It's going to be fun, and we're going to be taking a short break.
for your desire.
Let's go. Never back down, and I never run. Come in last place, that was never fun. Time to elevate.
Looks like we gotta make it harder. Let me see who's the lucky one.
I'ma let it go.
Let them taste the power of new vehicles.
Time to control.
Time to fly. I never
Time to
miss.
start the show. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, we gon' run it up. No days off.
Precision bombing.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Night, sweetheart.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Fire hazard. Emergency team, go!
Love doesn't just explode once.
Feel the gravity of fate.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Welcome back to the Farlight 84 Philippines Championship PC, and we're going to be your shoutcasters for today's matches. My name is Daj, and I'm here with Burger Kim, and this is going to be an exciting matchup. This is the first time that we're going to see them here in the FPC.
Wow, I can't believe we're down to this point, right?
That's true.
We started with the other tournaments from Farlight 84, and eventually we've come down to this PC and mobile, and now, by the way, we just finished with the weekly finals of mobile. Now we're gonna be having PC. Wow, truly exciting times as well for everyone who is into the whole ecosystem, who loves Farlight very much. I'm very much excited for the chaos.
Super excited. We've seen them from the Farlight Cup. A lot of the teams here, very familiar names from what we've seen last time in the Farlight Cup. So here in the FPC, they're gonna show themselves back, and we're gonna be seeing the teams qualified for this game. We also have information on them on what points they got. If they are in the top 1 to top 15 in this one, and those are some familiar names.
Ooh, that's DDN3. I think they were the ones standing on top, followed by Mugen Fatal as well as DND Online, which is ironic, right? A very ironic name, but it works. They're top 3.
It's so funny when we talked about this before, everybody, because Burger Kim was saying that how ironic this is, because you don't do D&D online most of the time, right? You do it in a table and not online. But here, we have one online in this tournament. And we're also seeing N-Rock's very familiar team, and that's a lot of them here. We're seeing some new bloods too, so I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, and the Team Nitro, if I'm not mistaken, they're from the Philippines and all the way from the beautiful city of Davao.
Ah, yes. And this is a very, very strong team from what we've seen from them, especially DD3, because they have shown themselves during the last time that we had the Farlight Cup, and they had a strong performance moving forward in that tournament.
Yeah, and this is something that you would need, right? Because every week it just resets. So you need to get as much points as you can. So it makes it so much more important to get as much points as you can in every single map in every single week.
Yeah, it's like you're snowballing your points every single week, so that's why everybody is forced to join on the week 1 to week 4. If you didn't join today, everybody, we still have the open qualifiers come the next week. This is just a culmination of what happened during the past week, so if you missed it, join the next one.
And it's pretty much open to everyone, right? That wants to join the FPC, the first ever FPC one. It's still pretty much up for grabs for the next few weeks. So if you guys want to join, you guys got inspired by the player today, well, you guys can be the next one. So make sure to join that one.
I'm definitely inspired, but I can't join everybody.
Well, I'm going to go straight to Sunset City as we head over to our map number 1. Take a look at our squad here. We got 15 squads, and most of them are actually going to be spreading out towards the east side of the map. Yesterday, there were a lot of drops on Sanctuary Tower, but I believe that squad number 15 is going to get a beautiful area, which is going to be hard. A little bit, I love that area because there's a lot of shields, a lot of resources.
Yeah, and it's a very wide area. You do have a lot of space to move away if ever you need it, and there's also a lot of details working in that area. But we're seeing already a lot of fights happening on the other side of the map. We do have one at Nova Planetarium. From far away, Squad 4 is already fighting them back. And also for context, for everybody who hasn't been watching most of the tournaments that we had, Squad 1 to 15 just means the way they play the open qualifiers, they have a lot more points compared to each other. It's like a descending number, right? Squad 1 has the highest points moving to this finals, so that's how you should look at these scenes.
Yeah, squad number 13 has this Nova Planetarium all to themselves. They're gonna explore this area, which is personally also another favorite hot drop yesterday, since there's a lot of shield XPs as well in the area. Plus, it is relatively near to the middle.
Yeah, and also one thing that's hard about Nova Planetarium, what's great about Nova Planetarium is that when you're in Nova Planetarium, after that you can move really easily. You can just get some more shields out of the way whenever, whatever preset of the map you're gonna get for the game. It's super good.
Yeah, but there is not a lot of getaway vehicles, I would say, in Nova Planetarium. But I mean, you will have like at least a level 3 or a level 4 shield, which is pretty much good, especially if you are gonna go over to the middle Carnival or maybe even airdrop, a very hot POI in Sunset.
Yeah, and also for DD entry, we're seeing them getting a lot of kills. We have Digital Devils has a lot of points from the last time that we've seen them, so that is going to be as expected from them. And I do hope to see a lot more performances from the other players that we have here. As we said, Team Nitrox is also someone to be very familiar with, and also Synergy Esports. So they would just be on the top, if ever, in this qualifier.
Speaking of Digital Devils, they are also an organization that is quite known as well in other titles. They're very familiar, and they have been very consistent in their plays. You see it from the stats, but let's take a look here. Squad number 11 going up against one.
Yeah, the Greenhounds are already fighting. AAC is going to be fighting back. Have one with Tactical War. They're running away with the Vision Roshan. It's still going to be very helpful for them if they try to fight back. Absolute Gravity is going to be there and pull him back. And Rubber is going to be dying.
Oh no, the Absolute Gravity. This is a consistent meta that we have seen in all of the games yesterday. And this is something that I love. I haven't seen a Lucinda. I mean, the last time there was a Farlight Cup, there wasn't so much Lucinda. Ember is still pretty much relevant these days, but yeah, Lucinda is a top choice as well as a combination with Cypher.
Especially from the last patch, Lucinda has been everywhere just because of the increased ranges of that Absolute Gravity. Make it really strong. Ember fighting back. Synergy. A lot of expectations from this. Bazooka is still alive with super low HP, and that's going to be him pulling down the finish in the end, but it's still a loss for them.
Yeah, completely caught them off guard, and right after that, squad number 6 going to be gunning. Someone dropped him down. I'm not so sure yet. Wasn't able to take him down, but unfortunately on the other side of the map as well. Look at squad number 5. They are separated by the river.
Tyrant has a lot of shields already. Look at that purple shields already on the side. And squad 5, squad 4 is waiting for them if ever they try to get close to their beach. So this is just them waiting for any stragglers. And EasySW also is on the other hand. What is the damage from the defender? So much.
Yeah, and you can damage it from a safe distance. I mean, there were some adjustments that were made for the defender, but it is pretty much still a top weapon of choice. I mean, it's pretty much like the Jupiter. That is like, what's next after Jupiter? Saturn?
Yep, honestly.
I'm kidding. I just had to put that out.
It should be Mars though. Before,
well, I would have to say it's White Dwarf.
Okay, good. You got it. Now we have an easy sweep. Already sweep one. Super MJ, very familiar face in the community, so they are just making sure that they're going to be placing high.
This is that Super MJ, right?
Yes, that's Super
MJ. Which, by the way, attended the last Farlight Cup.
My Synergy! It's going to fall! Look at this, right? The difference from the mobile and the PC. Look at how aggressive everybody is here. We already have 3 squads down.
And since we did mention it as well, these are players that are so well versed with this territory, right? I mean, I'm already saluting mobile players with how good they are, but these are players that have been in the scene for quite some time. They're very, very much comfortable with PC.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of players are so good at PC. They're just way better, especially with the snipers. That's why people in PC is just a different level when it comes to just this long-range battles compared to the mobile players. That's why they know how to kill players as easy as they can.
I love how squad number 3 is also Digital Devils actually moving towards the center once again and not wasting any time to go in for the clashes. I mean, this is such a dangerous territory to be in. Everybody has vehicles here. But squad number 1, all 4 of them have vehicles. They're actually heading over towards the bridge side. We know that there is a lot of action going on there.
Easy sweep, already one down. They have one revival from Don P. He's going to be taken down. Absolute Gravity is going to pull them back. Super MJ, not too fast, and that's going to be a kill already. And Rox is just taking them down, but on the other side, was able to win in the end. RCM God is the last one standing together with Warrior. He was able to steal alive. Still have some respawners. They can go for the fight. Here it comes. Jenny the God was able to get the EMP shot. Warrior is now slowly falling down, and that's going to be the last one standing on the side. RCM God is going to fall, and that's going to be them just getting taken down. They need to run away from this spot because Don P has his second life, and that's not again gonna help them out.
Oh my god, squad number 2, that was absolutely crazy. That is something that I haven't seen for quite some time. The EMP shot, combine it with the vision erosion. You're blind, you can't move at all.
Great combo.
Perfectly timed there.
Yeah, how is that? All of your senses just getting taken off by that one squad. And now KDO7, they have a lot of armors here at the bottom. They want to go for the fight. Also have one with orange armor. They're going to go in. They have the hologram guy. They're going to be guns blazing right here for the EMP shock. So much damage to the absolute gravity is not going to be enough, and that's going to be one kill already onto their side. KDO7 is just chasing them down. They're so fast, and they're killing them so fast too. It's going to die again and again, and it's Egoist. Wants to go for another fight. They might be able to see just one member standing 60 hertz, or more like 50 hertz is going to throw down. Never mind. Egoist falls, and the last one standing, Paul is going to stay alive. They have some time.
Oh my goodness, I actually thought that Egoist was gonna be able to take that one.
That's
It was
true.
just like dashing in, and now with the jetpack, but hold on, there is more here. Go for that!
Yeah, that's gonna be Paul. Gonna get the kill. Jibra is gonna be able to go in. 60 hertz was able to take them down. And that's the perfect spot for them. I thought they're gonna lose.
Oh my goodness, 60 hertz. It feels like you're so much more hertz than that.
His monitor should be 144 hertz, not 60 hertz.
I think he's a bit humble this time, right? But
Yeah. Playing in 60 hertz, guy, if you're playing 144 hertz, that might be better. But again, another kill has happened on the other side of the map. AAC. Gum is gonna go in. Gum. And that's gonna be it. One more side, AASC. Oh, was able to win that fight.
Yeah, sticky situation for them if ever they don't. That is actually, again, these are terrains that you don't want to have that fight. I mean, either you could fall down, or at the same time, the circle is also closing in. Speaking of that, let's take a look at the map. It's actually going to be going over to the northwest area, so somewhere near like Power Tree.
Yeah.
So again, a lot of POIs in that area, so we can expect to have a lot more campouts in those areas before they actually converge.
Look at the edge of the zone. Everybody's on the edge of the zone. It is Sauron to the eastern side of the map. There's like 7 squads right there, and there's only 2 squads, or rather 3 squads that is in the zone exactly. That's why there's a lot of places that people are going to be fighting against. For example, Noble Planetarium, they need to run away from here because they need to get that space on Power Tree Station as early as they can.
Power Tree Station is that type of area wherein you want to be on the top of the planetarium. Aside from the great view, right? You have an advantage point of where everybody's coming from.
That's true.
And this is sometimes your keys to victory,
That's
right?
true.
Like you have so much information to give out to your team, and you know exactly what to do next.
Yeah, look at Squad 9, Squad 1. Red Zone, unfortunate for them. ASC with Anrox fighting against each other. Easy Sweep is still alive. They have 3 members, 3v3, and it's going to be the fight with the Absolute Gravity. Not going to be helpful. There's going to be MJ too fast, running away. Goes into the Vision Erosion just to get some cover. It's going to be their timing. They're just going to be waiting for their shield to really run back. They have the hover car. They're going to be running away. It's going to be a goose chase for their side. That hover car has fallen. They haven't been taken down. They have some time. They have some trees.
EZSW managed to actually pull away from that one. This was the exact same place that they were taken down earlier. And this time, you see as well, squad number 13 all alone there. But oh my god,
no.
damn it!
Gum is not going to be helpful. It's not the Gomu no pistol making it the Nuzi. And it is going to be Rock's going to be going for the fight. They have the Vision Erosion. They're not going to be seen. It's going to be a fast fight. Digital Giants is going to be going in. Digital Devils is just making it work for themselves, and they were able to win in the end. They're on the zone, but it doesn't matter. They can go in.
Oh my goodness, Digital Devils, this is exactly why they are on top, and you can kind of see it from their playstyle. They're not afraid to go in toward the full aggression, and this is exactly what's working well for them. The aggressive sort of playstyle, and now we're seeing a lot of squads gathering once again on the sides of the circle as the squad number 1 and squad number 9 in a very, very good position.
Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons Online, D&D Online. Okay, just on the other side, most of them are playing on the edge. This is the difference of a lot of teams, right? If they want to play in the center of the circle or in the edge, but most of the time, PC players love playing on the edge of the zone because most of the time, on long-range battles, people are good in PC. That's why it's scary to play inside the zone because you need to look at the 360 from your side.
Yeah, you can see a lot of pot shots as well from these squads. As compared to like mobile, you'd see them like love to go for those close combats, and just like them, you know, I think snipers will be really popular here as well.
So good. And now BDM3 again gonna go for the entry, and that's another one taken down. And that's a squad out of the play.
My goodness, they're not letting go of this hover car. I mean, it fits all 3 of them, right?
Make that 4 if ever Oh, make that 4 if ever someone goes in too. But again, it's Babe Cutie just trying to conserve it out. Just get all the resources that you can as early as now because they have not had the best of the games today.
DD actually moving forward, which is a smart choice. Actually, they've been winning all of their encounters with other squads, and it seems like they want to move to some higher ground. There's some plateaus over there, some hills that they can use to their advantage, knowing that the other squads have been playing on the sides.
Yeah, mountains on Carnival could be really good. This one big mountain that we have right here is good cover, at least a good high ground, so that you have some vision on the other side, which is on the hills that are close to Power Tree Station. Now, Power Tree Station, as we're talking about this place, the platform on
top.
Oh yeah, on top could be a good place to be in.
Yeah, some of the warehouses as well are good locations for some players that don't want to go in for the Power Tree stations, but more for the sides. And this is a kind of area wherein there's a lot of good hiding spots. There's a lot of good vantage points, but it is so open.
That's true. There's a really good open spot, but they have elevation, absolute gravity. Gonna pull them back. No EMP shocks as yet. There's it. That's the damage coming through from them, and now low HP was falling down. That's gonna be the vision erosion just to try and help it out. Most of the members of the entry are still alive. They're still super strong, and they got the takedown against the other squad.
My goodness, DDN, they've been doing this time and time again, was able to evade all of that, and wow, all of them are still
alive.
All four of them, thanks to the hover card.
Yeah, 8 kills though. That's a big amount of kills for DD entry. This squad is just crazy. They want to get all the points that they can in this game.
Easy SW as well has been camping. Yeah, this is a tent, I believe. They're literally camping before they go in. There's some resources here. Maybe try to catch their breath before they go all the way in.
They need some fire and some marshmallows to get that camping done.
Well, there's no fire as of the moment.
That's the sign.
No fire as of the moment, but I would love some marshmallows.
Yeah, for sure. Later on, maybe. But again, on this game, we're seeing Mugen Fatal also just planting themselves in Power Tree Station, so they have the best spot before it closes down. 8 squads are still alive. Mugen Fatal fighting back, and that's one squad also slowly caving in against the power of Mugen Fatal, and that's going to be the absolute gravity pulling them back from the other side. KDO7 might fall. That's the last 2 standing. That's the full back coming from the absolute gravity. They can't even move. They're getting pulled back. The whirlpool is just killing them. Egoist is going to fall. The last one standing is running away, and that's going to be killed from Mugen Fatal. 4 kills to the squad.
Oh my, that completely caught them off guard right in where they were camping out. In this 2-story tower, and sometimes that can actually bite you back. But again, if you know this area so well, it can be favorable for you, as we see the other squads as well camping in on some of the infrastructures.
Rhino!
Oh my, the damage!
From downtown! What? Was able to get the damage in. They're gonna go through. They're gonna do some damage. Chuya's gonna be here. Here comes the EMP shock. They can't even move. No dash is coming in from their side. It's gonna be the kill. They might be able to get more. That's one more onto their withdrawal. And this is gonna be the deposit to the side of DD entry. And Digital Devils are the devils in the night.
Corfy just gunning everyone down with low HP, just doing the cleanup work, and then eventually reviving everyone else. And again, all of the members of DDN still up and kicking. We still have, wow, a number of squads, surprisingly.
Honestly, this is one of the zones that always happens whenever we play in PC together with the other casters that we have here. This is one of the very familiar zones that we have, which is close to Power Tree Station and in an open space. It's so hard to fight. That's an open field and only an elevation to your advantage.
And you did mention that these PC players love taking shots from afar, but eventually this area in the middle is where you can converge, and we are going to be expecting a lot of close combat here.
Easy Sweep needs to be careful here. They already missed Don P. Don P is nowhere to be found. Fatal doesn't have a lot of kills. So there's a squad that has a lot of things to lose here, which is Digital Devils, because they have a lot of kills. 22 kills in this lobby.
22 kills as of the moment, and if they do charge in, which seems to be their signature play style, it can work for them. I'm just a little bit worried about the other squads on how they would actually move towards the center of the circle.
Yeah, because honestly, when we're seeing the map first, Squad 1 is on the north side of the map. They're not going to be seeing Digital Devils. They are the squad that I expect to be a big threat against the members of the Digital Devils. So that is something that we need to look at. But they're on a safe spot too, because they don't need to do anything. They just need to wait for all the squads to fight.
Oh no, that is, oh my goodness, that area is just so open along the driveway, and eventually everybody just has to go there. I think they're just waiting for who will actually appear first. Like, hey, I'm here, guys. Let's go for it. We know you're there, but again, a very open area dash. We can expect to see a lot of chaos. All the vehicles will actually be left alone, I think, at this point, right? It's an open area. You wouldn't want to go in there, charge there with a vehicle, right?
Yeah, they call dibs already on the spots that they have right now. So they have some buildings on their side, and now they have some elevation too. Mugen Fatal fighting back against Easy Sweep here. They're just pushing them back from their buildings so that they won't be very confident in trying to fight back. They need to be pressured. A lot of the members, this is going to be the last zone once it closes down. The last one rat that we have in the game has been taken off, and most of the time, this are full squads in our side.
This is really difficult to rat out as well. I mean, most of the squads here are up and complete. Like, the most you can do, there's not a lot of infrastructures, right? Considering that the circle is right in an open area. So eventually, you would have to actually get out of where your hiding spot. I think this applies to everyone here. No safe space. This is going to be absolutely crazy. The timings as well of the ultimates will be very, very vital.
It's a flat field. It's gonna be hard to fight here. That's a road even. So this is gonna be a hard fight. DD entry. The zone is gonna pull back on their side a little bit faster, so they need to be careful because they are the ones who need to move first here.
You know what? This is just calm before the storm once again. This always happens in Power 3 Station, and this is an open area. I think a lot of the squads are just using this terrain to just hide out. The patience as well is very, very important, but okay.
What is that damage on C? Is that an AP shock already onto Guevara? Guevara needs to run away from here. Okay, the zone is gonna close down now. Fatal needs to go in. They have some vehicles on their side. They need to get into the center as fast as they can. They have some War Spiders from Mugen Fatal is already on the right spot here.
Their shields are also pretty good at the moment. It's something that you definitely need in a close combat situation. I'm not so sure about the others. They've been taking pot shots off of Guevara. A lot of damage.
Yeah, Guevara was already dealt a lot of damage. Easy Sweep might be taken down on the other side. They were able to take them down. That's a good spot for Guevara, but now they need to be really going through because on the other hand, Mugen Fatal is just looking at them. They're in open space. They won't be able to do anything against them. And this is DD entry trying to get the kill on them. Guevara is going to fall down one by one. DD entry has one down. Stinggun is now crawling in front of the other squad. They're trying to go in this rock in a hard place. And Fatal Mugen is going to fall down with one. Fox Nest has been taken down, but there's still one squad. ODNO, Dungeons and Dragons Online are still alive and up and online. Fatal Mugen would still won with the revive, and that's going to be the kill. One last squad onto their side. They're going to be fighting him back. It's a full squad versus 4. Absolute Gravity is going to be used. Hologram Guy Gun's going to be blazing on this side. Mugen Fatal is going to be fighting back. 2 members are going to fall down. Advantage with this vision erosion, and they might be able to win. Wannabe is going to be the last one standing on this squad, and then that vision erosion, he's going to fall, and Mugen Fatal is going to win in the end.
Wow, the timing of that vision erosion, and at the same time, it worked towards their advantage. It completely caught them. The last squad there off guard, and eventually it was Mugen Fatal.
It's a 3v4. They won that fight. That's crazy. Mugen Fatal was able to win that with just sheer, honestly, not even patience. The use of the vision erosion, as you said, was perfect. When they used that vision erosion, nobody was able to see those 3 that were still standing on the side of Mugen Fatal.
Mugen Fatal, actually, usually, like, I mean, looking at our stats, like, it's usually DDN, right? They started out really strong.
23 on the side of DDN 3.
But I think when it comes down to an open area, this is a place wherein all that matters is the timing and at the same time, the decision-making as well of your squad.
Yeah, and we've seen that from the side of Mugen Fatal. That's why they were able to get the top 1 spot. They got some kills. In the early game, they have only 4 kills compared to Digital Devils, who had like 20 plus already before that last zone came in. They only got 1 kill, which was on the side of Guevara, but it was still a great performance from DDN3. I expect a lot of points for the squad, even if they finish 3rd.
Well, Mugen Fatals as well is the one right after like DDN, right? So I think for this particular map, what they did really well was that vision erosion at that moment. Really, I mean, perfect timing. Usually you'd use that sparingly in situations where you really need it, and at that time it was just beautifully executed by the squad.
Yeah, D&D Online was able to get these 3 kills that game. It's a good thing they were able to get the 2nd place placements on that game, which is also great. Now the top 3 is going to be the ones that we need to look at once we move on to the next game. But honestly, it's still a good game. It was great that now we're slowing down the meta. Everybody's just playing it safe in this game.
And I think it just goes to show the type of play styles that these players would
Yeah.
have, right? Playing along the edge
Yep.
of the circle
They
is something that we
always-
don't really see often. Usually, you'd see them go in, right in the middle. But these
Yeah.
players are just a bit more into like long range
Yep.
combat, more into snipers. But that last clash definitely.
That's why
really-
it's scary. And now we are just waiting for the highlights to come in, everybody. And this is gonna be the highlights in a bit. Massive win from Mugen Fatal, and they were able to just finish at the top, even though we have seen some squad which is named Digital Devils, who are devils in the night in this game. They are just as crazy as this squad, but in the end, podium finish for Mugen Fatal.
Yeah, and I think at the same time for the fans of Digital Devils, there
Yep.
they did place podium finish, but
Great finish.
Yeah, actually, I think I do have to point out that they did start out very strong.
Yep.
And again, I do see like parallels between them and
That's
SRN
true. That's
a little
true.
bit, but I'm not saying it's gonna end that way because we still have 2 more maps, and let's see what sort of adjustments that these players would make. Now that you guys can kind of see like the tempo of
Yep.
PC as well, right? It's a bit
Difference.
fast-paced, not a lot of like looting.
Snipers. That's gonna be a
Long-range combats
yeah,
from
that's-
afar.
That's gonna be a big trend, right? And snipers are just gonna be as good in this because people have an easier time
Right.
aiming in PC. That's why they would love to have 8x scopes, 4x scopes, because it's easy to hit your shots a lot better, and it's working in their favor in this game. That's why we had an easy eliminations during the early parts of the game.
Yeah, the last 5 squads, I believe, they did clash early on. And I
Yeah.
think this is something that the PC players have to consider as well, right? Like
That's
going up
true.
against each other very early on with the setup that you're so used to, right?
Yep.
As compared to mobile, wherein the players are a little bit more of looting.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of the names, right? Like someone who loves looting. But at the same time, speaking of that, who looted their MVP?
We now see a Sunil. Wow, okay. So now in this game, we have seen Butcher from Fatal was able to get 2 kills, but 961 damage is still good. And this is still them, Fatal, being able to get the MVP in the end. Butcher, as his namesake, didn't kill a lot.
Yeah. Again,
I'm
very
sorry, I'm sorry.
I was like, where's the R? Oh, there's the R. Yeah, there's not a lot of kills, right? And this is something that is often overlooked. Someone
Yeah.
who really supports the team overall, and I think just embodies like what a
That's true.
Sunil is actually supposed to give out to the team.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you expect from a Sunil, having a lot of assists, having a lot of... what's great about that is even though they only got 2 kills, is the damage. We have been talking about the damage in this game. It has been calculated to the overall points of our players, so that's something that we need to take into account. That's why now people would prefer playing snipers because those damage is just gonna stack up, and that would be extra points for you guys.
Yeah, think of the time we're in like Bar 95 and BSS.
Yeah.
These are the type of snipers that you would want to have. You would actually want to have early on, especially since these are so good for those PC players who
That's
are very
true.
much comfortable for this. And I think as well, warehouses, those high ground
Yeah.
will be very, very vital
Yeah.
in our PC games.
You know what? When they say I got the high ground, that's honestly true. In this game especially, because when you get the high ground, you have advantage, you have the bird's eye view on whoever is walking around, get advantage. Basically, that's why people love playing in the high ground. But when you're in the low ground, you don't see much of their
Right.
body, you just see their heads.
Yeah, it's either you have the bird's eye view or the worm's eye view. That's
Oh,
kind
that's
of
true.
a trend that I see, right? Like some use like the low ground
Did
to
they
actually
use that?
scout.
The worm's eye
Worm's
view?
eye view, yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I don't know
Yeah,
that they
nah,
use
nah,
that.
nah, you know, yeah, it's actually
Thank you for the trivia.
It's photography,
Yeah.
bird's eye view from the
Oh.
bottom and the bird's eye view. It makes sense, right?
I know the bird's eye view, but the worm's eye view,
Right?
okay,
It makes
that
sense.
makes sense.
Makes
That
sense.
makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna use that now.
You're welcome.
Thank
You're
you, thank you
welcome.
very much. But again, in this games, that's gonna be very important, especially when we call the elevations. That's what we're saying. You have elevations in the map that where you get the advantage, especially in mountains.
I'm looking forward to see like those snipe kills, right? Like,
Yeah,
especially,
that's
I think in map number 1, we worked around an area wherein it is so open, right?
That's true.
I'm actually super excited to see
It's like
where
an
the
open
circle
field.
will close in like map number 2. I want
Yeah.
to see like a lot of warehouse. I want to see how that will pan out.
I hope
right?
it's gonna be in Tinman Industrial if that's gonna be the case. That's gonna be good for most of our players, right? But now let's take a look at the standings. Even though the Fatal was the one who got the top one a while ago, DD Entry is still 33 points in just because of the fact that they got a lot of kills all throughout this game, and that gave them big advantage.
It seems like still the same, more or less like the same drops. Nobody's dropping at Sanctuary
Yeah.
Tower. Riverview Park this time has a free
Crazy.
spot. But wow, look at Sunflower Mall as well. That is going to be very, very
Yeah, Sunflower and Tinman Industrial, look at that. That southern side of the map has a lot of people, and a lot of squads are gonna be clashing this early on.
Oh man, we just talked about Tin Man. Is
Yeah.
it like, did we just jinx it?
Is the zone gonna go there?
Yes,
That's
it's
gonna
gonna
be
go
the
there. That's
question.
the biggest question, yeah.
If the
I mean-
zone goes there, that's good.
Ooh, that is going to be very exciting as well if it does end up in that side of the map. Or even in Sunflower Mall. Speaking of, we're
Yeah.
here. Everyone's up for the sale. It's
Yeah.
open.
It's up on a sale and everybody's fighting. They just want to grab everything that they can right now, and that's why they're already getting some kills. And as you said, it's a sale. Everybody wants a piece of the pie, and they would want it on a discount.
Come on, it's September already. It's about to be September 999 sale. Come
Hey, it's close, everybody. So yes, everybody's taking a dip at the Sunflower Shopping Mall. Are they gonna get some sunflowers? No, I don't want to get to that point. But hey, everybody, we're gonna go in, and a lot of fights are happening already on this side of the map. Sunflower Shopping Mall is where it's at, and the fights already happened. No relocations just yet for the squads, and RADG got punished. One of their members are already dead. Kay's gonna go in, has no tactical role. He's gonna change back to his gun, and that's gonna be the takedown. Is that squad done? Yes, they are.
They're going to be forced to use their respawns very early on. I'm not so sure if it's wise to drop in the same area.
Their name is called Ride and Die Gang. They died early.
Oh, and speaking of Ride, here's the Ride of Devils.
Yeah, Devils in the night. Was able to get some kills. Chuya, again with this mag, he's just so good at using it. Now onto the top, HLLW needs to run away.
Oh man, Maggie is a hero that I always do say is so mobile, right? And
Yep.
and under the hands of someone like Chuya, who is so
Look at that!
Look at the damage from this.
The shots from Chuya, so accurate with the defender. Now the White Dwarf, he sees that, and that's gonna be a takedown already. Sprink is gonna fall. That's gonna be one advantage already to the side. DD Entry knows that there's somebody at the Heart Island. They would want to go there.
Yep. I mean, Heart Island is a place we're in. Yep. There is some cover there, but it can't even escape as easily.
Wow. very sneaky guy. Going
They're
okay.
Maggie after all.
Yeah, was able to run away in safety. So if ever one of their members dies, look at that. Was able to run away, was able to get some good spot. They have one respawner still. So this is still another chance for this squad.
Yeah, K as well knows that the DDN is right around the corner, so you want to get your resources somewhere else because if you can get ambushed by 3 or 4, that's going to be really, really difficult.
Yeah, there might be some buildings on this zone that we have right now because the zone is going to be going on the center, which is Motel. So that's going to be a good big spot for this squad. So we're going to be seeing that after some time. But now, Ibarra gonna try and go back with the EP shot, pulls them back with the absolute gravity. They're not gonna be able to move, and that's gonna be Mugen Fatal trying to fight back. They have some members still alive, so Yoshi's gonna fall down. They still have some respawners alive. Vision Erosion to use in order for them to get some armors. They're gonna be running away just a bit.
This is why Ember is so pretty much relevant right now. There's
That's
so
true.
much.
What a shot! 2 damage. Gibara still alive, gonna go for some shields. Phased. It's not gonna be phased, it is gonna go forward. Damage from Tanai. Oh no, it's still not done. That's gonna be the damage from the defenders. One is down 60 hertz. More like 50 hertz because he's dead. And Paul, oh no, gonna Paul like flies. And Paul
Thanks to Butcher.
is gonna Paul as I said, and he's dead. 2 more members are still alive. They're gonna go in. They have the area recon. They're gonna be seeing where Butcher is. The Butcher is looking for meat to cook. And that's gonna be 1 down and 1 more still alive. And Guevara is down for the count. And they need to go and reset. 60 hertz is alive and it's gonna be staying alive for so long. Butcher's gonna fall down. Timing is just right. And that's gonna be Butcher getting a lot of kills for this squad.
Apparently, map number 1 wasn't enough for Butcher.
That's true.
And that was an absolute slaughterhouse for the side of Mugen Fatal.
Yeah.
Absolutely fatal for the
Yeah.
other side. And they were able to execute well. But again, they might actually converge with squad number 2 shortly. That's 3 squads actually going to be converging over
Team
towards...
Nitrox. Yeah.
In the middle of Tin Man and Hot Rod.
Yeah, remember, they have purple armors. They have advantage if they try to fight. Mugen Fatal needs to be careful here. Doesn't have a lot of ultimates. Butcher's gonna be taken down. That's gonna be great. And that's gonna be the chance for Bethel the God. And he is actually the God from heaven. And that's gonna be the kill. Xbox would be able to rain upon them lances from the air. And here comes another squad.
From the back. They have reloaded again. Completely catching them off
What a
guard.
perfect timing from the absolute gravity pulling them back. They have the vision erosion, but there's gonna be the kill on Caden. Tibbet's gonna fall. Tyrant was able to win that fight. That is just fights for fights, and we're still not done.
And this is exactly what Farlight 84 is all about. The chaos, and they complete, again, Mugen Fatals, there's only one left there. Gonna have to, they actually went their separate ways. One
need to.
up north, one up south, because there's 2 squads right there in the middle. You wouldn't want to go in the
The
middle.
timing of Tyrant was just perfect. Bethel the God is going to be running away. I think Nitrox was able to see them. And then only James is just going to try and hit him with the defender. Damage not going to be there. Oh, was able to run away.
A little bit, right? The defender was adjusted, so it's not as much as before. But you know what? Yesterday was all about the Rhinos. Today we've seen a lot of expect to see a lot of those as well, like snipers, defenders, these types of guns.
Defenders has been so good today. Like, everybody has been having that and an SMG together with it. Or if not, they get a White Dwarf and an AR. So right now, it's been a constant meta for PC that we have a lot of the snipers just because the damage is just much more relevant right now.
Yeah, I think of having a 495 here. Like, if you're having it on mobile, it takes some time to have that accuracy up, and the recoil time is also a little bit too long for some people. So yeah, I think PC this would be, probably be a meta, right?
Yeah, people have been playing the bar 95, but most of the time the reason why they don't go for it is because the reload time is so long. That's why they don't have any chances to make a mistake. Once you make a mistake, you're basically dead on a bar 95. That's why they much prefer the defender, at least now, because of how it works.
Yeah, the damage, and I think as well as the White Dwarf that is doing pretty well in yesterday's games, even today. I think this is probably a more favorable choice than the Jupiter. Like most last time in the Farlight competitions, we've seen a lot of the Jupiters. I mean, who doesn't love a Jupiter? This time it is the White Dwarf shining and taking a look at the circle. Okay, we are on the right. It is right there in the middle, I think.
Yep, they're going to be going on Motel and HCC Boulevard right down there. So there's a lot of open space, but there's also houses in front of them. So it's still a good spot to be in. But when we're going to be taking a look at it, there's a lot of players that is on the other side, on the bottom side of the map, who might be having a lot of fights once they go to Sunflower Shopping Mall. Look at that, 1, 12, 10, and 1 are close to each other, and they are gonna go to the side of Sunflower Tropic.
That's gonna be chaotic, right? Before you even
Yeah.
reach the middle of the circle. This is something you wouldn't want, right? And when you reach the middle, there's a lot of these squads already camping in there.
That's true, and this is something that they need to be careful about, especially Tyrant has already seen where Easy Sweep is, and this is one of the fan favorites of a lot of our viewers right here, because they have been a really good squad, and they have been one of the streamers that are very famous in this game. Easy Sweep,
right?
yep.
Easy Sweep.
Okay, it's gonna be an easy sweep for this. They're gonna try to do some damage. Bar 95 from Warrior Bear. It's gonna be good because the damage from Division and Erosion right there is just gonna stop them from trying. Easy sweep. One has fallen already. That's gonna be too fast for MJ, and this is gonna be a chance for Tyrant Esports to be able to do some damage against the Warrior Bear. Is now working his way towards the fight. He most likely be able to win, but no, he didn't. He fell down.
Punch right through the face. I mean, that is a sticky situation to be in, right? Right in the middle of where you're supposed to camp out, and then at the same time you get the ambushed by like 2 or 3 players. You have absolutely nowhere to go.
That's true. It's gonna be way harder for Tyrant Esports to just, if another squad tries to fight them back, that's gonna be the chance for them to get the kill on that squad. DD entry not as flashy as we said from the last game. Now they're trying to chill, they're trying to regain their confidence because they need to get some armors first before they try to fight.
I think for GBN as well, this is something I noticed in map number 1. This time they're a bit more careful. They're avoiding all those clashes first, knowing that there are still a number of squads, and at the same time, you know, the tempo of this game, once it's up, it's go time for everyone. And it seems like Carnival, you see squad number 13 and squad number 2 gonna be going up there, but yeah, squad number 13 is definitely gonna be the one that has the upper hand. They've already camped out in those infrastructures here in Carnival. As for the rest, they're still gonna be going in, but wow, look at this.
AASC and KDO7 fighting 1v1, or rather squad versus squad in this spot. They're still in the zone. They're just going to be waiting for anybody to make any mistakes. But remember, KDO7 has an orange armor, and that's the reason why they have the advantage here. So it's going to be hard to fight against this squad.
And if you have a lot better armor, this is a signal as well for you to go a bit more aggressive. But wow, that's such a tight spot. Again, a standoff between these two. There might be another one joining in the party. Hey, what's going on there? Bridges are just an area where you're going to expect company.
Synergy Esports are looking to go for a fight, and Rock's gonna be on the top. Have some ways to go in. Divulge are gonna be seen. They need to run away. That's gonna be the damage coming through to their side, and SR4 is gonna fall down. That's gonna be down for the count. They still have one member alive. VR is on the other side, trying to run away, but Enrock's still healthy. Rhino damage coming from the enemy. They still are alive for now. Enrox is just gonna get some shields.
Battle the God as well has been doing pretty well in these close combats that we haven't seen as often as we used to. But again, squad number 9 and number 11, I mean, I could...
Even 12 is there.
Yeah, I mean, they're just waiting for who's gonna start it out. But look at the performance as well from the top.
Yeah, red
they
zone.
eventually have to move out.
Yeah, they need to move away, or at least be careful. Get some buildings in, or for you to not get killed by the red zone. They have a hover car anyway, so they can run away if ever they need to. Right now, let's take a look at the points, everybody, and also the points in where the conflict is gonna be. Nrock's already on the other side. NSR4 already moved back, and we still have 3 squads make that 4 squads close together. And Fatal Mugen is still running in with the hover car.
Hover car seems to be a good choice of vehicle here, since a lot of stealth, great way as well. A lot of
KDO7 got a kill from far away with the defender. Just trying to get the kill on them as fast as they could. Butcher is the last one alive here for Mugen Fatal. They all need to move because the zone is closing in 20 seconds.
Again, Dash, this is an area that is so open. Eventually, these squads just have to go in there in the middle. And as of the moment, right, we're already seeing chaos happening again on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, edge of the circle. Squad 3, DJ entry is already planted themselves on ACC Boulevard. It's not going to be a good spot, AASC. This is going to be a chance for Gum to be able to stop Butcher. Oh, the shots was perfect! And that's going to be Mugen Fatal down.
Oh my goodness, I was just about to say Gum has been going up and down. That house is like looking for a target, and just
he was able to see it.
Down. Gum man. That was like 2 shots, right?
Mugen Fatal now out of the competition, at least in game 2. And that's going to be big. Now they don't have the one threat that they need to look at, but they still have this one which is DD entry.
The entry that is on top of our current standings, but
Yeah.
again, they finished in podium for the last map. This time, DDN, they are a bit separated. They have actually gotten in like 3 of the houses in that area, so this could actually be quite a surprise for some.
Yeah, they know that Synergy is here. They're hearing that the cars are on the
Right.
other side of the beach at least. So if ever they try to move in, they are ready. So Synergy is trying to find a way in order for them to move forward because the circle is not in their favor, but they still have 1 minute. They have a lot of time.
Yeah, DDN as well. I think this is a good idea that they're spread out in different houses because you have so much information,
true.
right? Like, this is what they want. Information, where these others are coming from, and Synergy. Once again, eventually these guys, you guys have to move on. You have to face DDN, who's right there,
Oh
that has a very good vantage point.
They saw one person on the bridge, and that is one down. HLLW has nowhere. Hallow is out of the competition
They're
right now.
hesitating, right?
And Synergy's being seen. Chuya knows that they're there. That's why they're staying on the spot.
It's gonna be hard to take in pot shots from Chuya here, who
Yeah.
is so comfortable with this, and at the same time has a good amount of weapons here that can dish out so much damage on the armor. And like what I mentioned, they have to move out. They have to move towards the
Oh no, they're chasing one person. That's gonna be the damage coming in from Axel. The War Spiders does have poison, and they're gonna poison this squad out of the game. And that's one more out.
Oh, can I just commend Bethel the God in
Yeah.
this game? And
Yes.
absolutely, let's see if it will be
The
the
God.
one on top. Yeah, the God in this game. And
If,
so
maybe,
far,
if he ascends to godhood in this game. And Ross gonna be fighting with Tyrant as early as now. Doesn't have the ultimate's coming in. They're gonna be dashing around, and that's gonna be the Impi Shock gonna go in, and Rox is gonna fall, and that's gonna be the timing coming in from Tyrant. Perfect timing from them. Doesn't have a lot of ultimates. Jenny the God is still alive, and Bethel would try to go for the fight. Rhino is gonna be getting the kill on them. One more Rhino shot could end their life. Bethel the God, be careful! What a great tactical roll, and that ended his life. And that squad is out, and Rox has been taken down.
yep, he won't be ascending towards that title just yet, but a
We jinxed
beautiful
it.
plays today. Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't call it out. But beautiful play though.
Yeah, that was great play. They knew that they were there. They had better armor, so they know that they can win that fight. Tyrant Esports just used their advantage to their advantage.
And, and here it is. Here's the thing. DDN, once again, I really love squads that have a very good position.
That's true.
That's for me, right, on solo queue. And this is something that you want. You don't have so much internet, but look at that, Chuya! And the rest of the gang getting spotted out there by ASC. I mean, they have to do this, right? They
Yep.
want to go in that area, and they can't. DDN is just there.
Oh, the volley is hitting them really hard. ASC does know that this squad is here. KDO7 needs to be careful. Absent Gravity is going to pull them back. They need to be careful around it. They don't have any armors. They have the EMP shot right there on their side. They need to run away. The smoke is poisoning them, and that's going to poison their chances of winning.
Oh my gosh, they huddled in one area and it actually backfired. I think they were trying to go in for an ambush on whoever wants to
Yeah,
go in,
that's
but
true.
instead it worked the other way around. I
Oh
mean, a very
my.
risky play, but again, eliminated by AASC. Beautifully timed. They got the vision and eliminated everyone
They-
in one fell swoop.
Yeah, they know that they have the disadvantage. That's why they stuck together. But because ASC knew that they were there, there was no chance of them getting away from that spot.
Again, DDN is spread out. This is, again, a situation that it's going to be really hard to rat out. The damage as well from the circle. They have to move forward. Again, there is not a lot of infrastructures in the middle. In an open area, so Air Beast would be popular, right?
Oh, they don't know. Squad 3 doesn't know that 12 is there on their backs, but right now in the middle of the battle, we're still only James running around, tactical rolling. Gonna have a lot of dashes, but now he doesn't have the ultimate anymore, so this is gonna be bad. Have some chances. The empty shot's gonna be there, the damage gonna be there. Rhino's gonna hit, and that's gonna fight them in the back. Only James gonna be running away, and this is gonna be Ragnar from the Viking land, and that's gonna be the kill. We still have 3 squads alive.
My goodness, Ragnar from the back. That was, yeah, they were trying to shield up. Once again, try to heal up. But again, that was quite unfortunate. There's nowhere to go. You're behind the stairs, under the stairs actually. And
Oh, here comes the DNG.
Yep.
Still have
they came out of where they were hiding.
They have it. Mantas Esports needs to be careful here. And DDNG doesn't have any good covers. So if ever they try to fight, they need to be careful because there's 2 squads right there. ASC, not a weak squad. Their squad very, very strong. but a strong finish is what they need. Ragnar is going to be able to get the kill on Gum, and that's going to be a big dent on the amount of numbers that they have. Mantis Esports needs to have their ultimates up. Here comes the Absolute Gravity. You have Rhino on Chuya. Gonna be waiting with this defender and the White Dwarf. They're gonna need to move forward, but now isn't the time.
Yeah, they have to eventually siege in this area where Mantis is in. Squad number 5 is in. They have a good grasp, but again, the circle. This is a place. Okay, close combat. Too close for comfort.
Zone is closing down. They don't have a good spot. They need to jump up on the roof. They have a good spot though. This is a good high ground. The open space on that zone would be a big disadvantage for them. And now Mantis, DDNG is waiting for them right down there. And this is a good spot for them. Mantis Esports need to get the cover. And Chuya is now down to low HP. Mantis has killed one member. Bulldozer is down. And most of the members are already on the edge of the zone. And Mantis is going to be chased down by the members of Chuya. And that's going to be the kill onto their side. They have the EMP shock. The damage is going to be there. DDNG is just moving forward with them. EMP shock, they can't dash away. And that's going to be the kill onto their side. They still have a lot of members alive. They have one being revived by Division Erosion. They have one on their other side. Mantis Esports only has one member standing.
Chuya right there in the middle. You as well. A very good number of armor. There is.
Yeah, gonna be the last fight, and it's gonna be it. Got one kill, but in the end, he disappears.
DDN, my goodness, they were threading in such a dangerous territory. We're in. The circle is closing in. Half of that motel.
Crazy motel.
Yeah, that was a motel. 13 kills for DDN, something that is actually quite expected as well.
Yeah.
But Chuya actually had a lot of good plays here, has been taking a lot of pot shots, and look at the damage to Chuya.
Oh man, 2566 damage? What? Is that what?
Yeah.
That's crazy. And now that could be the damage of one squad, but Chuya did it himself.
He took it all for himself, and I mean, it's good, right? Like Chuya has been taking in, like I kept mentioning, taking pot shots, taking in like kills from the back, like sniping everyone, right? Ensuring that their armors are down before they go in.
Yep, and that's something that I'm really surprised with. Now, because they weren't able to get the podium finish in the end there for DDMG, now what advantage they have with this is that they're going to be racking up some points. I believe that even with that, it's not going to be even a problem. They're still going to be taking the first place spot.
Looking at where our players dropped as well in the first place, like when they dropped into Sunset City, a lot of them actually chose to go for Sunflower Mall and Tin Man. Again, POIs. Previously, we've seen it in Power 3 Station, but again, these are places wherein you get a lot of resources. And unfortunately, I think for easy sweep, they were eliminated early on. Actually.
That's true. And also something that I'm really surprised with is the zone going to Motel at the very center of the map. And that's why everybody didn't expect that to happen, because most of them really went to the southern side of the map, Sunflower Shopping Mall to Tin Man. So when the zone goes to Motel, you don't have a lot of time to rotate around the map, get some shields yourself.
And Motel isn't you. I mean, not unless you're Infinity, right? You love the Motel area to drop in, but again, that is not like the usual POIs, right?
Yeah.
So it is quite surprising. I think for a lot of teams, what DDN really did well here is, I think for the most part, they weren't that aggressive.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when they needed to, that is exactly what they did.
Yeah. One thing about Motel too is one of the spots that people hate the most is Motel, just because people want to get the shields in Motel, but because everybody wants to get the shield on Motel, that is when most pub lobbies get decimated, because everybody's there, everybody's gonna try and take some shields there, everybody's gonna die there. That's why Motel is not a spot that people are really comfortable with.
Plus, it is that type of motel wherein there's only 2 stories. It's pretty much it's pretty big. There's a number of weapons there. I think a couple of vehicles, but not as much. So it's not really a POI.
Not a lot of covers though. That's why
it's very open.
Yeah, whoever is in the motel has advantage already, just because of the fact that they have the building for themselves and they don't have anything else working for the others that were on the edge of motel, because it's an open space.
Yeah, and it's funny too, right? Like I see a number of like good parking slots in motel, and I'm like, wow, it's surprising that there's not a lot of like vehicles there.
Oh
so,
yeah, that's
which is
true.
why I think a motel is probably like the last place you would think to go to, right? Like I mean, Shield XPs is good, but again, Motel is, you would want to get more resources and vehicles. And speaking of, this is something that a lot of you guys are looking forward to as well.
That's going to be a win for our viewers too. You're just watching the game and you get a code like this. Go into your CD key, everybody, and type in Sunday Farlight in order for you to get 1,000 gold onto your side, because that is at least helpful if you want to get another hero to your side.
Yeah, I definitely need that, but unfortunately, I can't do that as of the moment.
We can do that. We can do that. No.
After this one, no, I'm
That's
kidding.
for you guys.
Yeah, it's all for you guys. Thank you so much, by the way, for supporting Farlight 84 Esports. And definitely there is a lot of good things along the way. So definitely you guys have to watch out for all of the tournaments that will be hosted by Farlight 84.
Yeah, and we're going to be going to the highlights, and let's see what's going to happen this game. Victory that they needed. That is a redemption arc for this squad, able to get the first win after almost getting that on game 1. Now game 2, are they gonna be able to snowball that to game 3? Let's see.
The momentum is already there, so let's see if DDN right in the middle, right in the heart of Motel earlier, and that was definitely not a place that you would be very comfortable fighting, right? Like such an open area, but again, I did highlight a lot of plays made by Chuya, and the damage as well. Come on, 2,500 something, right? Let's see the accurate damage.
Yeah,
I got it. I thought it was around 2,566. That's probably one of the most, right?
That's crazy. 2,566 on one person. And Chuya was able to get a lot of those damage. And it's also because of the fact that we were talking about defenders a lot of times, because they're so good at dealing damage from far away. They are just gonna rack up all those damage, and it's not impossible, especially in PC, because those snipers are gonna hit for sure.
I think there was a time that Chuya spotted someone on top and was just like taking down the armor, like 2 shots. Almost enough to take down the armor with the defender.
It was AASC, if I remember correctly. They got taken down like 2 shots with headshots even. Oh man, that's gonna be a kill for them for sure. And now, for now, the things that we need to think about for this next game is Mugen Fatal gonna be able to get the win on game 3, or is DDN3 just gonna utterly dominate after that game 2 win?
I mean, you're still in the height of winning, right? So again, this is, I mean, it's not impossible for Mugen Fatals to pull that off, and we've seen it in map number 1. But as for DDN, right, the momentum is on their side. They've just probably had the most insane amount of damage with Chuya as well. So yeah, I mean, I honestly wouldn't want to be in that position in an open area where Chuya's just shooting you down. down with that defender. But again, these are our top
Yeah.
two teams that have been playing consistently.
I wouldn't want to be in that position though. In the in the receiving end of DD entries, DD entries rat in this game. Because right now in game 3, if ever they're gonna do the same, if they're gonna be dropping at the same spot, so far we have a zone at Power Tree now in the middle of the zone. Are we gonna have something at the southern east side of our map? So that's gonna be something that I'm gonna be looking forward to in this next game, because we're gonna be going in that in just a bit, everybody.
Yep, and speaking of DDN, right, they've been dropping on the south side, right?
Yeah.
Since they were the last ones to win in map number 2. So let's see if they will still be dropping in there or maybe in another part of Sunset City. And
Yeah.
we'll find out because we're going to be dropping straight into Sunset City.
Yeah, we
now.
have the map again, and DD entry taking 61 points on the current standings. They had a lot of damage too. That's the reason
Yeah,
why they're
yeah.
racking up a lot of points too. And that's just crazy. They need 30 around it, 20 plus points in order for them to reach DD entry. DD entry, even if they lose here, I think it's okay.
And I love how the damage is also calculated here
Yep.
in PC, which is kind of why all these players are also going for, aside from the snipers, they're going in for the defenders. And looking at CDN, they're still dropping in on their favorite drop, which is Tin Man.
Yeah, they're going to be going to Tin Man, and even down to some more dropping hole now. They want to challenge HLLW, or should I say Hollow, on this spot, and they want to take it as early as they can and try to fight back as fast as they could. And now, look at this. DD entry just securing the other side, the right side of Sunflower Shopping Mall in order to get some resources.
Sunflower Shopping Mall, there's also the Heart Island and the mansion that is just nearby. And DDN just wants to take it all if they manage to take this map. But I do have to highlight that, you know, that I've seen like a DND, this time, not DDN. They dropped in Sanctuary Tower because map number 1, map number 2, we didn't see any squad dropping there.
That's true. And now, with Sanctuary Tower being on their side, it's going to be a good advantage. But now, Synergy might get taken down here. They're fighting against Squad 13, which is NSR4. Great performance too from the last game, but not enough still. Now they're going to go and try to fight back. It's going to be UMP doing some damage with the Mad Rabbit from X-Fleet. That's going to be 2 people down on both squads.
That is such a dangerous territory in map number 2 that we didn't see, like Sanctuary Tower being occupied by several squads, and this time they actually like, okay, Nova Planetarium is actually pretty. Let's go in there. That's 3 squads actually in that area. A bit too crowded, but again, you know, these are the types of situations we're in. It's high risk, high reward for you.
Yeah, Mugen Fatal has 1 member down, already phased, forced to respawn. They'll have RCM God on their side, heralding the 495. Might be able to get some shots in onto Sayosho. They need to run away from this. Sayosho is the only one person on the side of Mugen Fatal still here. They have the vision erosion for them to not see where he's going. And here it comes, JCM from far away. Sayosho tries to run, but Sayosho is gonna fall. And that's gonna be it. He tried his best, but his best wasn't enough.
Come on, look at this. Squad number 1 and 4 will be eventually going to head over to Sunflower. That is a territory PDN, but again, look at the damage.
Oh man, defenders are just so good in this game, and that's why God needed to respect that defender from Don P. Is this the time of easy sweep, or is this the time for them to just, again, be able to get some kills before they would need to really contest the entry of this spot?
Oh man, look at it. DDN has got that area surrounded, but surprisingly, squad number 4, Easy SW, they're managing to take pot shots at them, and it's looking really good.
Yeah, easy sweep. It's going to be regenerating. They're going to be clashing with Squad 3 later on, and as we said, Chuya is here with the defender. It's going to be hard to fight against him.
Come on, this guy dished out 3,566 damage. That's to be accurate for the last game, and it seems like he's going to be doing
Wait,
the
what?
same thing.
Wait, what? He saw him! Oh no, Butcher is going to be dead. Is he out? After he gets taken down, they still have one person still alive on their side. So he's going to be taken down, but they still have some members still alive.
Ah, I love how Worry Bear was like, let me do that in style. Let me drive this bike first and take you down.
He saw the bike, which is really funny, but Super MJ is going to fall down. Chuya is just going to be chasing him down. Look at the Don P just up top is not going to be surviving. They have the hologram guy. Their guns blazing really fast, and that's going to be the takedown. Chuya was able to get the kill on Don P. Worry Bear is on the other side with RCM God. Have the bar 95, doesn't have a lot of armors, doesn't have a lot of space. They might get taken down. They are pincered by Guevara, and DDMC needs to respect this because they have another squad on the other side.
Chuya Wow, too cool for comfort, right? And Chuya, considering the amount of damage that he did in the previous game, right? And he's so comfortable with the defender. And once again, he's been doing that. It's gonna be a bit dangerous to fight in the bridge, right? There is Guevara who who can spot them from this tower over here, or rather this building over here.
We need to be careful against Guevara. Guevara just got eliminated early last game, but now they have a chance to even fight against DD Entry. If they win this, it's gonna be big for them.
Oh man, Chuya, there you go. Finishes the job once again.
Oh, that damage coming in from them, but now we have another fight on the other side. Tyrant gonna go and fight back. You have some more spiders in, and here comes the other 560. Hurts was able to get the kill on Chuya, forcing DD Entry to run away. That's one member down, but DD Entry is still alive. They still have respawners up, so they have still a chance for Chuya to stay alive. But on the other hand, they have a bird's eye view of the fight at Sanctuary Tower. We were talking about this a while ago, but now a fight Chaos has brought, and DND Online was able to win that fight.
Definitely online, because they did land this spot. They're like, we called dibs on this area, and definitely they've scouted that area. They're comfortable with it. They've gotten in all that they need, and eventually took down the squad that was coming in for their territory.
Zone's closing in, easy sweep, holding on to Tin Man. Don't have a lot of resources, but they need to stay alive. That's why Squad 11 is passing through. Oh no, Tyrant is going to be killed. DNT Online is not online because Tyrant Esports is here, and they're going to be taking them down. Wannabe is the last one standing. They still have respawners, I think, so they can stay alive.
So a bit offline as of the moment. They got taken down by Enrox at this point, but again, the circle is slowly closing in, and looking at it, Dash, it seems like once again it is going to be in the middle.
Yeah, in the middle of the map again. It's going to be this zone really close. I see in the kill feed a while ago, DDNG got eliminated this early.
Well, quite surprising too, and Chuya was a little bit too aggressive as well this time, like trying to go in for the close combat, but unfortunately this time it didn't work well. They were able to take down an easy sweep.
Yep. Yeah, that's the only good thing, but Easy Sweep is still alive with 2 members away on Tin Man Industrial, and they need to get to the zone in order for them to have at least maybe a second or third place finish just to rat it out. But now Hallow looking to get a lot of kills during this lobby. I have been seeing their names since a while ago on the kill feed, so this is going to be their chance to show themselves, show their names to the other squad.
The Planetarium once again going to be a tight spot here. Squad number 7, MNS7S, going to be going in for all the resources first before they finally convert into the middle. And once again, Dash, we are seeing a pattern here. A lot of open space being probably the center for the last stand.
It's going to be bad if ever that happens. It's going to be the entry. As we've seen, they're being chased down by Guevara still again. Needs to be careful because it's easy sweeps time to have revenge against DD Entry. Got the kill on them a while ago, but now is the time for them to chase them down.
Yeah, Yue here too is going to be a bit careful. He knows that easy sweep is around the area. They're back and they're trying to get their revenge up against them early on. And this time there's 3 of them facing Yue. So they also have, I think, was that
Singot is down. Oh no, Singot is down now. You needs to revive 3 people. That's crazy.
And the circle is going to be closing in on them, so I'm not so sure if this is an area where if you can rat out. Respawners are also disabled at this point, so that is going to be a devastating situation.
Yeah, I'm waiting for All-Star Race ever since the start of the game. This might be their time. Motel is not going to be where it's at. Carnival is where most of the zone is going to close down on, and now Easy Sweep is going to be chased down by All-Star Race Super MJ2 Fast. He was able to get the Emperor. Oh no, the smoke, the headshot was perfect! And now they got the kill. They're gonna be chasing them down. Donkey is trying his best to get to the smoke, but no, he wasn't able to get to the tree. And the 3 of them are gonna be taken off of the competition, and that is down. And Easy Sweep has been taken off.
Oh my goodness, Easy Sweep though. They are always in these open areas. We're in.
Unfortunate.
It's so unfortunate for them. I think they were trying to get cover. But you know what? There's a lot of squads again threading on that ground, so it's really difficult for them to move forward as well.
The entry, only 1 person still alive, but we still have All-Star Race that could potentially get to the 2nd place. And Fatal is still alive too, so that's on the squads that we need to look at. But let's take a look at the zone. A lot of people are already on Power Tree, but there's going to be a POI there in Carnival, so that is when the fight is going to happen. Look at Guevara chasing them down with the Access Gravity. It's going to be pulling them back, but they were able to get the kill on him. Sayosho needs to be careful around here. Here comes the Molly. The damage is going to be there, and Koji was able to get the kill on one. Sayosho falls, and that's one of the members of Mugen Fatal down. Make that two, and Bertrand is also down.
Yeah, I was going to use a volley to actually escape that one, but that wasn't enough because Guevara right there from the back and actually doing pretty well this time, you know, trying to catch everyone behind their backs actually, and that's not a place that you want to be in, right? And PC players, they've been aiming, right? And most of the time you need to have like a safe spot that you need to do that, and Guevara has been making these surprise attacks.
Yeah, and now take a look at what's happening. It might be the same zone that we've seen from game 1. And this is where Mugen Fatal was able to win game 1. But now, both of them and DDM3 is also not here. So it's a different squad overall that we have in this last zone.
And expect to see, again, a lot of pot shots. You see it from one and only Geno here. With a Worm's Eye view here in Power Tree Station, and I think this is good, right? Like most of the squads, they wouldn't wanna, you know, show themselves first before the final stand, and Power Tree Station is actually the best place to camp out, hold out, be a little bit more patient before everyone comes in. And I do have to point out that Nrox really has a lot of good shield, a great number of vehicles as well. They've got Power Tree Station in their hands, so if they can manage to get a good high ground here, manage to take down the squad on the side, this should be good for them. Positioning wise, I would say this is very, very smart.
Nrox ran away in order for them to get some shielding up. They have some 3 war spiders. They were able to spot one person. That's why trying to be careful about it once they move. And let's take a look at the map. There's still a lot of players away on the edge of the zone. But the zone is going to be closing down in just a bit. We have 1 minute 30 seconds because before the next zone closes in. So this is going to be on Power Tree Station again.
K as well is the only one left there on top. Eventually, he has to get out of that area, right? And I think Vox just knows he's right there next to the vehicle. And it's the edge of the zone. He gets spotted!
What? Gets spotted? And Kai needs to run away from this. He's going to be running with a hover car. He's going to be doing some damage against Kai's. Not going to be chasing him down. He's going to be running away. That's going to be Kai still safe at least.
Oh, wow. He does get spotted out, but, you know, went around the area. And eventually, you know what? Fox is like, okay, let's think it through before I go in. But I know that there. You eventually have to come out.
Oh, still alive, doing some damage. It's not going to be enough, though. Fox is going to be trying to go in and get a hit on him. But Fox is not going to win this fight because Kai takes him down.
Wow, Kai, I was just pointing out that he was the only one left. And again, this is good, right? Worm's Eye view or Bird's Eye view? Definitely the Bird's Eye view.
Oh no! What? He got shot from downtown and he got killed! Wow! Gum Sniper is what you say to that. And that is a kill from downtown. He was in the open. That's why he was an easy shot.
Came out of the hiding spot, right, for Kai's. And again, he was just celebrating that win. But from the, I mean, this is a place we're in, like we mentioned it, snipers are all around the area.
Good. And that is because this is an open area. This is a time where the snipers do shine the most. Most of the members, even Nrox, red armor on Bethel the God. That is something to point out because this is going to be a big advantage for them if they even fight D&D online.
Can I also say the amount of war spiders that they have is insane. This can be very mobile.
That's true.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, I do love the war
spiders.
And they're just you know, taking it in for themselves. They got a good spot as well in the middle, in the heart of Power Tree Station. So again, they're going to have to wait it out. It looks like our circle is going to be closer right there in the middle again. An open area wherein everybody eventually has to come out from their hiding spots because hide and seek is over shortly.
Yeah, what's going to be scary here is if, I was about to say, if we're going to be having a Power Tree Station zone, it's going to be a battle of elevations, right? So it's going to be a hard fight for everybody, but it's a good thing that it's straying away from the Power Tree Station. But looking at Nrox, what they're doing is just scouting out a lot of squads. They saw Squad 11 already, and they would need to really go to the houses down at Power Tree Station, which is what we call Power 2, because it's in the bottom of Power Tree Station. So that is the village, the houses that are there are going to be the point of conflict for everybody right here.
There's a lot of houses here. Ooh, look at high ground from Nrox.
Yeah. The empty shot for the Vision Broken. They already used it just to stop them from pushing in. They have the hologram guy. The damage is going to be there. They need to pull the EMP shock themselves. BDN online is going to fall down. One has been taken down. And Nrox is not stopped. stopping. Their guns blazing. They're not ending their game because DDN Online wannabe needs to run away from this because that Rhino hit him in the face, and that's gonna be a kill, and that's gonna be the end of it for that squad.
One shot for Enrox. That's crazy, right? You can do all these crazy plays, and it's just working really well because they have a lot of good armor. War Spiders as well to escape right after that. Look at this.
So good, but they have the high ground. AFC on the top, all-star race would be able to get that advantage. Guevara has been taken down. That's gonna be good for the other squads. They don't need to think about Guevara anymore, but Hollow has been damaged. What I'm scared of is if this stays at Power Tree Station, the best position that we have is in All-Star Race.
Right there on top, you can either snipe everyone down, and I think this is what AASC is going to be doing, getting a good information and Enrox there.
Trying to hit the War Spider.
Yeah, but you know what? Battle the God's like, I have this under control, and we're pretty mobile here. They're going to be charging in shortly.
This is basically another part of my body. That's why he's not letting it get hit.
It's an extension of my body. Well, an extension of Enrox's body, right?
Ooh, they saw them. They got
Yep.
a vision of their heads. And they have the better spot now because Power Tree Station is going to be closing in and the zone is just there. Okay, that's perfect. So now, Power Tree Station is not a good spot anymore because they need to go to that open space, almost the same as what they had in Game 1.
And will Enrox actually bring in their War Spiders this time? Again, it's a very open area, so I think War Spiders would be very good to go up against a team like Enrox that is quite comfortable with that type of play. But again, they're stuck here on top of Power Tree Station, again waiting to hold it out. There is also the loot right there in the middle, so I think they might actually just go for it.
Take it? Okay, they're gonna take the War Spider. They need to go to the War Spider, use it as cover, then try and take the supply drop and get another Rhino for yourselves. That's gonna be a good advantage if ever they use that order advantage. But now KDO7 is not letting them take the supply drop because our Rhino is a big advantage.
Yeah, Squad 09 is actually in a very, very good spot. We're in, again, in the middle of the circle, and the rest of the squads here, they're just working with this open space that Powerhouse has. A number of good hiding spots as well. But again, this is the type of thing when you end in... Oh.
Mantas, Squad 5 is going to see Squad 9. Are they going to fight back though? See them far away. No kills just yet. They're seeing them on the other side of the street. Bet is not going to take that damage. He's just going to fall down, and the War Spiders, they need to really wait it out. And they're on the middle of everything. That's not a good spot. Even Mantas Esports is also in the area.
Yeah, KDO7 in a very good spot there. Just shutting everyone down.
Yeah, Hollow fighting back against KDO7. Already low in HP on one member. Still at the back. They're on the back of the bus. Don't have a really good spot inside of Hollow. But KDO7 doesn't want to take the risk. If they took the risk, they might get taken down by other squads.
Now, squad number 7 gonna go up against KDO7.
Oh, wait, what?
In between the bus, right?
You got to take down. AFC is going to fall down one by one. And Mantas Esports is also in the area. This is not going to be a good spot, though. So if ever they fight back, AASC already has this advantage because they're in the open.
Yeah, they're trying to cut down the War Spider that Mantas has, like eliminating any chance of actually moving out. They do have a vehicle here as well with them for KDO7, and this is something that they're using towards their advantage. They don't really have as much good shields, but again, Enrox, they can charge in at any moment, full shields for Battle of the God and the rest of the squad.
They have
Mantas?
the red armor. This is going to be a hard fight for the other squad. So Battle of the God, look at Battle of the God. The confidence right here is because of that red armor that he has right now. He knows he has advantage. Nobody needs to make any moves because whoever moves first, they're going to lose.
Man, Mantas is in such a tight spot as well, right? Like, they have to face KDO7 as well as squad number 11, who's just right around the corner. They might get sandwiched.
That's the middle of the zone. Everybody's going to use their ultimate on that middle. So they need to stray away of that spot as fast as they can because they're all looking at Mantas right now.
Yep. Sandwich play from like what, 4 squads?
Hello, fighting already on the backside. KDO7 already low in HP. That's not a good spot to be in. KDO7 is gonna run in. Guns blazing, guns firing, and that Rhino was able to hit perfectly. And KDO7 might be no more. They still alive for a bit. They're taken down by the zone, and KDO7 got taken down by Hollow. But here comes the other squads. The other squads right there on the other side. KDO7 got one, and Mantas is gonna be taken down. And Rock is nowhere to be found except for one Rhino Bulldozer. There is no more. That vehicle is down, and from far away, K is hitting them like the bowman, the archer that he is, with a defender on hand. Mantas needs to be careful around here. The damage is going to be there. The kill has happened, and we still have a lot of members from the AAC composition. It's going to be a 3v3. It's going to be a fight to death. It's going to be a 3v2 now. One has been taken away. Vision Roach is going to be taking some time. They have the Rhino on their side. The Absolute Gravity pulls them back. Blackie is going to be taken over. He's going to be running away, but it's not going to be enough. K has fallen, and that's going to be the win to the side of AASC.
Oh my goodness, AASC! Timing in again, the vision erosion just causing everyone to not have a good idea of where the opponent is. Again, AASC is that type of team that slowly creeps up onto you. And Mantas in that final clash in not a very good position. I think Sandwich like 4 squads. Unfortunately for our other squads like DDN, unfortunately they did not finish podium as well as
Fatal. Yeah.
So AASC on top.
That's unfortunate for them, right? The 2 spots that were on the top a while ago has been taken over, and now it might be a chance for AASC to at least get a 2nd place finish for all the points that we have right now for the FPC PC. So this is something to point out. AASC could have a great chance next time, but again, that last zone fight, as we said, the middle of the pack is where everybody's going to be going crazy, and whoever moves first is going to lose. It's a good thing that Mantas just had that patience. Nobody moved against them. The only time that they almost died was when Halo and the other squad, AASC, was there, and that's the only time that they got taken down.
Plus the thing, Mantas actually finished way before Enrox, which we were like kind of hyping up, right? Like, wow, they have good armors, they have like 3 war spiders, and they did have a very good grasp of power tree station, but unfortunately,
I'm surprised that they got taken down. Enrox has red armors, remember? They finished 4th, or they finished 4th because KD07 got taken down first, then Hollow, and then Enrox, then Hollow, and Mantas. That's why on that game, that was a perfect setup for them, at least just because of the fact that Enrox, the strongest squad, supposedly got taken down.
Yeah, for AASC at that point too, right? That was the right time to go in for the engage. I mean, the only problem that they would actually have in that sort of open area would have to be like, the armors, the vehicles as well. That is not going to be working towards their advantage. But unfortunately, you know what? Again, with the Enrox as well being eliminated
early,
being forward, so that was one problem out.
That's the only unfortunate
one
thing
less
for
problem
them.
for them. As Ariana Grande said.
Yeah, and again, for this game, we're going to be taking a look at the rankings later on, but it was still a really nice finish for them. Hey, we have another one, 800 viewers. We're going to be taking 30 diamonds down there. Down there.
I think it's where I am.
0903 finals. It's 0, guys. 0903 finals.
Oh yeah, that's not a phone number. All right.
Yeah, it's not. It's not a phone number.
0903 finals. Be sure to type it in.
Sounds like a phone number.
Yeah,
now
sounds
that you pointed that out.
right?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, but it's a great way for you guys to remember the code, right? Like, be sure to input it right now.
Yes.
Take a screen cap if you forgot that, but again, it's similar to a phone number, so I hope you guys got that one.
Only for 800 viewers, so whoever gets it first gets it. So everybody on whole broadcast, you need to get this as fast as you can. Open your client right now. Maybe at this point, it's already done. Everybody has taken it already.
And here's the thing too, Dash, for this particular game, there was a lot of expectations as well from a lot of players, from a lot of viewers. But again, you know, surprises come in from time to time in FPC.
Yeah, that's true. And now we're just gonna be waiting for the highlights coming in. great finish from All-Star Race, getting the first place in that game. Really well deserved for them because we really expected a lot from this squad. But again, they turned out when they're needed, and they were able to get at least right now, I'm thinking that they might be able to get a top 3 maybe on the overall points.
And it seems likely, right? And it came out of nowhere too.
Yeah.
Like, wow. I think a spectacular play here in FPC.
Yep.
Plus a master of the weapons. And speaking of mastery, let's take a look at our MVP here.
Yep. Oh, Valdozer was able to get that. And that was because of the use of the absolute gravity in the end. And that they dealt a lot of damage too. So that's why Valdozer got the MVP during this game. An All-Star Race. Oh man, they haven't finished a lot of great places during the last 2 games. I mean, they finished 3rd during game 2, but now they finished 1st, and that's a big swing on points for sure.
And you can kind of see as well the meta that we have as of the moment, right? Lucindas are really popular, and definitely for ASC, this really worked towards their favor, being the MVP of the game, Valdozer, as well as ASC. Congratulations for winning the last map.
Yeah, and I do hope to see this squad next time when we have a lot more going for the PC finals. And now this is gonna be insane. We have another group later on, but in this group, it was nice. It was nice to see all the squads.
And honestly, you know, every single map, it's just really surprising to see like different sort of outcomes, despite the fact that most of them actually landed in their comfort spots.
Yeah, and I was surprised on game 3. One of the things that surprised me the most is that DD entry, Mugen Fatal are nowhere. Yeah, that's why in this game at least other squads was able to get their spotlight themselves. But now let's take a look at the team rankings. What happened during that game? And now 13. What is that? 13k damage?
Yeah, I was like, is that right? Yeah, 13k damage from DD, and I would say like more or less it's coming from Chuya, from the defenders. I mean, it's crazy amount of damage too.
Next one is 9k. That is a
pretty
big discrepancy.
Wow, you'd expect like maybe 10k, right? But 9,600 as compared to 13,000 damage from DDN.
Yeah, and now All-Star Race also. Yeah, as we said a while ago, they might be able to get at least a top 3. They got a top 2. Was able to get that together with Halo. I was expecting Mugen Fatal to stay on the top 2, but they got down to top 5 because of that game.
And speaking of Mugen Fatal as well, a team that is also living in their vicinity, which is Team Nitro actually, that finished top 4. Not so far actually from the over the points here of Halo. So they're pretty much tied at this point, but still Halo has slightly more than Team Nitro.
And it's surprising too that Nitrox was able to get 4 at least, and Mugen Fatal is going to be staying at the 5th spot. And that total damage, having advantage on the damage is something to get you on a higher ranking compared to the other squads.
Yeah, so again, not just you know, winning the map is one thing, right? But also the damage here is something that you guys have to think about when we're talking about the PC game.
And remember, 3rd and 4th place doesn't have any victories. They at least got a lot of points in that game. So again, everybody, that was just an insane game for the Group A. And honestly, I would love to see more. Do you love to see more?
I like how fast this plays out, right? It's very different from the pacing of mobile. It's really great. Like you get to see the best of both, like fast-paced action, the more slow-paced, a little more safer, but at the same time, right? They're both very enjoyable when the action, when the chaos is there. Definitely, we're all committed with it.
Well, a while ago was a way different compared to that. But again, we will be going to Europe once we go back. Again, we were your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash. I was here with Burger Kim. See you guys in just a bit.
undying power awakens in the dark. Machines driven by curiosity, becoming cold-blooded killers. Everything must end. Even with new technology upgrades making us faster, stronger, we're still no match for the bloodthirsty machines. But the story isn't over yet. A genius engineer just came onto the scene.
I feel the power, I'm just counting the hours. My inner beast is ready to feast. Competition devoured. You ready? This is the moment. How bad do you want me? Put your arm, don't never fall against any opponent. This is my life, and I'm down for the fight. Hit him left and then right. He's on my light. It's blinding and bright. It's time to fight. Watch your learn. Keep it steady right now. I'm a legend, I'm ready right now. Once I get it lit, born great. I was made for this. They say
Rescue en route. No turning back now. Kill directive initiated. Eliminated.
One's enough.
The truth always comes out.
Play a game of MASH.
Out of the way!
great, I was made for this. Legendary.
Thanks for stopping by. Mission complete.
They all telling me I'm dope now. I'ma teach you a thing or two. I gotta take over the world. What does greatness mean to you? Great, I was made for this. It's time to make 'em pay for this. You don't have to wait. Stay for the fame. Great, I was made for this. I was made for this.
Time passes, but the clairvoyant power from the Oracle will protect us forever. The fanatical power that everyone desires shall only belong to the strong.
Adventure has already begun. Yes, you can call me Mr. Reaper.
Survivors, welcome to Isle City. This time, clairvoyance from the ancient Oracle will sweep the entire battlefield. Please note that battles in the new season will be more brutal. Bring clairvoyant equipment, and the Oracle will bless you. Use Sunil's newest skin, Clairvoyant Frenzy, and feel an inexhaustible flow of energy.
I'm on my way with state-of-the-art rescue tech.
Sienna is out in front dominating. Use the skin, Clairvoyant Potion.
Good boy. My tarot cards are waiting.
Stellar Wind can automatically lock onto target that's within range and attack. The Gale of the Stars is fatal and ubiquitous. White Dwarf SMG, a pinnacle product with both stability and lethality. May your opponents rest in peace. These guns and skins are all included in the Battle Pass. Unlock your pass to level 90 and get all the rewards. The most precious things on the battlefield are resources bestowed by a higher power. With the guidance of clairvoyant abilities, new hero skills will be unlocked this season. The battlefield is about to get even more interesting.
I look forward to meeting again.
Would you call me if you need me? Hey, it's Maggie, do you need me? So give me your heart, show me your love, find my delivery of love. your desire.
Let's go. Never back down, and I never run. Coming last place, that was never fun. Time to elevate.
Looks like we gotta make it harder. Let me see who's the lucky one.
I'ma let it go.
Let them taste the power of new vehicles.
Time to lose control.
Time to fly. I never
Time to
miss.
start the show. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, we gon' run it up. No days off.
Precision bombing.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Night, sweetheart.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Fire hazard! Emergency team, go!
Love doesn't just explode once.
Feel the gravity of fate.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Welcome back everyone to FPC Season 1 for PC. We're now jumping in to the second group of the day in the PC platform and I am excited. Once again, ladies and gents, I'm Infinity and this is Burger Kim alongside with me. And Burger Kim, you witnessed Group A coming down to it. Any expectations coming through here for Group B?
Okay, I think for everyone who just tuned in, right, here's the thing for PC. They factor in the damage that you guys have. So again, we've seen a different type of play style for PC players, more of getting in the snipers, getting in these defenders early on, and at the same time, you know, they don't really go for the early engagement, but it's quite fast paced as compared to if you guys have seen the FPC mobile.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is a clear distinction between two of these platforms, but relatively the same when it comes to mechanics and when it comes to the fundamentals of all these players. And looking at the list, which will be shown later on, there will be a lot of familiar names, and I'm excited to see how this would turn out in the FPC PC.
Yeah, and I think some of these names as well is are some of the names that you guys have grown to love as well. Some of these players that you guys are probably familiar with as well. And I think at this time, looking at the stats or even the teams here, most of them
who will be playing for this Group B on FPC PC. We have now us esports, we have Dream Team, Shinigami to name a few, and there's really just a lot of teams that is brand new to the eyes of many, but also familiar names.
We also have Le Savage as well and Fanboys. These two teams are also quite known to love these type of PC games, and at the same time, have to highlight there is, if I'm not mistaken, this is another DD team playing for Group B.
Yeah, there is a lot of these mixes coming through, a lot of sister teams as well, so a lot of expectations to be set for these teams right now. But going through into the map, talked about the snipers, you talked about these weapon utilization, and I think that pulls into a huge consideration for these teams as well, because from what we have mentioned from mobile the finals in PC, that damage or total damage provided against the enemy teams, damage taken, assists are all really important when it comes to the calculations of the overall points.
And here's the thing too, Infinity. I noticed, I know that your favorite hot drop is, if I'm not mistaken, Motel, right? So far it is Motel, but so far what we've noticed for Group A, a lot of these players seem to love them all. The Sunflower Shopping Mall is so hot. Even Nova Planetarium, since these are places that we're in, there's a lot of good loot, as well as a number of good vehicles as well. So let's see if Group B has the same flavor. Will they actually have the same hot drops or same drop spots as Group A, or will this be a completely different flavor, since we've seen like a different mix and match of teams here?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's more on what you have practiced, what are the drop locations that you really want for the team, what is the most familiar to you, because that will actually put you in a better position, will put you at a better advantage, opposed to going into someplace else. And on top of that, as you mentioned, Sunflower Shopping Mall consists of a lot of loots, a lot of potential to build up your weapon, build up your gear level, and also your shield XP, wherein you have an annex building of the mall itself, you have buildings outside of the shopping mall, and you also have a lot of potential rotations to follow suit.
There's a lot of defenders that were used actually in the last game, and even I think, if I'm not mistaken, rhinos and even the air beast that seem to be very popular, as well as the hovercraft that has the stealth. So this is something that you would want to have for the mobility. But you know what? Let's drop in. This is Group B. We're gonna be heading towards Sunset City, dropping in hot, and it seems like this time we see a bit scattered for the it's a bit scattered for the team. Some choose to actually go up north to Sanctuary Tower. That doesn't seem to be like a favorable location in the last group.
Yeah, we'll see if this will affect how Dream will be able to roam around the map, will be able to take one of the top spots here today in Group B, and I am excited. It is map 1 here of Group B.
Speaking of, here we have Dream taking in as much as they can. They have a complete control of the area, and looking at the other DD teams here as well, they're going to actually go head-to-head with squad number 12.
Devils coming right through with the early engages, and this is what you've mentioned a while ago. The Sunflower Shopping Mall, really contested spot across all of these teams, and we're seeing it happen right now here in map number 1, just because of a lot of loots, the potential to roam around every single part of the map. You could go east part of the map, in the East Island, across Tin Man Industrial, or you could go northern.
And can I just say that if you can't have them all, let's just go to the annex. But I'd have to say this is a very dangerous step. You can thread it! Oh my goodness!
A little bit too aggressive, and an overextension coming in from the opposing side. You have to dash away, and now it's Tyro's game in this early skirmish across 2 of these teams, stacking 2 kills immediately to their name.
Yeah, Tyro was the first one in this Sunflower Mall annex, and eventually gunning everyone down. And here's the thing about the stairway to heaven here. There's only one way up, but definitely nowhere to escape. Here comes EMP.
Mastery dashing through, going in for the left flank, but still it is a fight. None of these teams want EMPs. Molly's coming right in, but DDVO will come out on top and pushes the enemy team back. 5 kills already secured and it will follow through with Gab falling down to his knees.
Wow, instant revenge here by DD. A lot of the respawns already being used. And again, they are going to be moving to us. TYRD actually moving towards going up north, actually heading over to Power Tree Station, getting in those shield XPs, knowing that DD is actually not far behind them.
Yeah, D-Devils coming right in with his early skirmishes, early kills, such of a big importance when it comes to point accumulation. And right now, we have FNBY as well, just roaming around on the outskirts of the Sunflower Shopping Mall. It is really difficult for a lot of these teams to infiltrate Sunflower Shopping Mall, especially considering if you have a team already controlling that site and that location.
And even here as well in Nova Planetarium, quite surprising, 2 squads already here. Squad number 4 as well as squad number 3 just right beside each other in the numbers. But let's see how 3 will actually siege this planetarium that 4 is actually in.
KZ1 Chaos going into Nova Planetarium, going for the skirmish, going in for the fight. It's Paragons trying to push them back. EMP forced to back away, might delay the opposing side to go for the push. Vision Erosion buys them time, but is that enough to pull them through with a win and with an escape? But Paragons is fighting back. 3 members alive to pull through up against K4OS. And it's just a matter of time before these teams will be able to match up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we already stood up from all the action here, and it's absolutely crazy, right? Nova Planetarium, it's just pretty much very straightforward. It's just one way, but at the same time, right, if you do get cornered inside, it is very difficult to escape, especially since your opponents outside might actually have some vehicles, might have better loot. That's something you don't have information about.
Yeah, and what I like about Nova Planetarium as well is that you could go into Carnival, you could go into Power Tree Station, depending on whether the safe zone goes into the southern part of the map or the northern part of the map. So there is a lot of potential for these teams to be able to rotate in somewhere else once the zone is finalized.
Yeah, Nova Planetarium is also a very hot drop. Maybe it's also because it's right there in the middle, wherein you can head towards wherever the circle will close in. Early on in Group A, we've seen a lot of circles closing in open areas. I'm actually curious, Infi, if we'll see it in a tight spot or maybe in a certain area that has like a lot of infrastructures.
So yeah, it's just a matter of building up your gear levels, building up your shields from this point forward. And what playstyle are you going to do? Is it all about that aggression? Is it all about that patience game coming here in map number 1 for Group B? And now, looking at it, a while ago, we saw the drop points from all these teams, right? Sanctuary Tower, it was one of the teams that was left alone standing there. So a lot of loot as well coming in from that northeast part of the map. So a lot of heat is coming into the Western Island.
And here's the thing too, if you drop there up top on Sanctuary Tower, I think the reason why the other teams like really want to risk it going there, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff there. I mean, not a lot of people take notice of Sanctuary Tower, but at the same time, there is also some tarantulas, if I'm not mistaken, and some blazing infantries from time to time. But it's quite often overlooked. Maybe it's also because it's all on the northern part of the map, and people would rather go to areas with shield XPs like Iris Ranch and Riverview Park, as well as Tin Man. That seems to be a hot drop.
Absolutely. A lot of fights now occurring in the game from map number 1. There's a lot of skirmish going on. It is really important for these teams to be able to accumulate these points. And speaking of points, right, when we're looking at the rankings, for the viewers watching at home, this is the first time that we're showing this group, this particular amount of teams, this particular number of teams here right now in FPC PC. And some of the teams that we have to take note of and we have to look at would be Dream Team, would be Now as Esports. These are familiar names that we could see getting that top 1 spot.
And here's the thing too, Infi. The scores here for Group B are quite tight. So the damage, I think the total damage for each team is actually pretty close together. So this is going to be a really tight game for Group B as well. But as the moment, right, the Dream Team looking pretty good. XSHI actually having that Reaper, and right after he got that title, getting taken down instantly.
First zone closing in nearby already in near moments, as we see already 2 squads fall down into this very first map in this very first game.
Now standing on top of the the leaderboard actually earlier in terms of the damage. Right now they have 3 War Spiders up for grabs. They might actually try to siege in Iris Ranch, which has an equal number of Shield XPs to go for, and a number of loot as well. So this is kind of like their team as well earlier on, wherein they choose to go for a lot of vehicles, a lot of mobility, and their armors is looking pretty good here for AIM, already at level 6.
Yeah, and that's expected because it's War Spider Day, so the rotations when it comes to vehicles will revolve around a set number of vehicles coming into today's matches, today's set of games. But looking at the safe zone, it is going to be the center wherein 2 of the islands meet, being half the way by a river.
Ah, wow, that sounds so familiar. The riverbank right in the middle of everything. Who's gonna actually take in the shots first? A very dangerous territory, but as of the moment we see a lot of pot shots onto squad number 12 here of Dream Team here. That has a good vantage point, by the way. They have to close in earlier on, and still the same thing here, Infinity, for Group B, wherein all of these squads are choosing to play right there on the outer corners of the circle.
Yeah, and as we have seen, we're now seeing a couple of Maggies being played out. A bit more different when it comes to mobile because of that potential to carry for the whole team. We're also seeing a lot of Houstonials with hologram guides that can support with that extra movement speed, with that extra damage boost across the board. So utilization of these skills, of these utilities are going to be quite crucial later on in these set of fights in a situation wherein it is all chaos let loose.
Yeah, GIZH, squad number 12, right over here reviving their squad members, knowing that 7 is there up on top. Wow, again, these weapons, the defenders, are just really too good at this point for the PC players.
Yeah, it is. The accumulation of those damage being produced by these teams would be crucial and would be important. The utilization of that defender is really good for these teams to just take a few shots, take a few damage, and that will produce them more points overall in conclusion of this group. But for now, we have Paragons getting in those fights, stuck in the middle of it all. One man falls down, and Paragon is left with 2 members in this building as Drop looking to find him. Uzi looking at it, gets the sign on the last man standing, and 1 squad falls. It is Paragons having to say goodbye.
And here's the thing about Carnival's building, especially this one, is just that when you're in that room, if you don't manage to surprise your enemy, you're just gonna be trapped there.
Now,
and, yep.
Pushing right through, Vision Erosion, denying the vision against the enemy team. Perfect timing from Now's Esports.
They did get the vehicles as well outside. Now they're going to be taking as much loot as they can here in Carnival before the circle closes in right there in the middle of 2 areas. The Riverview part as well as Carnival.
Carnival, a lot of buildings, as you have stated, a lot of places to cover. And now it's Esports utilizing this very well. Going in for the loots for now, building up those gear levels, really important. And now going into one of the final zones in this would be the river. Once again, a huge emphasis on the river, because when it comes to battling in the middle of it all, wherein you are halved in a river, there's a huge disadvantage across all of these teams, wherein it's a matter of those long-range fights, long-range engages.
I love that high ground that that Dream Team has as of the moment, and they're doing the same thing, right? Taking some shots at the opposing team, at least try to take down their armor. They also have the terrain that they're using to their advantage. They can actually pull off an ambush attack. But on the flip side, though, we also have squad number 8 and squad number 7 eventually going to be converging towards this tiny warehouse over here. Not a lot of spaces to hide, pretty straightforward, pretty methodical, I would say, but here we have it. Here's the hover car going in for the stealth, but unfortunately spotted out here.
Gami, hover car, still safe, going in for the reset, before removing Gami. They still have to hide, they still have to find that location for them to take cover. And this is the disadvantage that we keep on talking about, and this is where we have emphasized a while ago, the bodies of water, wherein you need those hover cars, you need the hover bikes to be able to cross through the river with ease. And I think that is the extra level of difficulty that we have here in the final zone.
Vicious as well has a level, level 5 armor. And again, this is threading through murky waters actually, literally, for all of the squads that are going to be converging here. There is a body of water that might actually trap you, wherein you're going to stay on land, or are you going to go swim towards the other side? And here we have it, Warehouse going to be eventually taken in by squad number 8.
Yeah, interesting set of weapon loadouts here from Murphy. We have the Mad Rabbit, we also have the AK-77, and I think it is more on the utilization of the passive as well for that extra quicker reload for Murphy this time around, hoping to get a better SMG later down the road.
You know what, Infi? I love how Dream Team is just not letting go of that high ground. They've been camping out there ever since and just taking down everyone that they see. But unfortunately for the rest, they do have the cover of the infrastructures. But how long will this take? Because sooner or later, Dream Team will have to come down from their high ground and eventually find in the other squads, which is squad number 8, by the way, who's waiting for them right here in this warehouse on whoever will face them. And they might actually be sandwiched here by 11, squad number 11, or Dream Team.
Yeah, and right now, at this state of the game, we're in the zone is closing by. Everyone's going to play patiently, right? Because we have to take note that the zone that we are closing into is in an open space.
Again,
river, hills, pretty much no cover across all of these teams. So playing patiently and buying time for the team is important.
I love how these pot shots are going to be an overall factor as well, since the damage. So if you're camping out, again, you can either take down the armors before these players come right through. And again, the riverbank is an area wherein it's so difficult, right? If you win the high ground, then definitely you will have the advantage. The vehicles won't be as important, I would say, here in the riverbanks. Definitely not something you would want to take. You can't really take it unless you have that ejector. But squad number 11 here as well, going to be camping out on the outskirts of Riverview Park before they actually converge in the middle.
Yeah, and speaking of squad 11, we also have squad 6, squad 5, pretty much squad 3 as well, who is in the same vicinity. So when it comes to that fight, when it comes to that last moment, that these teams has to struggle, has to move, and has to converge into a single point, it will be bloodbath in the Eastern Island.
I do have to point out that Paragons as well, I think there is one squad member right there in the heart of it all, right there in the riverbank. I'm not so sure what he's doing as of the moment, but the loot is also right there. Fanboys might actually get spotted out, but he might actually just wrap this one out. But here comes the EMP shot.
KZ1 Chaos having to fight on the lower ground up against Naos Esports, but Naos has the advantage when it comes to their equipment with the EMP utilization as well. There's no escape for Chaos, and that remains with 5 squads here in map 1.
Oh my goodness, Fanboys, they still have one remaining members there. Gonna be camping right out there in the middle, but eventually, you know, the circle is gonna be closing in towards his favor. I'm not so sure if he will get spotted out, or actually I think the best way to do things here as of the moment is just let the others take each other out. No one's still gonna be taking in the loot as much as possible. You wanna hold on to your fort before you go in for the engage. It might be actually a very, very long last stand here.
Yeah, and I just like how Shinigami is on the pier, on a bit towards the riverside, so a lot more safety down we have in comparison to squad 11 that is a bit further away from the opposing side. You have Dream now jumping through, going in for the engage. The MP immediately casted out to disable a lot of the skills that 1MWT could do in this map. Rhino being utilized really well. AoE damage, no more shield coming in from the Dream Team. But can they make their dreams come through? Going into the vehicles, but Rhino is not the best weapon to go into vehicles, and that will just be 1MWT coming out on top with 1 member left to be shut down by now.
Because eventually they have to meet, right? And here's the thing too, Dream Team has been revealing their locations by, you know, just taking in shots over at the other end of the other side of the team. But as a moment, that was beautifully executed by squad number 11. I do have to point out that Fanboy still has 1 remaining member, and again, he is in a very good spot, but eventually, you know, everybody will converge to where he is. The loot is also there, but look at Naos.
A lot of safety in the Western Island thus far. And as we stated, we have fanboys as well, pretty much having still a part in this game. 4 squads remaining in this matchup with 11 players left. One man standing for one MWT. Now esports though will have that information which Erosion immediately used to buy time for one MWT Carl to survive for a bit longer. And now it's esports. Could it be the now's time?
Yeah, not now's the time yet. Hold out a little bit. They have good shields here. They
Hologram
might go
guy,
for it.
a signal to go in for the push, to go and engage up against Shinigami. One man down, 3 squads left. This is the stragglers, the rats left standing. And this is Naos, who will be able to look at it in the purview that this is a 1v4 across the board.
Wow, it's either Fanboy or squad number 11, Tyra ESP right there camping out. It's I think I would have to say that maybe slightly more advantage towards Carl here that has much better armor, but eventually will it be squad 11 and 5 taking each other out, or will they get taken down here by the members here of Nows, which is looking really good for them right now. They're complete. They're gonna start it in here.
Once they had information, it's over, and now it's esports. It's a 1v4. Can you make the miracle happen? Can you make something happen? And now it's just about delaying, going outside of the safe zone. One more shot, and Naus takes the spot.
Yeah, nice and clean, beautifully executed by Naus, and it was very, very difficult as well for the last 2 rats of the squads remaining in there. They did have good armor there, but again, you're going up against members of 4 members of Naus Esports, and at the same time, 20 kills here for the squad.
They're just so capable. When it comes to these fights, they know when to utilize their skills. They know when to utilize their EMPs. And that just made them such a successful team here in map number 1. But looking at the standings, looking at the points, what can we see? And what can we receive through these standings?
Wow, I actually expected to see Dream Team. Let's see the stats later on, but I do have to highlight that AIM here, living up to his name, 2,000 damage here for him alone, followed by Yuri as well as Cos Bang here. That is an equal amount of damage, despite the fact that the others like Fanboy here and squad number 11, 1MWT, they didn't really have that much of a damage, but they were able to make it to the last stand. And looking at Dream Team, yeah, this is a stat I expected to see as well. A lot of damage from them. They've been shooting at all the squads that they see to ensure that they do dish out a decent amount of damage.
Right, you need to have a balance of the positional rankings along with those kills, along with those damage, and thus far a lot of these teams has put up their checkboxes into the current standings, into that map number 1. Shinigami, Naos Esports, right, have secured the top 5 nevertheless.
Yeah, and after that final stand there by Naos, taking down the last few members of squad number 11, eventually which is Carl, and one member of Fanboys left standing. And at that very point, there's really nothing much you can do, right? But just face it, face the chaos, and eventually Naos, with of course the numbers advantage, they were able to take in the game.
Yeah, and as we have stated a while ago, when the zone was concluded in the middle of 2 islands split apart by a river, it's all about playing that patience game, right? It's all about in the open, and the team that has made it happen and has made that patience work was 1MWT across one of these 3 teams who got the top 3 positions. And now as esports, it favored them all throughout, because over the whole western island, it was them who hunted their praise, and they were able to accomplish that quite easily until the very end, wherein they were the last team standing, to say the least, on the left part of the map.
And speaking of the last man, I hope you guys are part of the 1,000 viewers that will be grabbing that jetpack. Hope you got that code right there for you guys to enjoy, and definitely more to come later on as you guys tune in to the Group B stage. We just finished map number 1 with Naos Esports up there on top, and let's see if there will be other teams that has an equal amount of damage, equal amount of points. I do have to point out that both Shinigami and Fanboys, their damage, their points is not so far from each other, so it's pretty tight here in Group B.
Yeah, 100%. It is a matter of being the best out of the best in the group and really struggling and looking for those kills, looking for those points on what sources that we can do. And now I'm expecting a lot of similar things that we have seen in map number 1. The drop points could be the same. But we're going into the highlights. Welcome back, everyone. What a highlight performance that Naos Esports did there in map number 1 here in Group B. And a lot of expectations being set. The tone has been set. The expectations have been met. What can happen in map 2 and map 3?
Wow, for this particular group, I'd have to say they love the heavy artilleries. They love those big guns right there. And yeah, you know what? Speaking of the damage here, definitely, of course, there is one member who took the MVP spot. And who is it going to be here from Naos Esports? It is going to be AIM. Again, living up to his name. An insane amount of damage considering, of course, he is on a Maggie. And of course, Naos Esports taking this in. So a lot of kills from AIM here himself.
Yeah, and AIM is not a new player, not a new name to the scene. Farlight Cup, AIM has performed exceptionally well. His impressive performance and his mechanical powers is amazing. And now 6 kills, 2k damage coming here in FPC PC is just living it up to his name.
Most of the time you'd see like more or less like 1,000 damage, but 2,000 is more or less peak already here for the PC. And will we actually see more since I don't know if you noticed this Infinity, gone are the days where you'd see like the Jupiters and the Wipers. I think for this particular group, they just love those Rhinos and Defenders, so expect to see more of that. And this time, I think vehicles as well, heavy artillery vehicles. We've seen a lot of the War Spiders actually being utilized here, so expect to see more of that action. And this time, actually, a lot of our maps have been closing in on open areas, which is actually pretty fun if you're a PC player.
Absolutely. I mean, a while ago in mobile as well, we saw the zone closing in on Carnival, so having this zone in pretty much exactly the open space that is really unexpected is new, is a breath of fresh air. And I really want to see how these teams will adapt to these kind of situations, because it is high pressure type of situations and it is such a intense moment for all of these teams.
Yeah, aside from the pressure, right? Yeah, you also have to factor in not just the placements, but also the damage that you give out. So again, heavy artillery shotguns, I think, would be a major factor here as well when it comes to the playstyle here of the players. Maybe shotguns, maybe snipers. But you know what? Let's go ahead and head over into our map. here for Sunset City as we see where our players will land this time.
Welcome back, everyone, to Map 2 here in Group B for FPC PC. Now is currently standing above of the rest. Dream to follow up, and Shinigami to be on the third spot of the current standings that we have. The drop points now being set in stone across all of these teams, and a lot of teams and a lot of squads has dropped in Sunflower Shopping Mall once again.
Once again, and Tin Man as well in Tadra. So expect to see a lot of bridge fights here for both sides, whether it be coming from Sunflower Mall or Tin Man, because we're going to be seeing probably like 4 or 5 squads going to be convergent in there. Dream Team here, all alone there, up there on top, getting in as much loot as they can, but here we have it. Chaos once again, early on.
Yeah, early shotgun utilization by VCTP of Dex with the Lucinda. Really good stuff. Really strong in the early game, to say the least, because of those close range interactions. No armors that could stand in the way of the Hounds and the Fanatics of Farlight 84.
You know, I was going to point out too that they love these hover bikes here and hover cars aside from the war fighters. Maybe it's because it's mobile and has the stealth. Again, dishing out those pot shots is very vital at this point, Infinity, because the damage, again, will be factored in the overall tally.
Yeah, and this is one of the expectations as well. For the viewers watching at home, if you remember the drop points that we have said a while ago, there are a lot of split teams that went through. Naos Esports, for one, going to the Power Tree Station. One of the members going to the south, one of the members going into the north. Right, we have these splits because you want as much loot as you can get, especially you have the familiarity on these locations. You just utilize it and maximize it as best as you can.
Yeah, Fanboy here as well has gotten a fair share here at Sunflower Mall. Looking really good. I have to point out though, our winner for the last map, Naos Esports, has got themselves the very comfy position of Power 3 Station up there on top. So they have that solid hold on that area. And again, we're seeing a lot of these snipes, a lot of these defenders from the team. And Fanboy actually has a good idea of where squad number 14 is. They can actually go in and take the shot here.
Yeah, I actually really don't like what Drops is doing when it comes to going into the Heart Island. Yes, you still have the loots, but there's a lot of risk involved. And yes, there is a leeway for them to escape, which they did. That is the best situation that they could get. But if shots are being fired from afar, Heart Island is surrounded by bodies of water that is not easy to escape onto.
Yeah, that's kind of a weird position to be in for Drops. Miraculously, they didn't get taken down there by Fanboy that had a much better high ground over at the mansion. Had a good idea of where they were coming from. And this is another hot spot here, Infinity, the Tin Man and Todd's Hot Rod. Pretty straightforward, pretty methodical coming in from the teams. Again, there is probably like 3 squads here that will converge either at the middle of these 2 hot spots. So let's see, perhaps like 9 and 6 will actually go head-to-head just shortly. And speaking of the armors, all of them more or less at level 3 already.
Yeah, and speaking of Tin Man, as you have discussed a while ago, this is the location alongside with Todd's Hot Rod. We're in. This is the hardest place to go into and outwards onto other parts of the map, because you have a lot of bridges, you have a lot of water that you have to go across. And when we talk about bridges, time and time again, there's a huge emphasis with a lot of gatekeeping across against the opposing team.
Oh, you definitely don't want gatekeeping here. I mean, you would want to try to go in the fort, but speaking of going in the fort, wow, a lot of members of Drops being eliminated here by 1WNT, but at the same time, squad number 8 still not letting go of Todd's Hot Rod, but choosing to go for the War Spider, actually going up there off north, trying to traverse this riverbank area to be a little bit more safe.
Absolutely, and right now it's all about patience. No squads has faltered so far. 15 squads still up in this game, and now it's all about building up your gears, building up your equipments, building up your weapons to go into fights later on. And I think it's all about playing a bit patiently as well, because coming down to it, it's also the positional rankings that is really important. But early engages coming in from Drops, as we have Paragons going for the engage.
Drops just absolutely taken down fights already. I think they've used up their respawn pods. But again, Fanboy playing this actually pretty well right there up on top of the Sunflower Mall Annex, and they have a very good idea of where everyone is going to be coming through, perhaps the bridges, but drops with only Aya just left there once again, perhaps ratting it out. But look at this, a very good battle from Daisy.
Defender utilization by Daisy coming in for Fanboys. Has that information to utilize across the team, but also has given information to the opposite side that, you know what, there's someone there.
Oh no, one PRG, they don't know that Drops is just, one member of Drops is just around the area, but they're choosing to go up against squad number 5 here, knowing that that's a bigger problem for them to deal with, so I think the Rats will be taken out later on.
Yeah, 2 members coming from Fanboys, utilizing the defenders. How many more snipers can you get?
Well, at this case, if you can get as much snipers as you want, then definitely it will play to your favor, and everybody seems to be loving that. Aside from the snipers, I do have to point out there's a lot of hover bikes being used here, but look at this, vision erosion already being used here. Squad number 3 going up against 12.
This versus KZ1 Chaos. Going in for the fight outside the safe zone, but got broke well down. It is going to be a 3v4, 3v3 and make it through and through. But this ban at the end will be able to be demolished by Chaos.
Chaos out of nowhere. Well, this is the Chaos living up to their name, and as of the moment, they're threading in a very dangerous ground, going in for the War Spiders, and eventually they have to leave their fort, which is Power 3 stations, but they have been holding on earlier on. They've dropped here, and at the same time looting as much as they can, but they have to move forward. There's a squad number 12 there as well around the corner, but in terms of numbers advantage, Chaos definitely has it.
Yeah, 100%. One of the teams that has come across as a killer into map number 1 has been producing promise in map number 2 as well. Now esports, the top 1 team that came across map number 1, is now stationed above the hill, having really good gears, purple armor, level 4 armor, as you may, across 3 players and orange shield for 1.
Oh, this time, squad number 11's like, we have more numbers as of the moment. And last time they went up against Naos, it was only a 1v4 situation. This time they got high ground, they got the cover here as well. And here's the thing about Naos, they got the vehicles, but how do they move forward here? They have the high ground for squad number 11, and they can't seem to move through, but sooner or later they have to. Here comes the zone closing in on them.
Yeah, and a lot of squads already set it up in a Sanctuary Tower, or rather around Sanctuary Tower, so a lot of fights may occur, and a lot of these squads may fall down one by one as the zone closes in.
Here comes the bombardment as well from up top, from the heavens, raining down from everyone, and Naos is caught in a tight spot. And this time, squad number 11 having the vehicles here, trying to go in for the chase, but it seems like Naos is going to be trying to avoid that.
Yeah, they don't want fights, they don't want these engages, especially if they are in a position of disadvantage, especially if they are in the open as well. It's not that ideal position for them to go into the fight up against one another.
And it seems like what I mentioned, the hover car seemed to be a choice of vehicle here for Group A and Group B of FPC. Since now that's stealth, but look at this! Wow, squad number 7, EMP has already been released!
Dream up against DCTP, infiltrating the building. They have the member advantage, and that gives them the best moment to go through with those kills. 8 kills to their name, already secured.
Dream Team, this is exactly what they wanted. They are also up on top when it comes to the damage. And speaking of that, Shinigami here with Damned all alone right there. They're going up against DD over on the other side. They're still complete members. They might actually go in.
D-Devil with Jing in front lines as Maggie goes for the arrow zoom. A lot of ability, a lot of capability to go and carry the team. And now that is just so much damage coming in from Jing to put down the opposing side as Shinigami falls with 1 member left to fight it through and through. 20 HP, 1 shot from the head, and that is Jing who comes out on top.
Jing, the man of the hour, taking down 3 in the midst of everything. That is absolutely a crazy play, and now he's going to be running out as there's going to be shots coming in from the back, beautifully executed, and going in for the high ground.
Yeah, and walk me through Burger Kim. What can we expect now? The zone is closing in towards the Riverview Park, a lot of open space.
once again in the middle of everything, not in a POI earlier on, which we've seen in Motel. So again, these players love the thread over on the sides of the map, over onto the outskirts. But then again, you know, this is a good place to be in when you're squad 11 and 3. You're going into Riverview Park, getting in as much shield XPs as you can. They do have the advantage of the hover car that gives so much information, especially with the stealth. This seems to be a choice. Again, a vehicle that everyone loves. If not the bike, they get the car.
And aside from the stealth, you also have the capability to go through water.
Right.
And I think that's just a lot of ease for this team to go around the map freely. And now fanboys have set it themselves here in the outskirts. And so far, so good. And this is what we're talking about. When it comes to the hover car, you have the capability to just roam around, relocate to somewhere else, to somewhere safe.
Cows here as well might actually be going up against squad number 12 just shortly. They have, wow, level 5 armors and a hover car here. So they are threading through sort of an area wherein they have the advantage here. They have information of where the other squads here, but they might actually go right where Ju Eric is the last member standing. For fanboys, they're gonna go in.
Sunil with hologram guide, a signal to go through with a push. But Ju Eric doesn't want any of that. He tries to escape with one more shot that could put him down and knock him out.
Ju Eric once again. Oh man, this time you're not gonna be going away, as Cows will be the one taking the down and eliminating from this game. Now running out this time, and again, hover cars. Not just the other squads, you've seen it time and time again from all of the squads. This is the vehicle to go to, knocking at real release information and
Jing! War Spider almost down, has to escape. Aero Zoom to go away with a lot of these mobilities. Won't be able to escape for now.
Claw spots out Jing, they're going for a chase.
Goes for the aggressive play from this team and will be able to shut him out.
Leaky Duke from the back as well. Still, Jing is able to escape with a sliver of health, but again, there's a lot of squads surrounding this area.
And Seraphim has red armor, a lot of capabilities to outplay this 1v2. Nevertheless, they are in control.
Chaos still taking cover here in this warehouse, but then again, the circle will close there, so eventually they have to go in for the side. Again, good vantage point for Cows. KK that got broke here in a very nice spot, but then again, squad number 8, if they do charge in, if they storm in this this warehouse, it could potentially be deadly, not unless they take them down early.
And the fight occurs from long distance between Shinigami and KZ1 Chaos. And now the defenders are going to be such a crucial weapon to be able to use to deal damage from afar.
Here it is again, the split onto this warehouse. Cows has to either go down from their high tower here, go down and try to take down the other side, the other squad, which is squad number 06, over on the other side. Shinigami just waiting for them to get out of there, knowing that the zone will close in.
Sky jumping around, going into a bit of a danger zone to relocate for a bit. But for now, Shinigami is already set in stone into a specific location, waiting for the time to go down before they relocate, because if we're looking at the map, it's all open space from squad 6 to squad 4.
We still have 9 squads left here, but looking at Couch once again, they have a very good armor, almost level 6 for most of them. Seraphim as well, you've seen it in the close combat where he did pretty well and was able to escape. And again, Shinigami not letting go of where they are, knowing for a fact that it is going to converge in the middle. They need to reserve their resources early on before they go in for the full engaged in the area.
Chaos going for the stealth, has seen one, goes for a shot. Now that is the important moment for them. EMP with a Vision Erosion, the ultimate combo coming from Naos, and that will put them at an advantage. But Chaos is not saying goodbye for now. They want to go for the fight. Counter engage happens. Cockbang goes down. 2 members left standing with a 2v3. Naos will fall, and that will Chaos. That will come out to be the team that brings down Naos. But for now, AIM is still alive, running out. Will be ready to fight back, but not for long as Fat Boy puts them down with the final blow.
This is complete revenge from the side of Fanboy, and this is now getting taken down right there, and now there's only 7 squads. They're gonna try to converge in the middle wherein the loot is, but again, the standoff between Shinigami is still not over with squad number 4, still not letting go of their high ground, not letting go of their fort. They're still gonna stay here, and I think it's still a pretty good call, knowing that this is the only infrastructure left where the circle will converge.
Yeah, all about open space once again, all about adaptability from here on out. And for now, since the zone is still not closing in, there's a lot of patience game that will come across for every single one.
Squad number 10, DD, 1 remaining member left. Let's see if he can wait it out here, rat it out before the other squads take each other down. But then again, the inner circle is where squad number 6 and 4 are, where the rest of the squads, they still have to take each other down. But again, no one is letting go of their positions just yet.
And Paragons and Shinigami just back to back here, beside both buildings. Could soon fight out. Will definitely do so once the zone closes in soon. Especially when a team converges to them, relocates towards the safe zone, a lot of chaos will ensue.
Yeah, chaos there. Squad number 4, they're just nearing each other as Shinigami. Once again, it has been a stalemate as of the moment, but once again, look at Daisy right there. I think this is the best place you want to be in, or the best armor that you would want to have if you're ratting out. Level 6 armor for Daisy, the only one left for Fanboy once again.
And right now, the zone is closing it bit by bit. Everyone has to move. Aside from Squad 6 and Squad 4, but now Squad 1, now on the hunt, now on the move. Shinigami has seen another members, and they will fight it through and through. Daisy all alone, it's a 1v4, and they have to do something. You have Dream Team as well, just beside the hills. Daisy will be able to go for the reset. Red armor still up.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to take down Daisy at that point, right? Like, they still have to consider the fact that Green Team is around the area, which Shinigami has been holding on to for so long as the moment. We also have squad number 4 here, not letting go of where they're at. And again, open area. This is quite similar to map number 1, Infi, wherein it's in the middle of the... And there's only a few infrastructures.
There's no way this happens. Despite the 1v4, Daisy's still able to get a lot of kills. How can it happen? Fun boys against the world. It's Daisy up against the world. And still be able to take those kills.
His armor is still up as of the moment, but again, how long can you hold on to this? Other squad members already have an idea that you are all alone there. And here's the thing, hold on to it as much as you can, but Dream Team as well, they might actually go head-to-head here with Shinigami with the numbers advantage that they have. The armors as well is on their side. Let's see if they will be converging in right there in the middle of the 2 warehouses.
2 members gone already. This is what Daisy has done to this team. Now Dream Team having 3 members still in a good position into this map number 2.
I think Dream Team wouldn't want to let this go, as well as squad number 4, Chaos, wouldn't want to let go of where they're at as of the moment, because the circle will definitely converge to their favor. And again, Dream Team, Shinigami, it's a stalemate for now, but eventually you guys have to move out. You guys have to move towards the other side, and you have to tread carefully here. Shinigami, there's only 2 of them left. Dams, but it seems like Dream Team as well, they are looking for information here, just not letting go of their position. They do have the advantage here, but they have to tread carefully. 13 is here, and they choose to go for it again.
Scans coming in. And that will give them a higher ground, a really, really good position for them to just stay put. Let the other teams fight first. And that will occur. Vision erosion coming in from Tyrant from the side, while Paragons is being slashed by 2 of the teams. And now Dream with the Rhino going from above, the bullet raining down upon every single one. And now with a White Dwarf in the hands of Benny the Bot, that will put the enemy teams down to the ground, with shields getting knocked out left and right.
Oh my goodness, squad number 4 as well on the other side, and it worked towards their favor. They finally left where they're at, but I'm so surprised that Daisy is still up and kicking here with 4 squads remaining. Definitely an upper hand, and there you have it, the information being used already here.
EMP now being put out. That will disable any potential engage. Absolute gravity as well is there. Going in for the flex. It is the potential outplay, but will not occur. As Dream will be able to take him down. The zone closing in to the final point, and it is Dream who will take every single one down.
Oh my goodness, the EMP and the gravity at the right moment. And this is exactly what Dream was waiting for. They were having such a long stalemate with Shinigami. And eventually, when they used that springboard to go up, it actually worked towards their favor. And getting 19 kills here in total for the map, winning in their second one for today.
Yeah, there's a lot of unfortunate situations that occurred. And as we have mentioned a while ago, it was already in expectations that all of these teams will play patiently considering the location of the final save zone.
And Dream Team still living it up to dishing out the damage. Very consistent coming in from them, a little bit lower this time. But you know, that last hand up against 1PRG or squad number 4 in that very long stalemate, I think it was a good choice as well, using that springboard to the leverage and looking at the other squads here. Surprisingly, Naos got eliminated early, although AIM was able to escape with a slither of health. Unfortunately, it is a very difficult situation to be threading in that ground wherein it was such an open area and eventually got eliminated. And looking at the other squads here, you highlighted where drops actually dropped at that point. Was the Heart Island. Well, not really the most favorable location, but then again, eliminated early on.
Yeah, there was just such a narrow path to success for Naos Esports from there on forward. There was a lot of teams that is hindering them to go through. And I think at that point, it was just over for them in that stage of the game. So map 2 was not in their favor, but you know what? There's still map 3. Come back.
Yeah, wow, just the chaos here in every single map. And I do have to highlight here the changes, the shift of tempo here as well for the Group B stages we're in. Again, a lot of hover cars and War Spider seems to be the story for Farlight Sunday here. And again, hover cars, hover bikes are very, very good to use, especially for teams who love to scout, who love to get information and expect to see more of that. Or will we see something new here in map number 3?
Yeah, it definitely is, considering that the vehicle rotation for the day is revolving around War Spiders and hover cars. So that is definitely the expectations coming into today's set of vehicles. But you know what is exciting as well, aside from the games, is the codes, is the weapon skins that we have for the viewers watching at home.
Oh, there's the MF18, guys. So if you love this one, then if you're part of that 1,500 viewers, be sure to grab that right now. Input that code and be sure to get the weapon skin MF18 and enjoy the Farlight 84 action here as well in FPC 1, the PC version. And we're down to our last map here, Infinity. What else can we expect aside from like the vehicles that we mentioned, aside from the defenders? Anything else that you are expecting to see here?
Compositions really different across the board for every single team. There is a lot of variations as well. Maggie now being utilized as well more than a mobile platform. But let's jump into highlights. the final circle for map number 2, the true definition of chaos.
We also have a team that's named Chaos here. And again, it is chaotic here for the PC version. A bit fast-paced, a lot of chaos for you guys to enjoy. But then again, we've been threading across like a lot of open areas in V. I haven't seen like a standoff, the last standoff actually, in a certain area in a POI. Actually, it's mostly along the POIs, not in the POIs themselves. So this is actually quite exciting as well if you love those high actions or if you're actually pretty good with open areas.
Yeah, a lot of outskirts last zone fights that we have seen time and time again. So I'm excited where the zone would be in map number 3, because that will be the dependency of these rotations coming in from these teams.
Yeah, rotations, and even I think the vehicles will be very vital for collecting information. And like what I mentioned, you guys have seen a lot of those, if not bikes, you've seen like the cars as well. But before we head over to the vehicles, we have to talk a little bit about our MVP here. We got Benny, the bot here, dishing out 1,600 damage, which is quite decent as well. 6 numbers of kills for Dream Team.
Yeah, and this is the player that we mentioned a while ago, along with Dream, wherein they went to the platform above. They had the higher ground, and at that point, you know, Benny the bot with the White Dwarf on hand is just shooting down upon the opposing sides, and no one can touch them.
White Dwarf is the weapon of choice as well recently with the buff that was given to this weapon. The accuracy as well that you can do here for Farlight 84, and it's actually one of the top weapons. I mean, long gone is the time that we've seen a lot of Jupiters, and White Dwarf seems to be the choice of weapon alongside the Defender here.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to why we're seeing a lot more SMGs this time around rather than assault rifles. Now, for one, Jupiter 6 as a gun has been nerfed a bit, and you have a lot more assault rifles, snipers that has been buffed, defenders for one, and you also have M4s now being utilized, AK-77s. Now, when it comes to SMGs in general, in the perspective of a gun itself, SMGs has faster reloads. So when you have faster reloads, when it comes to that final moments, ammo is crucial. Ammo is key. Now you have more ammo because of the faster reloads. So it's pretty much an expectations already that SMGs are going to be the meta. Alongside with that, White Dwarf's accuracy, the damage has been buffed as well, and that is why it is part of one of the best guns right now in the current map.
Yeah, you don't want to be reloading in a point wherein the opponent will be coming in at you either with a surprise or not, so you would want these guns that have a lot more mag size. Yeah, accuracy as well is a factor, and again, like what Infi said, yeah, SMGs are quite popular, but this time we're seeing a lot more other guns come into play as well, the Defenders that have been popping in from time to time here, and despite the adjustments that were made to it, it's still pretty much viable, and you've seen the damage as well that was given or dished out here towards the other side of the team. But again, you know, you have yet to see more action here as we move over into map number 3 shortly, and again, there is a lot to expect, a lot to do as well, a lot to think through before we head over to that one.
Now, as we finish in map number 1 and map number 2, aside from what we have expected already when it comes to the zones, the weapon utilization, are there any patterns that you expected or have observed from the prior games?
A lot of these players love the south. They love the south. They've been camping out on the Sunflower Mall and the Tin Man, which seems to be, again, it's very risky, right? Dropping into that, knowing a lot of players would love to go there. But again, if you are able to use that to your advantage, get in all the resources that you need, you eventually are able to traverse around that area quite well, and eventually going into wherever you want in the map. So I think it's pretty much still safe to say that it is still in the south. Not a lot of drops in the Sanctuary Tower just yet. So again, it is crucial to where you drop as well here in the map. I think that will be very vital for the players. And again, this is the PC that we're talking about, right? You would want to get as much comfort weapons that you have early on.
Yeah, and I think there are a lot of pros and cons as well to discuss. When it comes to dropping into the edges of the map, you have a lot of leeway to rotate towards the safe zone if ever it has been finalized already, opposed to, or in comparison to, going to Carnival or dropping into the middle of the map along with Riverview Park. Yes, you could expand outside of the center, but there's just a lot of risk involved. You will meet a lot of people. You will meet a lot of squads. So that is pretty much the high risk, high reward that we keep on talking about into dropping in the middle of the Sunset City.
Yeah, there's also, I think for Carnival, it hasn't been much of a POI as well. So most of the time you see like the circles, mostly like going towards that side, but never really a hot drop spot. So a lot of heat over onto the south. But then again, I have yet to see if ever there will be some players who will actually risk going towards the outskirts of Sunset City, wherein there is numerous locations as well. I mean, it's pretty much similar to the south, but I wouldn't. There's not a lot of like shield XPs there, so maybe it's that's the case why players don't really drop there as often.
So yeah, there's just pretty much a lot of variations, a lot of layers. Pretty much the what makes Farlight 84 such a unique game as well. Right, you have heroes, you have skills, you have these shields, you have a lot of things that you could explore in the game.
Aside from that, you know, I love the interesting choice of vehicles here as well by the players. Rarely do we see this. Like, I love seeing it. I mean, I personally love using like hover bikes and hover cars since it provides stealth, right? Like, it provides you that. It's kind of like using Ember's vision erosion, right? You can relocate, reposition yourself, and I think that's what these players want to go for, right? Like, most of the time, they want to have that high ground, have that vision, have that vantage point, especially since this is a game where in accuracy, it's all about the accuracy here, especially if you have the weapons that you really like or are really comfortable using.
Absolutely, and there is also a lot of plays that you can make with a lot of these vehicles. For one, you could actually shield or reset your shields, reset your HP in the vehicle when you're not moving. That's something that these players can do with that extra layer of protectiveness in the vehicles with that defense coming in. And also there's a lot of micro plays that you can do wherein you could jump into the vehicle, go out immediately to just make a disturbance up against that team when it comes to like a 1v1 individual fight.
Yeah, and I have to point out too, aside from, you know, the playstyle too, and I noticed like Fanboys has been very consistent on you know, ratting out, and they're actually doing it pretty well, giving them like they don't really have that amount of damage, right? The total damage is actually quite far from the top teams, but with the factor that they've placed pretty well in the maps, actually moved them up pretty well here in the standings that we have. But then again, we have to see more from them, from Fanboys, if ever they do pull that sort of thing off, because most of the time you see like either like one member left standing and they actually do pretty well, right? It was like a different rotation. Like earlier on it was Juba, and then eventually it became Daisy in the second map. So will we see like more Fanboys doing the same thing in map number 3 too?
Right, 100%. I think it is really, really important to have that type of aspect. And also one of the things that I also am looking forward into coming to map number 3 is what the capsule path would look like. Is it going to be split apart half across the map, or is it going to be more towards one part or another?
Yeah, hopefully, I think for this time, for this last map, I think all of the players have been very consistent as well on their drops. They haven't let go of their comfort areas just yet. Surprisingly, I think again for the teams who have been dropping down south, it worked well for them in the first half of the game, but eventually when it reached towards the latter part, they really favored the other teams.
Yeah, 100%. But now, while we're waiting for map number 3, and as we are moments away from that game, is there anything that you favor when it comes to your drop points when you play the game?
Ooh, you did mention that you love the motel drop, right? I'm that type of player who avoids conflict early on. Ooh. So I love to go in for not the POIs, but beside the POIs, like the outskirts of Riverview Park, the mansion beside Sunflower Mall is somewhere I love to drop in as well, since I mean it's near Sunflower Shopping Mall. There's a decent amount of weapons and vehicles, so I think those are the things that I consider, right? The weapons that I like is it gonna spawn in that location, or are there vehicles for me to get out there? Because usually if either you're on solo queue or you're with your squad, you definitely want to have that mindset of surviving until the very end.
Right. And for me, aside from Motel, I also want Iris Ranch. I also want Carnival. It really depends on the playstyle and the mood of the day.
I was gonna say if it depends on your mood, and yeah, I think it really depends on how how these players will play it out here for map number 3 as we see them dropping into Sunset City here. And looking at it, the capsule is actually going up there over to Power 3 Station. So let's see. Again, Dream Team, this time, twice already, they've chosen to drop in Sanctuary Tower.
Yeah, and this is what impresses me. The capsule path is from southeast towards the northwest, and this is such an exceptional sight to see because every single team is scattered across the board with only 2 squads in Sunflower Shopping Mall and Tin Man Industrial and Todd's Hot Rod.
Wow, Chaos living up to their name, going straight for Carnival. Unfortunately enough, there were no other squads that dropped there. Then again, lots of heat points there over onto the south, but Dream Team and the rest of the members will definitely have a great time over onto the outskirts, over on the north, wherein there's not a lot of drops just yet. But this is what I love about Riverview Park. There are some shield XPs and a decent amount of good weapons here as well.
Right, and at this point, it's all about looting game. It's all about the shield game, the looting game, the gear game. Looting on the items for now and having that perfect moments and rotation to be able to stack up on your gear XP and your shield XP.
Well, squad 6 and 8 once again in the position wherein they find themselves converging together. And looking at our current standing, it is Dream Team up on top, considering that they have landed up there on north. We might actually see them later on, but again, these are the squads that have chosen to drop in the hotspots, and they've gotten in their vehicles. They might actually just go in for the fight here as 6 and 8 will converge.
Early engage coming from LSD 6. Yeah, VJing from above, shooting them down into Jupiter 6. Such accuracy, and now you have the fight coming in from Double Maggie. It's a 1v1 type situation. Whatever, Vision Erosion denying that eyes from Morphe, and now it's Murphy just trying to stay alive for a bit, playing on the Vision Erosion, utilizing the skill very, very well. Raph on the building. Now Saphira jumps through with the infiltrate. He will just get eviscerated, but instead it is Saphira along with his teams with a 3v1, no escape.
They know that this is the game that they have to play. This is a playstyle that they have to do. Going for the aggression and eventually beat him back. It's only Wanderer here up on top has a good vantage point of everyone, but Morphe getting taken down there by Wanderer.
Tyrant with such an efficient play. Now Saphira still alive here, but no one left alone here in the building. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and Tyrant just went through with that kill. EMP, however, another team wants to go for this fight, so Wanderer has to reposition for now to go in for the reset. Now VCTP hoping for those kills, hoping for a lot of these engage. Will be able to make them at a better position with a 4v3 as a third party from that fight.
Yeah, and Paragons chooses to evade that situation, actually going all the way out. And as of the moment, Squad number 11, BCTP, evading in that gravity, is able to escape all of that. But then again, that would have been a sticky situation if Paragons were to stick around the area wherein they dropped that. And now they have this first from the location, able to take in what they need. And at the moment, they will be needing as much as they can. But here at Todd's Hot Rod and Hitman's, it is still a fight, and that's going to be TM and X eliminating one.
Yeah, so a lot of these kills for now, not as significant as we would hope, as respawners are still available. But as you have stated a while ago, Sunflower Shopping Mall is one of the POIs that a lot of these teams want, but Fanboys has the better advantage. They have the positional lead up against the enemy team. They have the high ground as well, so a lot more difficult time for drops to be able to move around this part of the map.
Oh no, drops. Okay, they're trying to go before it. There's a Vision Erosion and Fanboys actually. Wow. 1 by 1, they do have the high ground here in Fate.
DC is with a 2v1, cannot do anything, and that will be Fanboys who will just remove the opposing side away from the Sunflower Shopping Mall.
They're still dropping there though.
They definitely are. They still want this fight.
They want to get that retaliation, and at the same time, I'm not so sure if this is a favorable drop. Drops has been not letting go of that hard island. They do have to go up against Fanboy here. 1v1 situation.
With no ultimate still, with the response, it is such a disadvantage for them. Now Fanboys, when they came down, it is death that is waiting.
Drops. Oh my goodness, they have been doing this time and time again, finding themselves in a position that they do not want to be in. So second time that this happened here in map number 3. They are really very risky when it comes to positioning. They just love the Worm's Eye view. They love having that ground below, but they don't like having that vantage point. So it seems to me that Drops is that type of team that is always out in the open.
Yeah, definitely are. They really want to, relocate as well every single time, and they want those fights to occur. But now it is one MW Thrust who is looking around, has that information. Dangerous position coming in from Fanboys with a 4v1 type of situation. He's just pinned down to the ground.
Oh my goodness, the Fanboys who have taken in Sunflower Shopping Mall, and this time one MWT once again spots out another from Fuoco over there who has just sieged in this mall, and they're looking really good right now after looting in what the Fanboys have.
Yeah, and now it's Kakidot along with his team for KZ1 Chaos, who has secured the outskirts of Sunflower Shopping Mall. And this is really, really important because when we're considering the safe zone, it is towards the south part of Sunset City. Securing that part of the map gives him a lot of positional advantage.
Well, Kakadut as well from up there on top, giving everyone a good idea of where the members of Chaos are here in the Sunflower Shopping Mall. And it seems to me like these players are rotating. They really aren't letting go of Sunflower Shopping Mall. It's like they have to drop by this mall before they can bridge into the center. And I don't blame them. There's a lot to find here.
Chaos now having to meet one MW Trust. Shoots them down from afar, but will not go for the engage. One MW Trust doesn't want to go for it. Doesn't want to go for engage.
Yeah, they're actually running away from the sticky situation. They do have the vehicles, but they are in the danger of being gunned down there from the back by Chaos. And are they actually? Yeah, they do take pot shots here from Seraphim. But again, they are going to be looting this area. Fanboy once again, Drew Eric all alone there, but doesn't get spotted out here by Chaos. This time, they are in control of this mall. But again, 12 is here around the corner.
Yeah, now it's PMNX here in the outside of the safe zone. So far, the tick damage of the zone is just 1 HP per second, coming down to 3 HP per second. So not as hurtful as it can be compared to the final zone. Nevertheless, they have to move quite soon.
Yeah, here's the War Spiders. They have the mobility this time, so they have to reposition themselves. Circle is slowly closing in towards that area of perhaps Carnival or Nova Planetarium area. And as of the moment, right, this is where all the action happens. Once again, the loots and the bridges. Here comes Chaos as well, using the Vision Erosion right there.
Yeah, and KZ1 Chaos is in the open. But still, no one wants to go for the fight. LSV6 is just their Fanboys as well on Sunflower Shopping Mall. And this is pretty much a patience game once again. Now, the early fights, the early engages has already concluded, has already occurred. And now, at this moment, it is 12 squads that is left standing.
Yeah, Drew Eric once again from map number 1 and 3. He has been the one ratting it out, but again, he is in a location that he's quite familiar with. But here we have it once again. Look at the damage from DD right over there.
The shots from afar, the defender utilization by Astri. Puts down a lot of armors down. Knocks people out. But so far, no one wants to go for the push. A battle of bridges on both ends.
I think for this, squad number 11 has the more favorable position. The circle is going to be closing towards their side. Now, DD might actually face Green Team sooner or later, who is just around the corner there with vehicles.
VCTP now in danger as Shinigami hunts them down. Now, See and Pray will fall to the hands of VCTP.
And here we have it, Dex reloading, Shinigami as well, still up and complete. They have to be a bit careful as the zone shrinking in, using in those bandages the best that they can. But again, you're going to have to face squad number 15 or squad number 11 shortly. And they have to make a move for it.
Has set himself on the southeast of Sunflower Shopping Mall. Already a good spot as well, having control of this to go into this island. But now they have seen the DBO from far. But if they get pushed, this is a 3v4.
Yeah, DD once again not in a very good position here in Fee as Green Team has been taking shots time and time again from the Sunflower Shopping Mall Annex, and DD has no choice left. They have been bandaging ever since, and this cannot go any longer. They have to siege where Dream Team is, but again, Circle looks like it's gonna be closing in Sunflower Shopping Mall right there, and squad number 3 is at the heart of it all, and Fanboy still ratting it out there, as well as LSD6, the only one left there in Heart Island, camping it out before everyone takes each other down.
Now esports still in the game, along with one MW Trust and Shinigami. But Shinigami is getting a lot of damage from the zone. We have one MW Trust as well in the same vicinity, so they have to move pretty soon as the zone will close in. And when it comes to the final zone, it is on Sunflower Shopping Mall. This is the island that we talked about that is hard to get into and hard to go out.
And squad number 3 already has a grasp of that area, so whoever will be coming in here, it will be a sticky situation since they have this area surrounded already. Fanboy still has one remaining member left that I have to point out. They're still in that area where they drop, which they're pretty much very comfortable with, but again, this is what you talk about, Sunflower Shopping Mall, surrounded by the Heart Island. But here comes the EMP onto one MWT.
Just absolute gravity pulling them back. No further engage that will occur now. Burger Team, walk me through what we can expect with 9 squads remaining and the zone closing in the Sunflower Shopping.
There's a lot of swimming that will be going on. I mean, if not crossing in the bridges, right? And again, these are the places where you can get eliminated, right? Well, like where you're swimming at. And at this moment, one MWT actually threading through a very dangerous ground. You got Dream Team on the other side, but right as of the moment, they have used this hover car with the stealth. Gonna possibly try to go in for the loot here.
But where are these teams going to stay, especially now considering that a lot of open spots will have here in the safe zone?
Oh, I love this this vantage point coming in from Naos here over on the mansion side here, right before Sunflower Shopping Mall. And look at that, Heart Island. Actually, wow, squad number 8 hasn't spotted out Ju Eric. That is just waiting right there. But as of the moment, it looks like the circle will still be favoring the squad that has already been in Sunflower Shopping Mall for the past few minutes already. Squad number 3, Chaos, in a very, very good position. And they have finished pretty well as well in the other maps that they had. So if they can hold on to their fort here at Sunflower Shopping Mall, the members that are playing on the outskirts of the map or outskirts of the circle, they might actually just take each other down first before they converge in the middle.
Now, we have talked about this in the past. When you are in Sunflower Shopping Mall, in the safe zone as well, you have a lot of advantage when it comes to taking down people outside of it, and you can gatekeep them from going into. But now the question is, where would the final zone land? Because at the moment, it is just on the outskirts, on the zone edge of the safe zone.
Yeah, it's actually not in the middle of Sunflower Shopping Mall, quite near there, but I would have to say that Chaos just has the advantage here, knowing for a fact that they have been camping out here on the second floor of Sunflower Shopping Mall. And then again, you have here the squads that love playing in on the sides, on the outskirts here of the circle. So as much as you want, right, there's a lot of things that you can grab here in Sunflower Shopping Mall, but it seems like Chaos once again in a very good position. But eventually those two squads that are camping right out there on Heart Island, it was a good position earlier. I mean, it's a place that you want to rat out in, but as of the moment, right, you have to move in towards the center, which seems to be a little bit outside of Sunflower Shopping.
Now, I like the current position of Naos Esports, right? Because they have the vision towards Sunflower Shopping Mall, and they have the vision where Squad 11 is located. So, nevertheless, they know what to do. If ever a fight occurs, they can follow up with a third-party type of strategy. And now with one MW Trust on the move, Naos is signaled, is informed of where they want to go.
And just to think about it, the mansion is more pricier than a warehouse, right? I mean, Chaos definitely has the upper hand when it comes to their location. But I have to say that squad number 3 here as well, one MWT is also in a good position, but they have to move out here.
Right now, KZ1 Chaos still above, has the high ground. Position themselves on the roof and has vision towards the Heart Island. So if ever LV6 shows up,
They can cut
They
them
would
down.
know. And now Safira is just out in the open, wherein every single team, every
he's in the
single
middle.
squads has eyes on them.
He does have a cover car, but come on, it has to get out of it and uses the vision erosion actually quite early on,
has to.
revealing his location. He's out in the open. He has no choice at that point. And now Chaos here as well, and now in a very, very good position. They got the stronghold, they got the warehouse, they got the infrastructure there towards their advantage. But then again, you know, Chaos already has a very good idea of where squad number 3 is at, and as of the moment, right, they're all holding on to their forts, and as a moment, LSD6 gonna try to go in for Dream Team here.
Dream
Gets
has
located.
information, and Safira will fall. 7 squads remaining into this map number 3, and now with the final zone, now as esports, their strategy could be is to go into the mall at the final moment and have that security over this location, over this point of interest, and have that positional advantage up against all the squads that remain here in this game.
Now here it is, Dream Team right there, where it will close on the slightly on the outskirts, but then again you see DD here, Digital Devils having an idea of where they are. They have to fight. Here it is.
1MW Trust fighting up against KZ1 Chaos, and this is the moment wherein Squad 2 or NASA Esports could also utilize this to render resets not available for any of these 2 squads, but nevertheless they will wait, and 1MWT will just get bitten behind by the opposing side. KZ1 Chaos will not survive, and 1MW Trust will be on top of that fight in Sunflower Shopping Mall.
Dangerous situation to be in, a very open area, and once again Jing here with the clutch up against DD. There's only 4 of them left, and they managed to take down actually a bunch of members here of Dream Team. They're still up alive and kicking. They might actually go up again. Oh! Aim right there with headshot.
Now AIM going in for the shots, but the defender knocks down on 1. And I think the reason why they want to do this first is to remove the potential for a flank to occur for them if they go for Sunflower Shopping Mall. Remove the stragglers, remove the people from the outskirts.
Squad number 11 is already in the Sunflower Shopping Mall, and it's slowly going closer and closer to this open area outside the mall. There are a couple of trees there to take cover, but once again, you see like 4 squads right there in Sunflower Shopping Mall, where the rest now as well has the upper hand when it comes to the terrain. They have an idea of where the other players are. I think it's a bit risky to be in the Sunflower Shopping Mall now.
Yeah, definitely 3-4 squads that is in the mall. And with how Naos played that out perfectly, forcing out the Devils to go into Sunflower Shopping Mall. They split apart 3-1 type of setup. So if ever the rest of the crew, 3 of the members in Sunflower Shopping Mall for the Devils falls down, they still have that safety of a strategy to survive for a bit to go into the top 3.
DD as well here, caught in a situation that they didn't want to be in. They are forced to go in. They might actually go up against one MWT here that has the high ground, might actually welcome them here to the mall.
Now a fight is now occurring as the zone closes by. Rhino being utilized, the White Dwarf as well. You have the tactical roll to go back to safety. The EMP disables them to go back away. And now it's 1MW Trust who takes the kill, who goes for the engage, but the zone might knock him down. Brandon falls, and now it's Naos Esports. 4 members still alive. 1MW Trust is there. Going in for the fight, going into the back, but AIM's movement with advanced footwork keeps him up, and that is Naos who takes the top 1 in map 3.
Oh my goodness, you've been pointing out the Naos having a very, very good position there with the high tower, and they forced DD to go in the Sunflower Shopping Mall, causing squad number 11, 1MWT to actually eliminate them. And right when they were still recovering, Naos just goes in with the chaos, takes everyone down, and takes this thing with a W.
Yeah, it was just perfect coming in from Naos, right? They just have to wait for every single one to fight first, and when they are occupied, where they are fighting against every single team across that final zone of closing, it was the right moment. It was the perfect time for them to come in.
Yeah, Fanboy once again having a very good stand. I think this time this is twice that Drew Eric actually camped out did have a couple of assists. And looking at Dream Team, actually, surprisingly, they had a very good location as well in the last stand, but unfortunately, they were eliminated early on by another squad and eventually not finishing in the podium. And as for the rest of the squads as well, yeah, it's pretty weird, like where drops landed, right? Like consistently, they've been in the last few spots, right? It's such a weird location to drop in, right? Consistently in Heart Island.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but I think at the end of the day, it was the only thing that they could do. If you're a rat, if you're the strider, you want to go away from conflict, and going to the Heart Island is an unexpected thing to do because of the risk involved in going to that location.
Yeah, and considering there's a number of squads here that love dropping in Sunflower Shopping Mall, so again, it is a tight spot for drops to be in. But again, I love how Naos played this one out, right? Very, very smart coming in from them, forcing the other teams to leave their locations and just eventually, taking it in with one fell swoop.
Yeah, it was really, really clever coming in for the team. Tipping my hats off to Naos Esports, how they did that perfectly, forcing the Devils to do something. And what they did is an unfortunate thing on going into the Sunflower Shopping Mall where every single one is there. But you know what is amazing as well is the skin giveaway that we have for the viewers watching at home for Young having Lone Wolf.
Wow, I love that skin too. Color purple, and it's for our 2,000 viewers. Hope you guys get a screen cap. Be sure to load it up in your Farlight 84 accounts and grab that skin for you guys. And yeah, don't forget to share our live stream as well and let your friends know that there is FPC 1 currently ongoing.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just the beginning of FPC. We still have a lot of weeks to go in the open qualifiers, and then right after the knockout stages to then go to the grand finals.
Wow, and I heard our grand finals is gonna be pretty hot as well, and definitely expect to see more of the chaos there. But for now, we have to see which teams will be advancing forward as well. Beautifully played by a lot of our PC players here for both Group A and Group B. But let's take a look at what went on in that last game with this highlights.
Now's the time once again, how they conquered 2 maps here in this group. A fantastic play and a fantastic showing of their power in Farlight 84.
Now is the time to see our MVP just shortly, but I do have to commend the you've seen it in the highlights as well for Now's, right? Like who did take this MVP spot, and it's none other than AIM. I love how the highlights actually ended it with AIM, right? Taking in the headshots and eventually letting his team go in for the kill. Total damage of, wow, 2,150 on this Maggie, and having a great amount of kills as well. So it kind of really lives up to what AIM is for, right? All of the time he has been taking in the shots, it has always been almost 100% damage onto the opposing team.
Yeah, definitely living up to his name and showing accurate aim in the game.
This is something I, well, definitely don't have. And AIM, just I think aside from, you know, aiming very accurately, I think it's very, very good to know that, you know, having someone like AIM in your team, it just completely, it really completely solves the problem of, like, either, you know, taking in pot shots, and eventually AIM just does his job by you know, aiming at players, taking in headshots, or maybe even taking down armor, and eventually letting his team shine as well.
Yeah, and that is also the reason, or one of the reasons, why we see a lot of these Maggies coming through in Farlight 84 Philippines Championship on the PC platform, because there is a lot more potential for these high mechanical prowess players to just show their skills and have that better aim to conquer the Sunset City.
There were a number of supports as well, but this time for today, I think there's a lot of good MVP plays by our Maggies, right? So there's a lot of Maggies for today, and I think it's just goes to show, like, the different play styles that can actually happen, right? Like some of the times we see, like, groups having more of, like, the support types being the MVP, but this time, right, for the PC division, that this is the first time that we're having, it is a lot of those high mechanical types of heroes. But let's take a look at our team rankings here for Group B NV.
Yeah, #1 spot, Naos Esports, 100%. I mean, the amount of kills that they were able to get, 38 kill points. Then you also have 2 victories in this group. It is already an expectation for them to set at #1 in the team rankings here in this group.
Although they weren't the ones that did have a lot of the damage, it's actually Dream Team, right? I've been pointing that out. Aside from the fact that they've been trying to finish in podium, they have been taking in, trying their very best to take in shots so that they can have a lot of the damage. But yeah, you've seen it from Naos Esports, 2 wins for 2 maps, beautifully played as well, and yeah, being here on top, followed by Dream Team and 1MWT here as well, finishing in 3rd.
Yeah, it was really, really close though between Dream and Naos, with only 8 points apart from that #1 spot. And I think the difference maker that Naos Esports was able to achieve was the 2 #1 positions in this group.
Yeah, and how they played it out here as well in the last 2 maps, right? It's just very, very, the decision making was pretty good from Naos. They know they had the upper hand there, and eventually, you know what, winning in this map just bumped them straight up to the list here, even though looking at the stats here, it's not that far from Dream Team. Actually, it's quite even out, but in terms of the damage, again, Dream Team has slightly more than Naos.
Yeah, and I like the differences and the comparisons that we can make here from FPC on PC and FPC on mobile. There's a lot more utilization as well on top of the Maggie, and a lot more defenders, right? Some squads utilize 2 defenders at once, and I think that is really something that we can expect moving forward.
Yeah, the defenders are most of the time, like, you put your eyes here on either the attackers or maybe even the scouts that give out information, but this is probably also one of the groups that really, did use these type of weapons, these type of heroes to their fullest potential here in our PC division for Group B. And yeah, you can see it from the standings. I can definitely say this group here as well has been quite tight. Earlier on, it wasn't the score in terms of the PC here for Group B. It was pretty even, but eventually after these 3 maps, right, we can kind of see already the prowess and the sort of play style these players have here in Group B.
Yeah, and I just want to ask the question, is there anything else that you can observe to be distinct from what we have seen in the very first series that we had for the day and the 2 following series after?
you know what, from Group A, right? I've been here from Group A and Group B here of the PC, and I can safely say that both groups, I think to just sum it all up, like both groups are very different in terms of the choices of weapons, in choices of play style that they have. But I think for this particular round for PC, right, Group B is in terms of decision making, right? It's, you can kind of see it here. And as for Group A, it was a lot of good plays there as well for the Group A side. But let's take a look at the recap here as well for the finals of the mobile.
Yeah, we have SR Nakage setting up on top with 2,225 points. That is an amazing amount of points that they were able to accumulate for the week number 1. To follow through, we have Guns, which is Oasis.
Right.
And then Ghost Reborn to follow suit right after at top 3.
Yeah, SR and Nakage has been pretty consistent as well with their playstyle. We've seen Goons and Ghost Reborn play there as well. Yesterday, I think their stats overall is pretty different for everyone. Whereas SR and Nakage was on top, they did have a lot of the points, right, as compared to Goons and Ghost Reborn here. These are the teams that you have seen play out yesterday. But wow, that's an insane amount of damage from Goons. I think they topped it off on top 12,000 total damage from their squad.
Yeah, and definitely an expectations as well moving forward in the following weeks that these teams could show up once again.
Yeah, if you guys still want to join the FPC one, right, it's still up for grabs. It happens every week. So yeah, be sure to tune in here as well to Farlight 84's esports pages and Farlight 84's main page to actually get updates on FPC one, the very first ever that just concluded this week. And man, what a very, very interesting time to be alive.
100%. I mean, especially for the Farlight 84 fans all over the Philippines and all over Southeast Asia. I think this is something that you have to watch and something to observe. What are the metas evolving? What are the teams using when it comes to hero compositions and weapon loadouts?
Yeah, and it's a place to actually, you know, try to see in what the other players are doing as well. Maybe you guys can emulate it in your games as well, and then maybe take in inspiration as well from some of the top players here at FPC1. And it's always going to be very exciting because now it's not only mobile, we do have PC here as well. But let's take a look at the standings here as well. You've just seen the standings for mobile. Let's take a look at the weekly standing here as well for the PC for both Group A and Group B.
So yeah, we saw a while ago, as you have stated, you have watched the Group A in FPC PC Finals here in week number 1, and you saw a lot of these teams perform. FXTD, DD Entry, like a lot of these teams has performed to be at their very, very best from that respective group. And here in Group B, we saw Now's Esports, Dream Team, and Win 1MW Trust. So a lot of expectations revolve around these teams, but what I'm looking forward into is also looking towards the remainder of the squads here from Group B and Group A. Who can stand above the rest? Who can stand at an even level playing field with these top teams in week 1? And can they outplay in week 2, week 3, and week 4?
Yeah, I think it's a very different mix as well of players, right? For Group A, it was different teams winning per map. So it wasn't just like either for Group B rather. There's more on leaning more towards Nows and Dream Team, right? But for Group A, yeah, I'm looking forward to see when they both mesh together, both of the top teams mesh together. What will it look like? But of course, yep, we have to still take a look at the standings here for the PC match.
Now's Esports standing on top at top 1 here in FPC PC Week 1 Finals with 2 victories to their name, 38 kills, and 1,810 points. However, the shocking part about the team rankings that we have is that they are 5 points apart from top 1 and top 2.
Yeah, wow. 1,010 for Nows and 1,805 for DD actually. So really just a slither of points difference here, followed by Dream Team and Mugen Fatal, who has been performing consistently, but there is a more gap between the top 3 and the top 4 here for the team rankings here in PC. But then again, these are the top teams that you've seen. I think for now this is expected, but wow, I really didn't expect the very close points between the Nows and DD here.
100%. But looking at the standings, looking at the points that DD Entry was able to do a while ago in Group A was phenomenal and impressive. Like, they got the top 3 in game number 1, got 23 kills. In game 2, they secured top 1 spot with above 10 points or 10 kills. So it could be that expectations on why they reached the top 2 positions with only 5 points of a difference.
Yeah, plus the damage as well. I think that was probably the most damage that we have today. Do have to highlight Chuya from Group A that dished out, I think, 2,566 to be exact for Group A, and I think that's what really put them up there on the spot as well. So it's not really that surprising, and considering the great amount of plays that they did, it is of course expected for them. But now it's winning in 2 maps, right? That was also a very big factor on why they placed in first.
Yeah, 100%. And aside from that, is there anything that you want to expect coming into week 2?
Oh, definitely a lot to expect for week number 2. This is just a taste of FPC Season 1. As we take a look at the schedule here for next week, we're going to be having in 4 groups here for the semifinals of the mobile.
That will happen on Saturday. We have Group A, B, C, and D. The top teams coming in from the open qualifiers will be allocated into these 4 groups, top 60 to be exact.
Wow, and then eventually right after this one, it should be the knockout stages, and eventually heading over heading over into, of course, everybody
finals.
wants to go into the the weekly finals, like what you mentioned. So 4 groups here, A to D, so be sure to check it out, and this is going to be the semifinals for mobile.
Absolutely. Top 30 coming in from the Saturday on the weekly semifinals. We'll go into the Sunday for the weekly finals to be able to accumulate those points in preparations for the knockout stages.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to have earlier. But yeah, of course, this is very important, right? As I think me and the other casters here on the English broadcast did point it out that every week, right? It's very important to rack up those points to ensure that you have your spot, right? So it's more or less like a reset every week. So every single map, every single game is very vital to all the squads.
Yeah, and there's always something new to expect in each and every single week because of the open qualifiers with potential new names to come into the weekly finals. A lot of exciting stuff there for the Farlight 84 fans all over the world. And you know what? This is just the beginning. It's only week 1 with a lot of weeks to come for the weekly finals. My name is Infinity. This is Burger Kim. Along with Dash, just from a while back, we had to say goodbye, but there will be more in the following weeks to come. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching, and see you guys next week.
Thank you. Thank you,
Product D.
timing. They have serendipity. People just still fighting back. They're gonna move forward, and that's with a lot of the members here, and then a lot is gonna be giving.